If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 331, The Opening Move. October 20th, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. The room was dimly lit, the flickering candlelight casting long shadows that danced eerily across the walls. Harry found himself standing in the center of a grand, yet cold, drawing room. The air was thick with a sense of power and malevolence, making every breath feel heavy and deliberate. He loved it. He reveled in it, even if he didn't know why it was so. Harry's eyes darted around, his senses on high alert. He recognized the room from somewhere, a distant memory tugging at his mind, yet he couldn't place it. It felt familiar, yet not his own. A figure stepped into the light, a man with long, pale blonde hair and a haughty demeanor. Lucius Malfoy. He bowed deeply, his movements precise and practiced, oozing with the kind of servile respect that bordered on fear. Lucius Malfoy was practically kneeling before him, and there was no mistaking the sadistic pleasure he felt at the head of such a distinguished family acting to subservient to him. "My lord," Lucius said, his voice smooth and deferential. "You summoned me." Harry could feel his thin lips curling into a smile that was devoid of warmth. "Lucius," he hissed, "I have entrusted you with the recruitment of my forces. It's time for you to show me why I allowed you to have this privilege." The blonde man's scared expression slowly morphed into a confident one. "Greyback has succeeded in bringing a large majority of Britain's werewolves to your cause, my lord. Crabbe and Goyle have been training them into a relatively competent fighting force." "A large majority?" Harry asked, with his irritation slowly growing. "Not all. A small number of them did not wish to fight. Dumbledore's pet werewolf has been trying to convince them to fight for him, but they seem reluctant in general. I'm getting Fudge to push some more anti-werewolf bills to slowly bring them to our side, but changing legislation is a slow process. The fury slowly abated. Keep me informed on that front." "What of the vampires and the giants?" "A complete success in that regard, my lord. McNair has successfully enlisted the giants to your cause, but transporting them here will also take some time without arousing too much suspicion. The Carrows were able to recruit some vampires from the continent. They should arrive in a few weeks, my lord." "Good," Harry replied, feeling pleased. "What of the goblins?" He relished as Lucius got more uncomfortable as he broached the matter. "As neutral as ever, my lord. They do not wish to involve themselves in the matters of wizards. They will only fight if they see a threat to their monopoly. Although, there have been some whispers of discontent lately, especially with the recent break-in." That got Harry to freeze, with fear slowly creeping in before being swallowed back into his endless rage. "Someone broke into Gringotts? And you did not think to tell me?" "My lord, I have only learned of it this morning. The goblins have tried to keep this as quiet as they could and already have a suspect, although I do not know who that is. I thought you would not care about this matter, especially since it has almost concluded." The irritation swelled even more in Harry's mind, and he needed to let it out. "Crucio." Lucius collapsed to the floor, his body convulsing in agony as the curse took hold. His mouth opened in a silent scream, eyes bulging with pain. Harry watched with a twisted sense of satisfaction, relishing the sight of Lucius writhing at his feet. The power coursed through him, electrifying, intoxicating, making him feel invincible. "Do not presume to decide what I will or will not care about," Harry hissed, his voice low and dangerous. He held the curse for a few moments longer, savoring the control, the absolute dominance he had over Lucius. Then, with a flick of his wand, he released the spell. Lucius crumpled, panting, sweat pouring down his face, his eyes filled with fear and pain. "My lord," Lucius gasped, struggling to his knees, his voice hoarse. "Forgive me. I did not mean." "Silence!" Harry snapped, cutting him off. "You will keep me informed of everything, do you understand?" "Yes, my lord," Lucius whispered, his head bowed, his body trembling. "I swear it." Harry stepped closer, his eyes burning with intensity. "Now, tell me everything you know about this break-in. Leave nothing out. I want to know every detail, every whisper, every suspicion." The man visibly stifled a yelp of pain and got up, shakingly. "Of course, my lord. Only the goblins know which vault was broken into. I only know that it was one of their highest security vaults and that it was emptied bar a small pile of gold. The goblins think that it was an inside job, as only a goblin could open the door, but there were traces of a wizard or a witch being involved, hence the desire to arrest them." Harry's thoughts wandered slightly. Could it be that someone figured out his secret? No, his Bella was still in Azkaban, and she wouldn't have betrayed him to anyone. But what if it was someone seeking to hurt him? He couldn't exactly break into Gringotts without revealing himself, and that would ruin the anonymity that the Ministry had so graciously given him until he was ready. No, it was foolish to make enemies out of the goblins and reveal himself for a possibility, especially without knowing the contents of the prophecy that had caused his fall the first time. He needed Bella to know for sure. It would seem he would have to accelerate this part of his plans. At least, he'd have some competent help. Maybe Lucius would stop failing him with a little competition. Still, there was still something on his mind. Lucius, years ago I entrusted you with a diary. I wish to see it. The man's hesitance in answering irritated him enough to delve into his mind. He got past those pesky little protections easily enough, and a few flashes of memory revealed themselves. It was of Lucius slipping the diary into a little girl's cauldron and of Harry Potter showing him the destroyed book. It was easy to realize what had happened. White-hot rage coursed through him, and he exclaimed, "Crucio!" Suddenly, the room began to fade, the shadows stretching and distorting, the walls melting away. Harry's heart pounded in his chest as the darkness closed in around him, suffocating and cold. He tried to move, to scream, but his body was frozen, trapped in the grip of the dream. And then, with a gasp, Harry sat bolt upright in bed, his heart racing, his breath coming in ragged gulps. He was back in his dormitory at Hogwarts. He relaxed slightly. What the fuck was that? It all just felt so real. He still had a headache, and his scar was burning more than usual. He grabbed his wand and whispered, "Tempus." He had almost missed breakfast. He quickly changed and ran to the Great Hall, where he sat next to Hermione, Harold, and Neville. The Muggleborn quickly ran to him and asked, "Where's Ron?" "Still asleep. I tried to wake him up," Harry lied, "he just wouldn't get up and I got hungry." Neville rolled his eyes, "I can understand that. You woke up half the dormitory when you kept screaming last night. Most of us barely got any sleep." Harry suppressed his guilt slightly at that, "Sorry." Thankfully, Harold waved him off, "It's fine. Are you all right, though? This must have been one hell of a nightmare." "Yes, just a nightmare," he whispered while motioning to rub his burning scar. He stopped himself, but he noticed that Hermione gave him a meaningful look. Whatever was being said was interrupted by loud yelling from outside the Great Hall. The entire study body was frozen into silence as Dolores Umbridge ran through the doorway while yelling, "You can't do this to me, Cornelius. Not after all I sacrificed for you." The Minister of Magic looked awkward as he tried to calm the woman down. "Just come with us, Dolores. I'm sure that this is all a simple misunderstanding. There's no need to make a scene and make things difficult. If you're innocent, then nothing is going to happen. I have faith, after all." "Are you listening to yourself, Cornelius?" the professor yelled. "I did not rob Gringotts. It's impossible to even do that." "Wait, what?" Someone had robbed Gringotts. Honestly, the only person he heard of ever achieving this was Quirrell. But that man was possessed by Lord Voldemort and the vault itself was empty. As much as he hated Umbridge, he couldn't really see her being able to break into Gringotts. She would probably lose to Harry in a duel, and Harry didn't think he could ever break into the bank. Ever. The mere thought of it was insane. Another voice spoke up and Harry realized that it was a goblin that he couldn't see before. "Madam Umbridge, our investigators found dozens of the stolen artifacts in your office and a small pile of gold in your home. Your hair was found inside the vault that was broken into and you were present at the bank on the day of the theft, and the goblin that showed you to your vault was also the one who opened the one that was robbed. That is evidence enough to make you a suspect." Cornelius continued, "And even if you're guilty of this heinous crime, we can decrease your sentence if you give up any fellow conspirators." Another voice spoke up from behind them, "That's not likely. My Aurors found a fortune worth of banned items that were cursed. We can use her wand to see if she is responsible or not. Either way, the possession of these items alone, especially in a place with children, would get you a few years in Azkaban." The woman who just spoke walked into the room. She had red hair, wore a monocle, and the expression on her face reminded him of McGonagall slightly but more hardened. He remembered her from his trial. She was one who was impressed that he could cast a corporeal patroness. She was the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "Cornelius, it was Dumbledore. He framed me. He did all of this. You said it yourself that you think he's trying to take your place as minister and rule Britain." What better way to hurt you than taking me out of the game? Honestly, do you think I'll even be capable of breaking into Gringotts of all places? Harry had to agree with her, even if he didn't think Dumbledore was responsible. It just wasn't something the headmaster would do. But Umbridge was definitely framed when it came to breaking into Gringotts. What could she really have done to bypass the probable countless enchantments that protect the vaults? Make them read the books in silence while she sneakily got past them? He stifled the urge to chuckle at his inside joke. It wasn't even a good joke, really. But the sheer absurdity of the situation just made it funny. He didn't think Umbridge could break into a trunk, let alone a high-security vault. However, Amelia Bones wasn't deterred. The Gringotts robbery is a goblin matter. We were just assisting them while collecting their evidence, but they will be the ones to say whether you are guilty or not. A crime against Gringotts is punished by Gringotts, the goblin retorted. Please Cornelius, you can't let the little beasts take me. Do not worry, Dolores, you will remain in the Ministry's custody until the goblins come up with a verdict. If you truly are innocent, then you have nothing to fear. The woman with the monocle wasn't to be deterred and spoke up. Yes, afterwards, we'll have all the time in the world to talk about the artifacts we found in your room. When she heard this, Umbridge took out her wand and pointed it at Amelia Bones, only to be hit with a stunning charm and fall unconscious. Damn, Harry hadn't even seen the woman take out her wand and he couldn't help but be impressed. With a flick of her wand, she levitated the former professor and walked out of the Great Hall with Fudge and the goblin following her behind. The entire room was silent, as if it was still processing what happened, or just assumed that it was some kind of mass hallucination that they all experienced. Harold was the first to speak up. That was fun while it lasted, but I guess we'll be having a new defense professor now, hey. So that's the first step of Harry's plan, and getting rid of Umbridge. If you hadn't noticed, Harry just returned every single artifact he stole from Umbridge in her office for the Aurors to find. I'm not sure if it came out like I wanted it to, but I hope you like it. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasperker. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 332, The Falling Darkness. October 21, 1995, Nurmengard, Earth 2. A thunderstorm raged outside Nurmengard, the sound of rain hammering against the ancient stone walls, muffled but relentless. Occasional flashes of lightning illuminated the darkened sky, casting brief, jagged shadows through the narrow, barred windows of the fortress. The low rumble of thunder echoed through the corridors, mingling with the constant drip of water seeping through cracks in the stone. The air inside was damp and smelled of mildew, a musty scent that clung to everything. Harry could feel the chill of the storm even in the deepest parts of the prison, the cold seeping through his clothes as he navigated the winding passages, completely invisible. He hadn't planned on coming there, not at first, but with his plan coming to fruition just a few days later, he couldn't really help himself. He wanted to know what the difference was between his world's Gellert Grindelwald and his counterpart there. To be perfectly honest, he had been pretty surprised with how this Dumbledore differed from his counterpart. The Dumbledore in Harry's world was an egomaniac who always thought he knew better. He wanted to be a hero, to save the world himself, and thought that he was the only one who could do it. He justified all his failings as necessary sacrifices for his utopia and was prepared to commit one atrocity after another for his ultimate goal. Using the resurrection stone subtly allowed Harry to get a glimpse of this world's Dumbledore's soul. It was hard to describe, but it was like he had a small summary of the man's personality. He was very similar to his counterpart. He thought he knew better than most people and was also very stubborn with his convictions. He craved control, but the difference was that his role in his sister's death had obviously marked him far more than his counterpart in Harry's world. He feared power and authority yet was very drawn to them at once. It was a paradox that described the man best. He seemed to be of the opinion that people should be allowed to make their mistakes. His reluctance to fight Voldemort, at least in the start of the war, was because he believed that this was a monster of Britain's creation and that it was Britain's responsibility to fight him off. He simply expected Tom Riddle to want to conquer magical Britain, not Voldemort. He did not know that his former student had fallen so far into depravity and had turned himself into a monster. He did not create Voldemort to act as a pawn for his plans, like the man in Harry's dimension. No, he simply let things spiral out of control because he didn't want people to rely on him and for him to fail them, just like Ariana had, and died because of it. The man had obviously fought Grindelwald because he thought he was responsible for the man's actions because he had helped him plan for his war, only to change his mind at the last second. And now, he was falling into bad habits as he was trying to salvage the situation and do his best to beat Voldemort. It was sort of sad, to be perfectly honest, and with that said, Harry wondered how Grindelwald differed from his counterpart. The Champion of the Dark was a very mysterious figure in his world, one without many weaknesses and pressure points, and the potential knowledge he could give Harry alone could one day save his life. Harry moved quietly, his eyes scanning the walls, which were lined with flickering torches struggling to stay lit against the draft. The stone was etched with various runes, their glow dim and unsteady in the shifting light. There weren't really many guards around, and Harry could see why. The entire fortress was a far better warden for a magical prisoner than an entire squad of highly trained wizards. It was ingenious really, how the runes somehow mixed with the odd black stone that the prison was built in, which destabilized any form of structured magic. Anyway, the result was the same, no one could cast any magic in the fortress, it would fizzle out in mere seconds anyway. Being a guard here is the same as being unable to cast any magic for hours every day. No sane wizard would even agree to that, after all. At last, Harry reached a heavy iron door, slightly ajar, the sound of the storm louder now, as if it were right outside. Harry used his invisibility cloak to phase through the door and appear on the other side, finding himself in a small sparse cell. The room was dim, lit only by a single enchanted candle whose flame flickered with each gust of wind that found its way in. In the center, on a plain wooden chair, sat the familiar face of Gellert Grindelwald. The once feared dark wizard looked up as Harry entered, his pale face drawn and tired, but his eyes still sharp, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He was dangerous, there was no doubt about it, but he didn't exude the primal sense of danger that his counterpart in Harry's dimension did. He spoke with a raspy voice that was obviously not used often. "I wasn't expecting any visitors anytime soon." "Well, I couldn't really help myself. I have to say, your taste in decoration is one to be desired, even if the enchantments are a masterpiece. Did you seriously carve the runes on every single stone in this place? Because that would have taken a long time." The old man chuckled. "Oh, years and years. No one really appreciated the effort involved. It was always about how terrible it is, how horrible I was to make it, but never the magic behind it." Harry couldn't help but be amused by the former Dark Lord's complaining. People never really cared about how something was made, only the consequences of its creation. As horrible as this fortress was, the magic involved in creating it was brilliant. Yet, people didn't study it because it was associated with Grindelwald, as if he would suddenly break out if they tried to understand it. Still, the Dark Lord's sharp eyes met his. "You look familiar. You're a Potter, aren't you? I remember fighting a Potter once a few decades back. He had the same hair and almost the same face. His eyes were brown though. He's one of the few that survived for long enough to escape, a commendable effort." "Yes, my name is Harry Potter." "And why have you come, Harry Potter? Do you wish to mock this old man for his suffering?" The young wizard simply shrugged. "Not really, you see, I happen to know that you have a certain set of skills, a certain form of sight to be more precise. I happen to be the same and was wondering if you had any way to train that particular skill." Grindelwald snorted. "You came to a Dark Lord, one of the most despised men in Europe, to ask for magic lessons. I also wanted to take your measure. You're not how I expected you to be. You're too relaxed. Did you expect me to jump at you and spew my rhetoric? It's too late anyway. The Muggles have progressed too much for us to conquer them. We all know that war is inevitable, and the more we wait, the lower our chances are. It's already too late. But what do I care? I'll be dead when the chaos starts anyway. You know, it was this cursed sight that got me to do this, all those countless visions. I thought that my cause was so righteous because I saw it. I failed, and I accepted that a long time ago. Albus won our battle, and he deserved the right to make his choices, as cowardly as they are." Harry nodded to himself. Grindelwald always had a point when it came to his war, and it was probably why his cause was spread all over the world. There was a reason it was called the Great War. After all, what about the site? Will you help? I have kept a journal of my exploration in the subject, which included training methods that I developed. It's in one of my old caches where I kept the things I consider to be private and sentimental. I'm inclined to give it to you for one simple favor." He waited in trepidation for the man to continue. "I want you to kill me." That brought Harry short. "What? Yes, as unusual as this is. I want you to kill me. Do you have any idea how much torment I experience every day? I see everything, the horrors and the beauties alike. I saw him too. He's so powerful, so strong, so much more than a mere human could ever be. And yet he's a monster. I thought he was to be my fate, but I was wrong. It took me embarrassingly long to see that. I've been inside his head for so long, and even worlds apart, he still keeps pushing me towards committing chaos, to break out from this impossible prison and open my heart to the darkness. The man took a deep breath and continued, he's been there since the beginning. There was never supposed to be a war, not at the start. We planned on creating a paradise for our people, a place of true magic, that we could lock away and protect from the Muggles. But I just kept seeing so much pain and suffering, the destruction of our people, that I just couldn't take it. I saw war in my future, in every future, and assumed it was the right way to approach the problem. I assumed that it was my fate to be the magical world's liberator. I can see now that I was mistaken, that I have fallen into his trap. And now, every time I close my eyes, I see horrors. I see a monster that would burn the world, that would sacrifice billions of lives for his victory. And I saw you, fighting him, trying to stop him, the master of death, the lord of space and time. I saw it all, Ragnarok and the ashes that follow. Harry's blood froze as he heard this. What are you talking about? Gellert Grindelwald. You're Gellert Grindelwald. He created a ritual, projecting his sight towards us, his counterparts, blinding our sight with the endless horrors that he had seen, pushing us towards a war that we were unknowingly fated to lose. And as we all ended up in this cursed prison of our own making, he hijacked our sight to supplement his own, turning us into puppets that are powered by his sight. He forces us to experience war, to see the horrors of his own making, to see the destruction he brought. It's impossible to see across universes. The energy required alone would kill anyone foolish enough to even try, and even then, the amount of knowledge would overwhelm its caster, Harry retorted. The man simply grinned. The light and dark exist across time and space, and have traces in the void between worlds. Even then, he does not use us to see across dimensions, but more as a way to supplement his own sight, make it more refined, and his visions more accurate. He cannot see what I have seen now, but I am cursed to see his world until my dying day. Seeing Harry's doubtful look, the former Dark Lord took a deep breath and continued, I saw you fighting him once and lost to him, badly. You used some kind of enchanted gun against him and actually landed a hit. He was impressed, more than anything, but he only spared you because he saw another way to use you. That's not a good thing. You need to be better, much better, if you ever hope to stop him. His cause is righteous, but his execution is filled with horrors, and that makes him more dangerous than ever. My journal will add a new weapon to your arsenal, in exchange for you to end my torment. Let me die as I am supposed to. Kill me. Let my life end with a measure of dignity. I am ready. The question is, are you? This changed a lot. Grindelwald, the one from Harry's world, had always been scarily good at planning things. He was always dozens of steps ahead of anyone, and it had always baffled him how he managed that. He thought that it was the decades of preparation the champion of the dark had ahead of everyone else, but this was a more sinister option. If even a fraction of this was true, then Grindelwald's prowess as a seer, enough to even affect Harry's own vision, was because of his counterparts more than anything. This was a ritual on a scale that Harry never thought could ever be possible, and definitely carried and maintained by the dark. No, he needed to verify things first before making any assumptions. If Grindelwald could somehow use his counterpart's sight, then it wasn't hard to assume that he could influence them, that this could be a trap from a man in another universe as well. Harry stood there, frozen, as he watched the man basically beg him to die while he was slowly trying to process the information that he got. All right, we have a deal. Where is this cash of yours? The relief on the man's face almost broke Harry's heart. He had no doubts in believing that the man had to be suffering from something. Still, the former Dark Lord spoke up, in Godric's Hollows, specifically in my Aunt Bathilda Bagshot's house. You'll find everything in a secret room I made above the attic. Harry nodded. Goodbye, Gellert Grindelwald. Goodbye, Harry Potter. Thank you and good luck. You're going to need it. Those were the last words of Gellert Grindelwald before Harry touched him, allowing his crest to manifest itself. In a single second, the man had turned to ash with a soft smile on his face. Harry immediately turned into a raven and phased out of the cell, his mind occupied by Grindelwald's revelations. Chapter 333, The Dangers of Grief. October 23, 1995, Grimmauld Place, Earth 2. Gellert Grindelwald was dead. Albus Dumbledore knew that the moment it happened. He could feel the oaths between them being nullified, the foolish promises that they made in their youth that they never broke. In a small dark corner of his mind, Albus relished his new freedom. He had gotten so used to the invisible shackles that bound him that he had forgotten what it was like to live without them. No one knew for sure what happened, Albus included. The ICW didn't even know that he was dead and had presumed that he had escaped. Most of the countries in Europe were in a state of emergency, scrambling around, trying to stop Gellert's inevitable rise, unknowing that it was very unlikely to happen. This brought him to the Order of the Phoenix meeting, where his subordinates were still scrambling around like headless chickens. Alastair, as usual, was looking around in paranoia and growled, "We need to act, do something. First Voldemort and now Grindelwald, that's no coincidence. Do you think he broke your old enemy out, Albus, hoping to use him against you?" The headmaster hummed, "I do not believe there is anything Voldemort could offer that would have made Grindelwald work with him. He'd have rather stayed in his cell." "And how exactly do you know that?" Sirius Black asked. Albus suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. The former Azkaban inmate was looking better, even if he tended to protest more of Albus' moves during these meetings. He didn't know what the Animagus sought to achieve by that, but he let it go. After all, they were already intruding in his home and there was no need to push things for no reason. "Still," he answered, "because I know Gellert Grindelwald. There's a reason why people call him one of the worst Dark Lords in history, and that's because of what he fought for. Voldemort is a monster, he relished in the suffering he brought. However, Grindelwald was different in this regard. He hated taking wizarding lives but thought them to be a necessary sacrifice for our survival. His was built, not on some nonsensical ideology but out of primal fear. He thought that the Muggles advanced too quickly and that they would be able to pierce our protections and exterminate us. He thought that his conquest of the Muggles was a necessity, and that was a very popular idea. Survival is a far better cause than sadism and domination. There's a reason why Grindelwald was able to get so many men, and that was because people thought he had a point. A man like that wouldn't work with Voldemort in 1,000 years. Severus confirmed his deduction. The Dark Lord was not involved in this, he was just as surprised as everyone else. He didn't seem to like the possibility of having competition. He has accelerated the recruitment and is preparing for some kind of attack, but I have not been privy to what it was. He has been rather private and quick to lose his temper after a conversation with Lucius Malfoy. Severus had told Albus about what happened to Lucius Malfoy. The man had been tortured for hours and had almost lost his mind under Voldemort's wrath. He still trembled from the damage from the Cruciatus curse. The Dark Lord had probably let him live for his resources, nothing more. The Potion Master had no idea why it was the case, but Albus did. With the public knowledge that someone had successfully broken into Gringotts, it was perfectly understandable for Voldemort to check for one of the Horcruxes he had on hand. After all, according to Harold Smith's prophecy, the cup of Hufflepuff was supposed to be in a Gringotts vault. It probably wouldn't have taken long for him to find out what happened to his diary, hence the wrath. Albus knew Voldemort well enough to predict that he was probably planning on seeing if his Horcrux was still safe. Since he was preparing for an attack, he must not have any access to the vault he put his Horcrux in, which likely meant that its holder was in Azkaban. Bellatrix would be Albus' guess. She was one of his most zealous followers and she truly believed her master to be more akin to some kind of deity than a mere human. Voldemort was probably gearing up to attack Azkaban. Albus wasn't really going to stop him. It would cost him too much in terms of manpower without really achieving anything. The Dementors were likely to even join Voldemort's side anyway, and he was not going to sacrifice his people's lives needlessly. There was also a positive side to the coming breakout. If Bellatrix was free, then the cup was vulnerable, after all. However, the Gringotts heist had caused the advantage they held to get smaller with every passing second. The moment Voldemort freed Bellatrix, she would be in Gringotts, removing Voldemort's Horcrux from her vault, since the Dark Lord had evidently lost trust in the bank's security. It was consistent with his behavior and constant fear of death. That gave Albus an opportunity to steal it when she exited the bank. That was probably going to be the Order's highest priority in the near future. But that also meant that Voldemort was probably going to check for his other Horcruxes. With the diary, locket, and diadem destroyed, and his plans regarding the cup being already in place, the only ones left that could be dealt with were the ring, Nagini, and Harry himself. He couldn't do much about Harry and Nagini anytime soon, so the ring it was, specifically Death's ring. He wasn't sure about what it was until he saw a familiar symbol carved onto the stone in the Smith boy's drawing. He couldn't deny that he was drawn to it, to finally get the answers he craved about what happened that night, to say goodbye to Gellert one last time. Albus was so lost in thought that he barely registered the familiar cat patroness appearing in front of him and spoke in Minerva's voice, "Albus, Minister Fudge is in your office. He wants to see you." Albus suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. That man was truly useless. He had an inkling of what that was about and was in no mood to entertain the man, not after what he had done. Still, he got up and addressed his order, "It appears that we'll have to shelve this meeting for another time. I will be contacting you with the next meeting's date." 10 minutes later, the headmaster entered his office and saw Cornelius sitting down trying not to wilt at Minerva's stern gaze. The sight was so comical that he had to restrain himself from bursting into laughter. "Thank you, Minerva." The woman quickly noticed the dismissal in his tone and nodded, "Headmaster," before leaving. Albus walked to his desk and sat down. "What can I do for you, Cornelius? I was under the impression that you wanted nothing to do with me." "Nothing has changed. I won't stay here for long. There's just been a bit of pressure from the Wiesengamot for certain assurances." Well, wasn't that an understatement? Britain was probably the only country in Europe that hadn't declared a state of emergency, and that was for the same reason why Fudge refused to even consider Voldemort's return. The mere idea of a war just terrified the man to no end. There was a nugget of wisdom in all that cowardliness. War was a very terrible thing. Still, the Wiesengamot was probably pressuring him to get Albus to make some statement promising that he would stop Grindelwald should he ever come to Britain. There was no need for him to do anything, really. Gellert was dead, after all. The mere thought removed all the amusement he felt at Cornelius' obvious nervousness. Gellert's death hadn't been natural, else his body would have been found. Someone had killed him, someone Albus didn't know about. The mere thought of it was as unsettling as it was infuriating. Suppressing his feelings, Albus decided to humor the minister nonetheless. "Assurances? What are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me, Dumbledore. You know perfectly well that I'm talking about Grindelwald. Will you fight him when he comes? Now, why would I ever do that?" And just that statement made Fudge freeze in shock. "What? You see, you made it perfectly clear that you don't need me anymore. You removed most of my political power, not that I care much about it, to be honest, and you've done your best to slander me for the crime of warning you of a threat that you should have at least investigated. You said it multiple times that I'm an old senile man well past my prime. I will act only as headmaster of Hogwarts and will defend the castle from any attackers. However, I'm afraid that the rest of Britain is your responsibility, isn't it, Cornelius? You would let Grindelwald kill us all?" The minister asked with shock in your voice. "I'm doing exactly what you asked. I'm letting you deal with your problems yourselves. How dare you?" Albus gave the man a look that got him to visibly shiver in fright, stopping him from even continuing his sentence. "How dare I? Are you serious? You brought a horrible woman to this castle, hoping to assert your dominance for some reason. You chose a woman who barely knew any defensive magic, but also happened to be a thief and brought dark artifacts into a school. Now, I'm having to look for a new defense professor with no preparation because you decided to put politics into my school's administration. If you thought you'd find any help here, then you are severely mistaken. Dolores was acquitted by the goblins. They think she was used as a scapegoat. What of the cursed items in her office? Were those planted as well?" That shut the man up completely. Albus had very little patience left for the man, but he had to admit that Harold Smith's scheme had worked perfectly. From what the headmaster heard, the boy had stolen every single artifact she bought and instead of taking them or destroying them, had hidden them in her office behind some basic wards. It barely took 5 minutes for the Aurors to find the stash and they had no trouble proving that she had bought those things. According to Kingsley, it had taken an afternoon in Nocturne Alley for the DMLE to have more than enough proof to convict the woman. There was a trial set in a couple of months, and the horrid woman's chances were very slim. Still, if Albus didn't know that the Smith boy was a seer, he would have been suspicious by then. It was all too perfectly planned. From what he could guess, the boy had known that the theft would happen and that Umbridge would have been implicated in the theft anyway. Maybe he had even somehow arranged for her to be implicated as well, which was a far more worrying theory, even if it was unlikely. Nevertheless, the boy used this to arrange for her artifacts to be discovered when the Aurors inevitably investigated her. This type of long-term planning wasn't something that was commonly seen in teenagers, and it sort of impressed Albus how everything just went perfectly. His thoughts were interrupted by Cornelius. I may have made a mistake sending Dolores here, but you don't have to take it out on the innocent citizens of magical Britain. Then why don't you say that Grindelwald is dead too? That ought to calm them down. Is he? Albus shrugged. Who knows? But that's your problem, not mine. Goodbye, Cornelius. Now, wait just a minute. The minister replied. I said goodbye, Cornelius, he sternly replied. The minister gulped and meekly left the office, leaving Albus with his thoughts. He probably shouldn't have been so blunt with the fool, but to his defense, he had gotten a bit short-tempered ever since Gellert's death. There were just so many unanswered questions. After a while, he found himself opening a familiar journal, and staring at a certain ring. Maybe that could give him his answers? He just had to know what happened, and he would have had to go after it eventually. He knew the risks. Seeking the Hallows had brought him more grief than anything else. However, the need to understand, to get his answers, was too strong. He could speak to Ariana, finally knowing what happened that night. He could speak to Gellert, say goodbye, and know how he truly perished. It would remove a Horcrux from the board as well. Didn't Smith's prophecy say that the ring was Voldemort's mother's home? He already knew where that was. After a few minutes debating with himself, Albus finally steeled himself and operated to little Hangleton. I don't know if I portrayed Dumbledore well here. I wanted to make him grieve in his own way and make him a bit more short-tempered because of what happened, hence the interaction with Fudge. Not sure if I pulled it off. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 334, Disturbing the Pond. October 23, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. The world was going to shit. At least that was what Severus Snape was thinking as he brewed a bubbling potion in his office. It was a variation of the Wiggenweld potion that should be far more potent and heal very major wounds, even limiting certain magical effects from spreading, like a jinx or a curse. It would have probably been worth its weight in gold if he sold it to St. Mungo's. Healing potions were very varied, but they were also horribly expensive to make, in terms of both time and ingredients. Nicholas Flamel's equally miraculous and mysterious elixir of life aside, the most potent healing potion in history was the famed panacea, which was regarded as a myth until its discovery a couple of centuries back by a curse breaker in an expedition in ancient Greece. They had only been able to get mere droplets, but merely touching the potion was enough to regenerate limbs. No one knew how it was made, and potion masters spent almost 2 centuries studying it, unable to make heads or tails of the droplets that they were allowed to study, let alone replicate the feat. Still, it created an arms race of some sort towards healing potions, which still continued till now due to the heavy demand. The issue was never if a potion could be brewed to get a certain effect, it was mostly about if it was even worth brewing. A potion that took a year to brew, whose effect faded away a few days after it was brewed, and cost thousands of galleons in terms of ingredients alone to make, was simply not worth making. A complex potion that didn't take long was always preferable to a simple one that wasted too much time. It was the same in spell crafting. Most spells could theoretically be created, but if the magical cost exceeded most people's magic, then it was a pretty useless spell to make. Severus had gotten his potion mastery by creating a variation of the Wiggenweld potion that staved off the spread of dark magic. It was an invention that was used almost entirely in Europe and that had gotten him a fair bit of gold, as it was commonly used in law enforcement. It was funny, as much as everyone kept calling him a Death Eater, he had probably saved more Aurors with his invention than all the members of the Order combined. If he wasn't chained in this war between Dumbledore and Voldemort, he would have retired happily, investing his gold into creating more potions. Now, he was trying to modify it further to remove all magic, which would make this potion far more useful in a hospital and would certainly net him far more gold. It was a project he'd been working on for a couple of years, which he used to calm himself from the antics of the useless dunderheads he had to teach. Now, he was using it as a distraction from the way the world was slowly going to shit. The Dark Lord became far more short-tempered after the Gringotts robbery. Severus could still hear Lucius' screams as he was tortured, almost to insanity, because he gave him the news. For some reason, the Dark Lord became increasingly insistent on breaking his loyal followers from Azkaban, so he guessed that he was afraid that someone had robbed something that he entrusted to one of them. It was probably one of the Lestrange brothers or Bellatrix. They were the ones that were the most devoted to his cause, instead of using it as a way to indulge themselves or as a way to gain more power. Of course, if Dark Lord's temper was afire after the robbery, it became an entire inferno when the news of Gellert Grindelwald's escape reached him. Everyone was forced to work to their bones organizing forces, training what was essentially an army, just in case Grindelwald came to Britain. Thankfully, Severus' role as a spy spared him from much of the Dark Lord's mood. His position, as dangerous as it was, granted him an odd form of protection, with both Voldemort and Dumbledore wanting to protect him as their prized asset. The only silver lining was the fact that the Umbridge woman was gone, and wasn't that a relief? It had Smith's fingerprints all over it, and Severus was glad that he didn't antagonize the boy too much. He was certainly a ruthless one. Nevertheless, the woman's absence was very well received by students and staff alike. The idea of this useless woman judging his skills as a potion master and a professor grated on his nerves. So far, there haven't been any replacements for the post of defense professor or the High Inquisitor position. Dumbledore was still looking for one, and Fudge was obviously trying to find his own candidate to push as well. Both of them had a hard time finding any. For some reason, people didn't want to be in the middle of a spat between the ministry and the headmaster, while also staying in a cursed position. Anyway, Severus was using one of his few moments of privacy and calm to relax and work on his own potion. Imagine his surprise when Dumbledore appeared in his office with a loud crack and raised his left hand at him. He whispered in a rough but pained tone, "Severus." Any reply he had was stifled by the sight of the man's hand. He was wearing an odd ring, obviously cursed, and the flesh around it was slowly shrinking and turning black. A withering curse, then. He tried casting a counter curse and blanched as he realized that it wasn't working. This must not have been a usual withering curse. Damn, he'd need to analyze it quickly. As a quick measure, he grabbed some of the potions that staved off the spread of dark magic and pushed it into the headmaster's mouth. He quickly summoned his dragonhide gloves and carefully grabbed the ring from the man's finger. The blackened flesh had thankfully stopped spreading when he removed the curse, and the potion had worked enough to buy him some more time. Severus then took a deep breath and waved his wand, trying to detect what it was. What he saw made him shiver. This wasn't a normal flesh-withering curse, but an ancient Egyptian variant that was created before even wands were created. He had read about it once, out of curiosity, when he was allowed access to the forbidden section of the library after he became a professor. It was based on a ritual that required a human sacrifice, and the spell did not act as a physical spell would, but actively infected the user in a metaphysical manner. The hand was dead. If Albus had somehow grown a new one, it would have also had the same curse. Even if he used a prosthetic, it would wither and die as well. It was a form of magic that Severus frankly didn't understand, and the only reason the potion even worked was because the curse was using dark magic to spread. Severus gave the headmaster a pitying look. "There's not much I can do about this, Albus. I definitely can't heal what's already been damaged, only delay the curse's spread. You must have realized by now what this curse is. The curse of Anubis. It's very different to experience in person, I have to say. What possessed you to put on the damn ring? You must have known it was cursed." It wasn't exactly hard to figure out. Dumbledore sighed, a faint smile tugging at his lips despite the grim situation. "Curiosity, my dear Severus, and perhaps a touch of arrogance. I thought I could handle it, that I could unravel its secrets without consequence. I underestimated its power, and now it seems I must pay the price." His eyes, usually twinkling with mischief, were dull, reflecting the weight of his burden. "Can you help me hold it at bay long enough to take care of some unfinished business? You'll need to take my potion regularly, but the curse will start adapting to it. It's hard to make an estimate, but if I don't figure out another potion that works of different principles that would stave off dark magic, I don't see you lasting more than a year. Even if I do figure something out, I'll need to keep looking at new ways of stopping the curse since it would adapt to anything over time. It'll be a race against time, until the rest of your days. An apt punishment, don't you think?" A voice answered from behind them. With blinding speed, Albus jumped and cast a white spell that Severus had no idea what it was, towards where the voice was. His eyes widened as he recognized that it was Harold Smith, the resident seer that he had tricked. The spell was about to hit the boy, only to go through him. The headmaster's eyes widened as he felt his wand fly from his arm, thanks to a spell from his back. Severus also noticed that he couldn't move either of his arms or legs. Damn it, he hadn't even felt a spell. Was the boy using an illusion there too? That theory was proven to be incorrect as the boy casually grabbed the wand from the air. For some reason, Dumbledore looked shocked at that. "What have you done?" The boy looked smug for a fraction of a second as he touched the headmaster's wand. I have to say, I kinda understand now why people have fought wars over this thing. So much death, for this little thing here. Now, don't worry, I'm not going to attack you, I just assumed you'd come to see me in the future, so I decided to get through this early. So, Dumbledore, how was your trip? You knew that the ring was cursed. You knew that I would be drawn to it, that I wouldn't try to resist the compulsion charm. You knew that this ring would be my end. I did, the boy agreed but did not give him any justification. And yet, you let it happen. Why? Smith snorted at that. Let it happen? I warned you not to trust prophecies foolishly. I warned you not to meddle and that it wouldn't end well. It's not my fault that you ignored them, after all. But don't be too heartbroken about it. I didn't exactly kill you. If I hadn't said anything, you would have found the ring somewhere in June all on your own. All I did was give you a little push. Even then, you were practically asking for it, getting Snape of all people to steal my journal. Severus couldn't help but ask, but why? Why do any of this? Why kill the headmaster? That's the thing, I didn't do anything. You were the one who stole my diary. Dumbledore was the one who took the prophecies inside as gospel. I also didn't make him go get that ring and I definitely didn't make him put it on. His current state is nothing but the results of his decisions after all. I didn't choose any desired outcome, it was all you. I just knew what was going to happen before it did and didn't stop you. Who are you to decide who lives and who dies? Severus growled, visibly getting angry at the boy's nonchalance over killing him. Who do you think you are? You're no god, just a brat who sees the future. And what right did Dumbledore have when he meddled in Harry Potter's life? What right did he have when he left him with those horrible people, where he was treated like trash? What right did he have when he raised him as a lamb for slaughter, a martyr that would die at the proper moment? It was the best out of far more horrible options. I had no choice but to do that. I didn't want to, but the boy must die either way. The prophecy says so, and you see yourself what his scar is. My choices, as difficult as they were, always were made with the greater good of the magical world in mind. It is my burden because no one else wants to do it. And what makes you think that what happened today isn't for the greater good? Smith retorted, actually causing Dumbledore to freeze and gape. You're joking, right? The potion master retorted, you doomed us all with this. Without Dumbledore, no one would be able to stop the Dark Lord. He will take over this country and maybe even start a war with the continent. Now, Professor Snape, there's no need to be so defeatist. I told you that Dumbledore was always going to die anyway. You were going to be faced with the exact same dilemma in a year, I just made it happen a bit sooner. Who knows, maybe the power of love or whatever would kill Voldemort accidentally. Or maybe, this would get the man's ass into gear, and he'll actively start to fight Voldemort. People tend to get things done when they're dying. The boy looked at their incredulous faces and smiled in amusement. Don't worry, I don't expect you to understand, not for a little while, at least. Although I have to say, you're taking this remarkably well. Sure, your song is ending, but at least you won't be alone. You'll have them to speak to, and I think deep down, you think that your dying in exchange was a worthy trade. Now, I came here to give you a few simple answers. No, you won't be able to be cured of this curse, not ever. You will also find no comfort in the stone, even if it's something you think you crave. My advice to you is to make a choice on how to spend the rest of your life. You could retire and do something you enjoy for once without catering to other people's expectations, or you could do your best to save this nation from Voldemort. Choose one. You don't have enough time to make compromises, and do it decisively. Try to die without regrets. Dumbledore nodded solemnly, even if his eyes were very focused. I see the wisdom in that. No one knows something's true value until it's gone forever. What of my wand? I think I'll keep it. One hallow for another. It seems like a justified trade, isn't it? This wand will cause you nothing but sorrows and death, the headmaster commented. I know, but I'll take my chances. Anyway, live your life, Albus Dumbledore, and live it well. After all, you know what they say, to a well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. And with that done, he simply left, leaving a perplexed potion master who barely understood half of the conversation and a solemn Albus Dumbledore who was preparing himself for the inevitability of his death. I'm not really sure about this one. I don't know if I characterized Dumbledore and Harry well enough. I wanted the headmaster to be solemn but not afraid of dying, a bit like how he was in canon. As for Harry, he was laying one of the last parts of his plan, even if it wasn't shown. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. I don't mind rewriting this one if you don't like it. Like I said, I'm not entirely sure about it either. Chapter 335, A Favours Ode. October 25, 1995, Wiltshire, Earth 2. The manor loomed ahead, an opulent testament to wealth and power, its gleaming white walls bathed in the golden light of the afternoon sun. The sprawling estate stretched before him like a small French palace, with perfectly manicured gardens and ornate wrought iron gates that framed the grand entrance. Towers rose from each corner, their elegant spires piercing the sky, while tall windows glistened like crystal, reflecting the rich greenery that surrounded the estate. The facade was adorned with intricate stone carvings, each detail seemingly designed to impress, if not intimidate. It stood in stark contrast to the rugged English countryside that surrounded it, a symbol of grandeur and exclusivity nestled in the heart of nowhere. Yes, that was exactly what Harry imagined a Malfoy's residence to be. He hadn't seen its counterpart in his own universe, but he imagined it was much the same. It was funny, really, that the Malfoys, who were chased out of France, liked to showcase their French ancestry so much, even when its current patriarch was practically the most influential man in magical Britain. Nevertheless, it also happened to be where Voldemort was hiding. It hadn't been hard to sneak in a little tracking charm on Snape's clothes, which he hid by using the man's own signature, making it seem like it was some charm he cast himself. He then noticed that he went to this manor extremely frequently, meaning that this was where the Dark Lord was holed up. It made sense. Lord Voldemort relished in his control over powerful men with old families, and what better way to show that than to stay in a Malfoy's residence as a semi-permanent guest. Anyway, Harry had a plan to execute, and it didn't necessitate him staying in the night. He was almost ready to go home, and time was of the essence. He couldn't have any unforeseen surprises. Deciding to just go through with it, Harry quickly turned into a raven and used his invisibility cloak to bypass the wards. It was something that he noticed he could do after experimenting a bit. He had wanted to be able to cast magic in his avian form, but for the life of him, he could not. There was just something fundamentally different between this form and the human one that made him unable to shape magic into any precise form. However, his invisibility cloak was an artifact bound to him and was activated using his soul. Even as a raven, his soul was still his own, and thus he could use the cloak without issues. Flight, invisibility, and intangibility were already an overpowered combination, even if it would have been amazing to be able to create portals while he was flying. Still, there was something fundamentally different about flying on his own power. There was a raw sense of freedom in it, a connection to the wind and sky that no broomstick or enchanted object could replicate. The beat of his wings felt instinctive, natural as if he had been born to the air. Every gust of wind brushed against his feathers, and he adjusted without thought, weaving effortlessly through the treetops. The weightlessness, the speed, it was exhilarating, and for a moment, he forgot the danger he was in. But the urgency of his mission quickly pulled him back to reality. He swooped low, skimming just above the ground as the manor's grand silhouette loomed larger in the distance, his sharp raven eyes scanning for any signs of movement. There was no room for error, especially considering how close he was to achieving his goal. As he flew invisibly into the air, he activated his connection to the resurrection stone and focused his arcane hearing to only hear the souls around him. He didn't know if a raven could flinch, but he was pretty damn close. Almost every single person in the manor held some form of darkness. Their souls were filled with malice, rage, and sadism. They were actually happy that the monster was back, that they would return to torturing and killing the people they thought to be lesser. And of course, there was Voldemort himself, whose soul was just as broken as the man in Harry's dimension. However, Harry didn't care about that, he was looking for someone else entirely. He traced back any connection to Voldemort and finally, he found her. Nagini. The giant serpent was napping in the garden. It was surprising how complex her soul was. It wasn't human, but it could have been before it was influenced by her own nature as a snake. There was also a portion of a soul that was not hers but was fully integrated into her own soul. It was definitely done more properly than the one in his counterpart's Scar. It was far more rigid, far better connected. To be fair, his counterpart's blood protection could have done its best to destabilize the Horcrux in his Scar. It didn't matter either way. Harry quickly turned back into a human and froze time around the sleeping snake. Afterwards, the only thing that remained was for him to craft his spell and be done with it. It wasn't much, just a small enchantment that would kill her if he activated it. It was easy to hide it with the signature of Voldemort's Horcrux. All in all, the whole thing was just around 10 minutes of work, and he had guaranteed that he could destroy Voldemort's most protected Horcrux. Harry quickly deactivated the time-freezing charm and turned back into his raven form. Nagini stiffened in her sleep, suddenly waking up and looking around. She must have felt something, but she quickly rolled back into herself and continued to sleep. Well, that was his mission complete. Just as he made his way to leave, he noticed something. An animal with a human soul was moving around the garden. It must have been Wormtail. An idea sprung into Harry's mind, and he quickly considered its viability. He quickly used the Elder Wand to conjure a glass jar and enchanted it to be unbreakable. The wand made his conjuration to be almost permanent, and Harry understood quickly enough why this wand was so sought after. The Elder Wand was lesser than the one in Harry's dimension. All of the Hallows were, really. Oh, they were beautiful artifacts, don't get him wrong, but they weren't otherworldly. For example, Harry's cloak was far superior to that of his counterpart. He discreetly studied it and found that there were no magical bindings on it. It was just an invisibility cloak that worked very well, and whose enchantments anchored the very concept of being unseen. It didn't let anyone phase, like Harry's own, could, or just walk past wards. The stone was similar. It was very cleverly designed. It was an elaborate predictive artifact that took one's memories of someone and predicted what they would have been like after death. It didn't use any soul magic. It was a fake, but a very clever one at that. Harry never really got to study his world's Elder Wand. Dumbledore had safeguarded it very well, and his connection to the light just made it very hard for Harry to use his arcane hearing to analyze the man's possessions. However, the wand in Harry's hand was a very powerful magical sponge, of some sort. It actively stored the user's power. It was very imperceptible, but the wand itself grew magical reserves of some sort, which the user could tap into to overwhelm any spell. The longer the wand was used, the more powerful it became. It was also a very clever design, probably meant to be passed down into a family, making each generation more powerful than the previous one. It was a very powerful artifact that he didn't regret taking from this world's Dumbledore. He regretted a few things about how he spoke with the man. He was a bit confrontational with the man. It was unnecessary, but every time Harry looked at the man, he saw his own version of Dumbledore, of the man that had tried to kill him, that had destroyed lives trying to create a fake utopia. He would admit to being biased against the man, at the very least. It was only the fact that this Dumbledore was not protected from Harry's arcane hearing that he understood that they were fundamentally different. It was truly a wonder just how much the light warped Dumbledore into a monster, while his counterpart, while very manipulative and had his own share of control issues, was a relatively good man. Oh, he made some very disturbing choices and would have never stopped preparing the world for Voldemort, even if Harry had killed him. He was inflexible when it came to his plans and his belief in prophecy. He would have believed that Voldemort would return and would have continued molding Harry's counterpart into the necessary martyr, just like he planned. It was his nature, his very core. It was the main reason why he didn't regret the man's incoming death. The world needed to move on, and Dumbledore was an anchor to the past. When he left, he would leave a world without Voldemort, Dumbledore, or Grindelwald. It would be a new world without any major magical superpower. The future would be in the hands of the next generation of wizards and witches. Even in Dumbledore's case, it was a good death, as far as deaths go, even if his companions, Grindelwald and Ariana alike, would have been nothing more than elaborate illusions from his own memories of them. It gave him time to make up with his brothers and for him to put his affairs in order. In a way, he was also free from the responsibilities of the Elder Wand, which was a very formidable weapon that he feared falling into the wrong hands. As proof of that, while the jar Harry conjured wasn't permanent, it would last for centuries. The unbreakable charm could only be overwhelmed with hundreds of spells cast at once. Still, it wasn't the time to admire his work. Harry flew towards the rat Animagus and turned back into a human. He cast a small sleeping charm, and the rat fell unconscious. He quickly put him into the jar and locked it firmly, before walking away. Once he left the property, he conjured a portal to his meet-up with Sirius. The dog Animagus had proved himself to be a very valuable ally. His tutelage when he learned the Animagus transformation was very valuable, but also pretty personal. It was what he expected an older friend to be like. The man was scarred by his time in Azkaban, but that made him treasure his friends even more. The last Black transformed from his form easily enough, so, how did it go? Very well. The snake should die the moment I activate the enchantment. I can't believe you snuck into Voldemort's stronghold and put a curse on his familiar. I wish I could have come with you. It would have been better than staying in that horrible home, he grumbled. Harry rolled his eyes. It was an enchantment, not a curse, and the Death Eaters know your animagus form. You'd have been caught in minutes. Let's be honest, stealth is not your strong suit. But to make up for your lack of excitement, I got you a little gift. Sirius grinned widely. Please tell me you nicked one of Malfoy's artifacts. He kept bragging all about them when we were in school. No, something a bit better, Harry responded while taking out the small jar. Is that? The former inmate asked. Yes, Wormtail, in the flesh. I caught him in his form when I was getting out and decided he would make a nice goodbye present. The grin on Sirius' face was bloodthirsty and Harry stopped him. Sirius. I didn't bring him to you to kill, even if he deserves it. You could kill him later. No, I brought the rat here because once I'm done when Voldemort's dead and I go home, you'll be able to use him to get your freedom and get custody over your godson properly. I think a lifetime together is far better than a single moment of satisfaction, don't you? That made the dog animagus freeze. I could take care of Harry. With Voldemort gone, you wouldn't even need to stay in your childhood home. You could buy a new house just for the two of you, even take him on a vacation. Rome was beautiful in my universe when I went there. It probably would be here too. Maybe even take him to a beach in France. All you have to do is use the opportunity that I'm giving you on a silver platter. There's no need to be reckless. Won't Voldemort find him? He'll notice that Wormtail isn't around, and he can track down his followers. I enchanted this jar myself. It'll keep Pettigrew in a very deep sleep, almost like a draft of living death. No form of scrying will ever detect it as long as the lid is closed, and it's going to be unbreakable. As for Voldemort, he'll probably assume that Pettigrew ran away and he'll try to hunt him down. It would make sense, after all, the rat's a known coward. Sirius gave Harry a grateful look. I don't know what to say. It's nothing. Just a small show of gratitude. The last couple of months were strangely relaxing, all things considered, and I am glad to have known you, Sirius Black. You're saying goodbye, aren't you? Harry nodded. You always were sharper than you looked. I don't think it's likely that we'll ever see each other again, and this was the best way I could see to repay you for your help. Have a good and long life, Sirius Black. You too, Harry, the man retorted. Harry smiled and thought back to his plan. That was Nagini handled, which left Harry with one final loose end, specifically his own counterpart's scar. Thankfully, he had a plan. And I decided to throw Sirius a bone. I'm not sure about this being a good enough goodbye between the two, or if I should have made it more emotional, but that didn't seem to suit Harry's personality a bit. I don't really mind rewriting this one if it didn't land like I wanted it to, so please let me know if you like it or not and if you have any suggestions for future chapters before the arc ends. Chapter 336, The Last Round. October 29, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. In Harry Potter's humble opinion, things had changed too much in just a few weeks. Umbridge was arrested for robbing Gringotts of all things, Grindelwald had apparently escaped Nurmengard, and Albus Dumbledore hadn't been in the Great Hall ever since his fated enemy's escape. Most people thought that he was out searching for Grindelwald, trying to defeat him before the Dark Lord raised another army and brought Europe into another war. Funnily enough, ever since the news of the former Dark Lord's escape became well known, attendance for his new defense club almost doubled. He had to stifle a bitter chuckle at that. It was funny that people stopped harassing him about saying that Voldemort was back when another Dark Lord escaped too. Maybe now they were finally beginning to understand what he'd been warning them about for the past year, even if it was about another Dark Lord. The fear in their eyes was palpable, and Harry couldn't help but feel a twinge of satisfaction, despite the gravity of the situation. But deep down, he knew this wasn't what he wanted, not validation born out of terror. The Daily Prophet stopped slandering him. After all, Fudge couldn't really deny Grindelwald's return. He'd have been mocked on the international scene if he did that, and the ICW was definitely not going to let that stand. Instead, he increased the funding of the DMLE, which started a hiring spree, and organized patrols all over the country to provide security. The problem that came with that was that Aurors weren't exactly free to come to teach at Hogwarts, and the students found themselves with no actual defense professor ever since Umbridge was arrested. There were rumors that Dumbledore was going to teach the material himself, but Grindelwald's escape made him busy as well. Harry couldn't really blame the headmaster. If he had beaten Voldemort and put him in prison, only to find out that he escaped years later, he'd be busy hunting him down too. Not that he could beat Voldemort. What happened in the third task was proof enough that he couldn't. The only reason he escaped was through pure luck because their wands were brothers. Nevertheless, it was time for the part of his day that he looked forward to every day, his lessons with Harold. The new student was a fountain of information, both magical and political, and Harry could feel himself getting better with every session. For some reason, he felt some kind of kinship with Harold. It was something that he couldn't really put into words, but he wasn't really a trustful person, the Dursleys saw to that. However, the moment his eyes met Harold's, he knew that he could trust the other boy. And boy, was his trust rewarded. Harry was taught magic that he never even heard about, and learned elemental spells and dueling tips that made him a far better fighter than he had just a couple of months prior. And yet, Harry knew that he barely scratched the surface of what Harold could teach him. It was more than a little intimidating to see someone his age be this powerful and this knowledgeable. This was also the guy who got Fudge to arrest his undersecretary. Harry had no idea how he pulled that off, especially how he got the goblins to think she robbed Gringotts seriously, who thought that was even plausible. Nevertheless, the woman was mostly arrested because of the artifacts Harold kept stealing from her, only for him to have hidden them in her own office. Deciding to focus on the task at hand, Harry walked to their usual training room and found the other boy sitting in a chair. "So, what are we doing today?" Smith gave him a sympathetic look. "We're not doing magic today. I'm going to ask you for something weird and I need you to trust me enough not to blow up in my face." "You're making me uncomfortable, Harold. What is it?" "I need to study your scar for a bit. It's sort of important." Harry stiffened at that. "What do you mean important?" "I have a theory about what it is, and if I'm right, and I hope I'm not, it's going to be a very dangerous thing." His scar being dangerous? What was he on about? Sure, it has been faintly stinging ever since Voldemort returned and the dreams were very unsettling, to say the least. But it was a very good Voldemort warning system, even if made it unbearable to be in the man's presence for long. Still, he had lived for over a decade with this scar, and he was fine. Even if he wished it could be removed somehow, the symbol of his parents' death for his sake. However, his gut told him to trust Harold and it hasn't been wrong yet. "Fine, but what's your theory?" The other boy nodded and started to wave his wand. Harry felt some small tingles on his forehead but nothing really uncomfortable. As he did this, Harold spoke up. "What do you know about your scar?" "Dumbledore said that it was a connection between the two of us, that it has a bit of Voldemort's talent, which is why I'm a Parselmouth. I can sometimes feel when he's near, or when he's angry. It burns when I do that." He isn't exactly wrong about that. Your scar is a connection between you and Voldemort, but that's not it. It's far more than just that. Harry couldn't help but gulp at that. "What is it?" "You have to understand, that when he tried to kill you using the killing curse, it backfired. The killing curse affects the soul itself. It forces it to leave the body, which causes the victims to die instantly. However, Voldemort did something to stop his soul from leaving. I heard rumors of him bragging about being immortal, and his being back is proof enough of that. The things that anchored Voldemort to life did a good enough job to stop him from moving on, even if he was barely more than a shade, but the spell still pushed his soul out. Like an elastic band, most of his soul was pulled back into the material realm, but a part of him was ripped apart by the impact. This small piece of soul, which didn't have anything to anchor, was about to fade away. It needed a living body, another soul to power it, and Voldemort's body was already gone. Instead of dying, in just a fraction of a second, it sought out the only living thing it could find, a small baby who had a small scar on his head, a scar that was linked directly to his soul due to the nature of the spell that caused it. As Harold spoke up, Harry felt the air he breathed become more oppressive. He wanted to say something, but his mouth just refused to say anything. Thankfully, the other boy wasn't looking for a response and just continued. "Normally, the soul shard would have sucked your small unformed one completely dry and starved itself out of existence. It would have killed you both. But your mother's sacrifice was powerful enough to stop it, a very potent form of blood magic that was made to protect you directly from Voldemort, and the small piece of soul still counted. It made sure that the two of you were separate, even if the soul shard took a small fragment of your life force to sustain itself. So, Voldemort can't die as long as I have it." "Yes. I was currently trying to see if the scar was the actual soul shard, but it was just its physical manifestation. If I were to cut that piece of skin and regrow a new one, the scar would still be there. It's even a bit worse than that. Your mother's sacrifice was to protect her child from Voldemort. That last part is very important. It created a limit on the protection, making it far more potent as long as you're a child, but if I had to guess, when you're 17, the magic would start to slowly disappear, and with that, the soul shard will suck your life force dry. Harry's hands were clammy, and can't you remove it? You're a very special case, Harry. No one has ever been in your position. An accidental soul shard unsuccessfully possessing a baby thanks to a powerful blood-anchored sacrifice, is not something that happened before. Ever. The only good thing is that your mother's protection is potent enough to keep you and the soul shard's connection to your own soul to be spotty at best. Normally, you'd have needed to die for the piece of soul to be destroyed, but I have a plan. Like a drowning man seeing land, Harry grasped into the small hope offered to him. What is it? It's a long shot, but it should work. You need to be hit with a weakened killing curse by Voldemort. Harry couldn't help but burst into laughter at that. Wouldn't that, kill me? The other boy shook his head. Normally, yes. However, you have to understand the ritual Voldemort used for his rebirth. He used your blood to trick the protection that he was a part of you. It circumvented the protection, but it's still there. After all, its purpose isn't to protect you from yourself, just from Voldemort. The trick is that by doing this, Voldemort also anchored you to his survival. Your blood protection wouldn't let your soul depart easily while a part of it still existed elsewhere. Unfortunately, a fully powered killing curse would just overwhelm the magic and kill both of you. Voldemort would be robbed of his new body, and you would be dead. Now, a weakened killing curse, if it's not strong enough to kill two people at once, that's something that you could theoretically survive. Now, what would happen if someone tweaked the protections a bit, made it so any killing curse would hit the scar first, and then go through you? The soul fragment would be like a paper-thin shield that would be destroyed by the killing curse first, and if you survive the rest of the curse, then you'll be free of it forever. It's all very far-fetched, Harold. And how exactly are you planning on tweaking my mother's blood protection? Harry asked. He knew that the other boy was a very good wizard, but what his mother did baffled experts from all over the world. Like this, he returned before he pressed his palm quickly into Harry's chest. It burned, that was the first thought in his head, which spread all around him, like fire in his veins, before being localized to his scar, which burned as well. Somehow, the stinging he felt since Voldemort's return faded away slightly, and the burning cooled seconds later. When he opened his eyes, Harry noticed a small raven tattoo on his right arm. What the fuck was that? Harold simply shrugged. I have a passing understanding of blood magic. I added the redirection logic towards your scar in exchange for reducing the protection by a year. I also created a small barrier between you and the scar. It's not much, but it's enough to spare you the pain if you meet Voldemort again. Harry felt betrayed by that. You messed with my mum's protection. Yes, but I did it to give you your best chance at survival. Now, you only have to be hit with a low-powered killing curse. It would be better that Voldemort himself cast it. The blood protection was made against him. Even if his body is seen as a part of yours, his soul is not, and neither is his magic. Your protections are just more efficient against spells cast by him. Even if it's just a small percent, you'll still have a far better chance at survival. Yeah, Harry replied sarcastically, because all I have to do is let Voldemort kill me. And even then, I have to hope that he somehow messes up the spell he cast 1,000 times. For some reason, I don't see him holding back when he tries to kill me. I'll handle the spell's power, so don't worry about it. You're absolutely mental. I'm going to Dumbledore. He'll fix whatever you did to my mum's protection. Harry felt himself being frozen slightly. Dumbledore's plan is to get you to kill yourself, hoping that fate would somehow save you. When he could move again, the boy who lived cast a spear of lightning at his former friend, which dissipated into nothing. You're lying. How do you know I am? You're trusting Dumbledore without even thinking about it. Have you ever considered that you don't even know him, who he truly is? I know him enough, Harry responded. No, you don't. And you shouldn't trust him so easily. But that's beside the point. I'm giving you a chance at actually killing Voldemort. Not in a decade, not in a year, not even in a month, just a few days. All I'm asking you is to go along with a plan that could save thousands of lives, and maybe even your own. There would be no war. Your friends would all be safe in the castle and wouldn't end up fighting for you, wouldn't end up dying for you. I'm giving an actual chance at living a normal life without experiencing war. You're asking me to kill myself. Smith rolled his eyes. I'm asking you to be logical about things. Your options are to either get hit with a killing curse now with a high chance of survival, get hit by one later, fight a war and probably be hit with a killing curse with a lower chance of survival, or just stay alive for a few years until your mother's protection fades away and you die, for real this time, as the soul shard drains your life force dry. The more you wait, the lower your chances of survival are. What I'm proposing is your best option. They're all pretty bad, but this is the one you have the highest chance at surviving. Just stay away from me. Harry yelled. The other boy gave him an exasperated look. I don't have time for this and I can't afford to let you ruin months of work because of your childishness. This is exactly why I wanted not to tell you anything, you're so damn short-sighted sometimes. You know what, maybe he'll be able to convince you. Harry barely had any time to think before his housemate turned into a raven. Hundreds of the same birds encircled him until he couldn't even see the room's walls. Slowly, as the birds dissipated, Harry realized that he wasn't in the castle anymore. He heard a crack signifying that someone arrived, and a familiar voice that got him to freeze, Harold. I just got your message while I was in the middle of a meeting, so you better make it quick. Nothing much. I just need you to convince your godson to go through with my plan. Harry's here. His godfather ran with an excited tone. However, Harry didn't have any of it and pointed his wand at the two of them. Stay back. Sirius raised his hands. That's not exactly the welcome I expected from you, Harry. Well, I didn't expect you to be betraying the order. Betraying the order? Harold and I are working to kill Voldemort. Permanently. Harry rolled his eyes, and that includes me being hit with a killing curse too. Sirius turned towards the other boy and glared, seriously? When you said you had a plan to destroy the Horcrux in his scar, I expected it to be better than just firing a killing curse at him. In the meantime, Harry's godson walked in front of him, as if he was guarding him from danger. For fuck's sake, Sirius. I'm not going to fire a killing curse at him. What I'm talking about is a tweaked version of the killing curse that's too weak to bypass his mother's protection while destroying the Horcrux. I can give you the fucking arithmancy. It's his only shot at surviving past his 20s without his mother's protection. We'll talk about this later, Sirius replied while still glaring only to soften when he looked at Harry. I'll ask the specifics, but if Harold says it's the only way, it probably is. If only he didn't keep these kinds of secrets. Smith took offense to that. Hey, I didn't keep it a secret. I told you exactly what was in the scar and I had dozens of different plans depending on my analysis of the scar. If I wanted to lie, I wouldn't have said anything and just tied him up somewhere and tricked Voldemort into killing him. His chances of survival would have been lower since there's a bit of willpower needed to not succumb to death, but it was still a viable option. And you and I know that if I would spend a lot less effort if I wanted to kill him. I know you mean well, Harold, but you should have told me about this plan in particular. I'm just being efficient. I could have just as easily arranged for him to be hit with a killing curse anyway. I came to him and spoke to him honestly despite the fact that I was taking a risk if he refused. I'm risking my own life because it gave your godson better odds at survival. You know what will happen if I'm still stuck in this place if I don't go home. So, excuse me if I wasn't delicate and thoughtful enough to care about both your feelings when I'm fucking risking my own hide to save his fucking life. You're seriously saying that I should trust that guy? Harry asked with a sarcastic voice. Harold seemed amused by that question. I am the person you can trust the most. After all, I am you. Harold's face slowly morphed when he finished speaking. His brown eyes and hazel eyes turned into a familiar black shaggy hair and his mother's green eyes. In front of him was an almost exact version of himself staring back at him impatiently. However, what drew Harry the most was the distinct lack of scar on the boy's forehead. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What the fuck?" I'm not sure about just coming out and telling Ken and Harry everything just before it happens, but I wrote it because I thought that his perspective while interacting with his counterpart honestly is going to be nice. Anyway, I know that I made Harry a bit too blunt, but there's a reason for that, which is explored in the next chapter. I'll admit that I rushed this a bit. It's mostly because it could have dragged out a lot and I didn't want to risk it. I still think I forced things a bit too much, so I might rewrite it depending on your feedback. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 337, Conflicting Doubles. October 29, 1995, London, Earth 2. In front of him was an almost exact version of himself staring back at him impatiently. However, what drew Harry the most was the distinct lack of scar on the boy's forehead. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What the fuck?" Harold seemed annoyed for a fraction of a second before sighing, "Look, Sirius, why don't you clue him in? I need to finish up my preparations." "Fine, but the three of us will have a proper conversation after we're done." After giving him a faint nod, the other boy left, leaving Harry with his godfather. He would admit to still being flabbergasted by what he just saw. "Padfoot, what the hell is going on? What is this place? This is a nice little house in London that we warded. We've been using it as our headquarters since Grimwald Place is under a Fidelius and Harold can't get in. As for the whole situation, he's not lying. It's pretty complicated and I admit that I don't really understand how it happened. Harold tried to explain it, but I could barely keep up for the first couple of sentences. I was completely lost afterwards. But he's telling the truth in full. He really is you, just a different version." "A different version?" The dog Animagus grinned, "A different universe where things are different. He wants to go home. He's planning a ritual to do that on Halloween and he needs to kill Voldemort for that to work. I know it sounds far-fetched, but it is the complete truth. And he's angry because I won't go through with it. That he'll be stuck here. No, he's angry because he will die if he stays here for so much. To be fair, he wasn't exactly gentle with it. He's been a bit stressed the closer we got to Halloween. He's put a lot of effort into this, months, really, and he's more than a little nervous. It took me a little while to understand him and he's not really good with people and he doesn't like not knowing things. He put so much effort into his plan to go home and he's pretty frustrated that it all hinges on someone else's decision." He could sort of understand why Harold was so brusque with him if it was all true. However, Harry couldn't help but wonder if the boy who he befriended at Hogwarts was nothing more than a mask to get him to make this decision. "Are you sure he's not pulling your chain, Sirius? He could be a metamorphmagus like Tonks or even use polyjuice to look like me. His story is a bit far-fetched, and that's downplaying it." Sirius shook his head, "I wish he was. It would have been a lot simpler. Unfortunately, he knew things that no one else did, things about my dead brother. He also proved to me that what he said about how Voldemort survived wasn't wrong. He literally destroyed a part of Voldemort's soul in front of me. I was pretty convinced after seeing that. There are other objects that are like my scar." Harry yelled, his heart beating heavily. "Yes. He didn't tell you about that. There are 7, including your scar. You destroyed one of them in your second year, a diary, I think. We've been hunting the others. There are 2 left, your scar and Voldemort's snake. We have the snake covered, the only issue we have is your scar." "So, he wasn't lying?" "No, he wasn't," Sirius answered solemnly. "To be honest, I've been having doubts since you can apparently see through Voldemort's eyes sometimes. That's not normal. I didn't know what the hell it was, but a partial possession, connected to another soul could be possible. I'm not exactly an expert in soul magic, but it does make a lot of sense. So, he was right. For Voldemort to become mortal, I have to die first." Harold's familiar voice retorted from behind him, "No, that's exactly the point of me telling you. I'm literally giving you a way out, the only way out, really. The main point is for you not to die." Sirius commented, "Something that you could have said something about." "Seriously, Harold? You want him to tank a fucking killing curse? A heavily weakened one, yes. I can't exactly whip up a ritual out of nowhere to remove it. I'm not a miracle worker. And it wasn't like this was my main plan. It depended on what I could find when studying the scar. Thankfully, the soul shard wasn't as well integrated as the one in the snake, but it's not as spotty as I'd like it to be, not enough for me to easily try to separate the two without killing you. Ironically, the killing curse is the safest option in the bunch. If I can weaken the spell significantly, you could theoretically survive it. It'll depend on your will mostly." Harry couldn't believe what he was hearing, especially that Sirius was nodding. He turned towards his godfather outraged and yelled out, "You're seriously thinking about this? He's talking about me being hit with a killing curse. For fuck's sake, man! What's wrong with you? I'm giving you everything you want on a silver platter. I'm giving you a world without Voldemort or Grindelwald, and where Dumbledore won't interfere in your life. You'll be free to do what you want and live how you want. If this works, you won't have to go to the Dursleys again. You could just stay with Sirius, actually, live with him after the ministry clears his name. Clears his name? Harry mumbled. What was he talking about? Sirius gave him a wide smile. We have Wormtail. Harold gave him to me as a goodbye present. After Voldemort is dead, we can give him to the DMLE to clear my name. I'll be free, Harry. That struck Harry speechless. He stared at Sirius, trying to process the enormity of what he just heard. Wormtail Peter Pettigrew was alive and in their hands? The man who had betrayed his parents, the real reason Sirius had been locked up all these years, could finally face justice. It seemed too good to be true, like a dream Harry had wished for but never dared to believe in. You mean it? Harry stammered, his throat suddenly tight. You really have him? Harold nodded this time and spoke up, yes. I found him while on a mission in Malfoy Manor. I decided to take the opportunity in front of me and it worked. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. I broke into Gringotts and Malfoy Manor, fought undead snakes, and in fury. There was even a dragon protecting the vault in Gringotts. I got the ministry to be so distracted with Umbridge being arrested and Fudge running around worried about Grindelwald coming for them when the man is dead. When was the last time you saw a bad article written about you in the Daily Prophet? I handled most of the heavy work for you. All I'm asking is for you to be brave, to let the man hit you with a simple spell. All I'm asking is for you to trust me enough that the plan will work, that the thing in your scar will be gone. Can you imagine Voldemort being finally gone from your life forever, in just a few days? No more attacks every year. No more bad dreams. No more burning scars. Just Harry. Isn't that nice? It did sound awfully nice. But something about it gnawed at Harry. Everything Harold was saying, the infiltrations, the battles, the manipulation of the ministry and the media, it was incredible, almost too incredible. And that's what made him hesitate. Could he really trust this plan? Could he trust Harold? The idea of Voldemort being gone, truly gone, without a trace, was like a weight, lifting from his chest, but the mention of the killing curse, the soul shard, it made him uneasy. He couldn't help but shiver every time he remembered that sickly bright green light. Sirius put his hand on his shoulder reassuringly. How risky is it? It's more likely than not that he would survive, and believe me, those odds are very much in his favor, especially compared to your odds if he actually ends up fighting a war against Voldemort. The thing is that he'll need to choose to return to the living, and not stay dead. It's his willpower that will decide whether he lives or dies. It will depend entirely on him, nothing more. There's a reason why I arranged for everything to go well for him. I built him a life worth coming back to. He'll have you, his friends, his family, and no Dark Lord threatening them. He could just enjoy his years in school, date a few nice girls and actually live. It's also why I decided to tell him about it. Choosing to sacrifice himself to kill Voldemort, the very risk he's knowingly taking, makes it far more likely that he survives. Harry didn't look convinced, but the other boy continued, you're going to have to get rid of the Horcrux eventually, and those are the best odds you'll ever have of living past it. You could be lying, Harry protested weakly. However, instead of replying, trying to convince him again, Harold put his wand to his temple, like Dumbledore did when he used his pensieve and waved his wand. Immediately, their surroundings morphed into the familiar office of Severus Snape, where a pained Dumbledore was being treated by the potion master who was also arguing with Harold. He could hear his housemate's voice like a faint echo, and what right did Dumbledore have when he meddled in Harry Potter's life? What right did he have when he left him with those horrible people, where he was treated like trash? What right did he have when he raised him as a lamb for slaughter, a martyr that would die at the proper moment? Dumbledore's voice was slightly harsh and resolute, something that Harry never heard before. It was the best out of far more horrible options. I had no choice but to do that. I didn't want to, but the boy must die either way. The prophecy says so, and you see yourself what his scar is. My choices, as difficult as they were, always were made with the greater good of the magical world in mind. It is my burden because no one else wants to do it. The illusion stopped and faded away into nothing, yet Harry remained frozen. He could not put into words just how betrayed he felt. His chest tightened as the weight of those words sank in. The boy must die. Dumbledore, the man Harry had trusted, who had guided him through everything, had planned for him to die all along. He wasn't meant to defeat Voldemort, just to be another sacrifice in the war. Harry's throat felt dry, and his hands trembled slightly. He had known Dumbledore kept secrets, but this? It was worse than anything he could have imagined. Sirius looked absolutely furious and he kept cursing up a storm until he transformed into his dog form. He quickly ran out of the house and Harry could hear his angry howling in the middle of the night. His godfather hadn't come back completely from Azkaban and sometimes it was easier to process his emotions as Padfoot than it was as Sirius Black. Harry couldn't blame him. He wanted to turn into an animal and howl angrily at the world and his headmaster's betrayal. Meanwhile, Harold watched him closely, his face impassive but his eyes sharp, as if waiting for the realization to fully settle. "You see," he said quietly. "This is your other choice, which would be trusting Albus Dumbledore, a man who obviously never had your best interests at heart. I'll admit that my motives are selfish, but I've been nothing but upfront about everything. I'm your only shot at living a full life." "You're asking me to gamble everything," Harry muttered, his voice hollow, the weight of the decision crushing him. Harold stepped closer, his voice calm, almost coaxing. "I'm asking you to take control. For once, to choose your own fate. No prophecies. No martyrdom. Just Harry, alive and free." Harry clenched his fists, feeling the heat rise in his chest, but not from anger. From fear. From hope. From the possibility that he might actually survive this nightmare. "You don't have to decide right now," Harold added, his tone softening. "But time's running out. Voldemort's not going to wait, and neither will Dumbledore's plan." Harry's mind screamed in a dozen different directions. His heart pounded in his ears. Could he do it? Could he trust Harold and defy the path that had been laid out for him? "I need to think," Harry whispered, voice barely audible. Harold nodded. "Just don't take too long, Harry. The war waits for no one. Now, I believe you should catch up a bit with Sirius, when he comes back, at least. You probably have a lot to talk about. I'll take you back to the castle later. Just give me an answer by tomorrow." And he did just that, the following day. As he entered the Great Hall and watched Dumbledore's empty seat, he couldn't help but decide to take the gamble. He walked up to Harold and spoke up, "I'm in. You were right, I can't keep running anymore." Harold nodded, looking visibly relieved. "I'm glad to hear that. The plan should go through tomorrow. You've made the right choice, Harry. Out of curiosity, what would you have done if I hadn't said yes?" Harry couldn't help but ask. "Get some rest, Harry. We have a long day ahead of us tomorrow. And, I hope you like this one." I tried to make it fit with the last chapter and made Harry a bit more manipulative and not as direct as he was before. At first, the idea was that he was frustrated with his counterpart being involved at all since he considers him to be reckless and a liability in a precise plan, hence the way he was acting. I changed the ending a bit in the previous chapter to fit it better, but I don't know if it all came out like I wanted it to. I'm a bit unsure, to be completely honest. Anyway, this is also the last chapter before Harry's plan unfolds, so you should see the confrontation with Voldemort. I'm really excited about that part. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 338, Cornering a Snake. October 31, 1995, Azkaban, Earth 2. Lord Voldemort had no idea why he was feeling nervous. He hid it, of course, from his followers. It wouldn't do for them to doubt their mission. However, there was something wrong. He could feel it in his bones. He would never admit it, but Lucius' confession to the diary's destruction, just after the reported Gringotts robbery, had unsettled him to the state of his Horcruxes. He didn't rush in, of course. If his secret was discovered, then it was safe to assume that Dumbledore was watching his every move. There was no need to physically see his Horcruxes, not without confirming the fact that the cup was stolen from Bellatrix's vault first. And with Nagini safe, there was really no reason to worry. Tonight, he would break out his most faithful followers, and in a few days, he would know if someone had discovered his greatest secret. Lord Voldemort and his followers landed near the prison's entrance and waited. He could feel their shivering, the cowards, at the Dementor's presence. He did not suffer such. His soul was not whole, and the creatures could not deprive him of it. It was an accidental countermeasure of his immortality and how he was able to bargain with the creatures in the first place. They waited for a few minutes and Voldemort used this time to admire the fortress before him. It was built by the Dark Lord Achrysdes, as a safe place to conduct his experiments. The island itself hadn't even been discovered until the man's death. In many ways, he admired Achrysdes for his constant desire to push magic to more extremes. There were rumors that the man was the last master of soul magic, and it was a shame that he didn't leave a tome or grimoire behind. However, he was also a failure of a Dark Lord. He had no ambition beyond his research, no desire to change the world or to make his mark in history. With amusement, Voldemort thought Acrisides was what would have happened if a Ravenclaw decided to become a Dark Lord. He wiped any trace of amusement from his face as he noticed the dozens of Dementors floating down to meet him. Seeing the questioning body language that the creatures expressed, he decided to speak up. "Why do you hesitate?" Voldemort's voice cut through the cold, low, and commanding. "You know who I am. You know what I offer. What I have offered in the past." He stepped forward, his eyes gleaming like slits of crimson in the dimness. The Dementors circled closer, their ragged breaths creating an unnatural chill in the air, but he did not flinch. "You have served the Ministry, kept in chains by those who think they control you. But I can offer you freedom. I can offer you the world beyond these cold walls. Serve me, and you will feast on the fear, the despair, and the very souls of those who dare to oppose us. Together, we shall reshape this world in darkness." The Dementors hovered in silence, their cloaked forms swaying as if they could taste the power radiating from him. Voldemort smiled, thin and cold, knowing their hunger was already drawing them to his side. "The Ministry would have you starve in this forgotten fortress," he continued. "But I will give you purpose. In my new order, you will thrive." He paused, letting his words sink into the void-like consciousness of the creatures. "Choose wisely, for this is your only chance. Either ally with me and rise, or be left in this miserable fortress, starving yourselves, unable to even claim a single soul, forever." The Dementors looked at one another and bowed at once, letting him pass. For the first time since entering Azkaban, Voldemort smiled, "You will not regret this decision. Await my message when I am ready, and you'll be able to leave this place and feast to your heart's content. As for now, I have a few faithful followers to free from this place." It went as well as it could have. In mere minutes, the Dementors had followed him and Azkaban was unofficially his. He slowly walked into the fortress, his followers looking at him in pure awe. There was no need to be hasty. He was not some common criminal seeking to attack the prison. The fortress was his own. As Voldemort, his dear Nagini trailing behind him, and his followers moved deeper into the fortress, the air grew thicker with the oppressive chill of the Dementors, who now hovered silently in the dark corners of the prison, awaiting their next command. Voldemort's smile remained fixed on his face as they passed through the desolate corridors. Everything was falling into place. But then, a sudden, frantic shout echoed through the stone halls. "Stop! In the name of the Ministry!" A squad of Aurors, patrolling the prison, had spotted the intruders. Their faces, once hardened by the grim duties of guarding Azkaban, now twisted in terror as they realized who stood before them. One of them screamed an uncontrollable burst of fear in the presence of Voldemort's cold, serpentine gaze. His followers stepped back instinctively, readying themselves for battle. "You!" The lead Auror gasped, his voice trembling. "You're supposed to be dead." Voldemort's red eyes flickered with amusement. "I have defeated death," he whispered, his voice carrying like a deadly hiss. The Aurors, panic overtaking their judgment, raised their wands and launched a barrage of spells at him, but they were no match. With a flick of his wrist, Voldemort conjured a shimmering, dark shield that absorbed their feeble attacks. "Fools," he muttered. With another flick of his wand, a green light erupted from its tip. "Avada Kedavra!" In an instant, the lead Auror crumpled to the ground, his life extinguished in a flash of sickly green. Another attempted to flee, but Voldemort's wand struck out again. "Avada Kedavra!" Another lifeless body hit the stone floor. The last Auror, trembling, tried to scream for help, but no sound came. Voldemort's smile deepened as he silenced him with a mere thought. With a final, graceful motion, he finished the last of them off, their bodies scattered on the cold, unforgiving floor. The Death Eaters watched in silent reverence as their master lowered his wand, the green glow fading as quickly as the lives he had just taken. "Pathetic," Voldemort remarked, his tone indifferent. He turned to his followers, who stood frozen, admiration and fear mingling in their expressions. "Come. There is more to be done." Voldemort continued his steady pace deeper into the fortress, unfazed by the fallen Aurors, as if their deaths were of no more consequence than a flickering candle being snuffed out. His followers trailed behind him, silent and awestruck. They reached the maximum security wing of the prison, where his most faithful followers, the last members of his inner circle were kept. Voldemort stopped at the entrance to the wing, his eyes scanning the rows of cells, his voice rising above the hollow silence. "Free them," he commanded his followers, his tone sharp as a blade. "These are my faithful, those who never faltered in their loyalty. They deserve to be at my side once more. Go." The Death Eaters moved quickly, their wands raised as they began blasting apart the locks and doors that held the prisoners within. Cries of shock and disbelief echoed through the corridors as long-forgotten wizards and witches stumbled from their cells, blinking in the dim light, some too broken by years of imprisonment to understand what was happening until they saw him. Voldemort stood, tall and dark, the very image of their salvation. As the other Death Eaters worked, Voldemort turned his attention to one cell in particular, Nagini slithering behind him. It was at the far end of the hall. He could still feel her, after all this time. The prisoner inside was more than just a loyal follower, she was his most trusted servant, his fiercest warrior, his unspoken voice, his weapon on the battlefield. She was the main reason he had even come to Azkaban. Bellatrix Lestrange. He walked toward the cell with slow, deliberate steps, a faint smile playing on his lips. The Dementors that once guarded her had drifted away at his command, and now there was nothing to stand between him and his most devoted servant. With a mere flick of his wand, the heavy iron door creaked open. Inside, Bellatrix sat slumped against the wall, her once wild hair now matted and tangled, her face gaunt from years of confinement. But her eyes, they burned with the same devotion that Voldemort had always admired. She looked up, and for a moment, she seemed uncertain if she was seeing a dream or reality. But then her lips curled into a manic smile as she struggled to her feet, her voice hoarse from disuse. "Master, you've come for me." Voldemort stepped into the cell, his smile widening ever so slightly. "Did you doubt I would, Bellatrix?" It should have been a joyous moment. He had achieved his goals. This mere effect would demoralize the very few people who believed Dumbledore, to show them that his influence, which they had spent years trying to remove, could return in just a single moment. His followers, whom they imprisoned, could be free whenever he wished. He even had Bellatrix with him, and after a few days of recovery, she would be able to go to Gringotts and check that the cup he entrusted her with was still in her vault. Then why was he feeling nervous? Why did he feel that something was wrong? Then he heard it, from the silence of Azkaban, a simple whistling tune. It could have been a prisoner lamenting, but the sound reverberated all over the prison. Then a large bolt of lightning hit just outside of the fortress, the thunder overwhelming any sounds. It was then that he noticed him, having appeared out of nowhere, still whistling. He was wearing a silver-hooded cloak that seemed to glow with the moonlight and hid his features. The most disturbing thing was that he was holding a familiar wand. He had crossed it enough times to recognize it with a single. It was Dumbledore's. The man spoke in a smooth voice, "Well, well. If it isn't Lord Voldemort himself. In the flesh." The Dark Lord hid the unease he felt at the man's presence. "Thank you. You know me, but I do not know you. How can anyone not know you? The red eyes that people fear so much, the serpentine look, and of course, for those who can tell, your mangled little soul." Voldemort stiffened at that last comment. "You tread dangerous grounds." "Did I? Was that supposed to be a secret? Well, you can't blame me for not knowing. It's not my fault that you wear your abomination of a soul so proudly. You talk too much," the Dark Lord uttered and cast one of his fastest killing curses. A jet of blinding green light flew towards the intruder, only for him to dodge it barely. He noticed the man was still standing unconcerned. Now, that was uncalled for. "You're so easy to anger and still very impulsive. You will not survive this night, stranger." The man's tone turned amused. "Everyone thinks they'll be able to defeat me. But in this world, no one has beaten me yet. Everything has a price, Tom Riddle. How blind you are that you cannot see that." Voldemort was about to reply, only to notice that the man was not looking at him, but at Bellatrix, whose skin was slowly getting darker, until it slowly turned to dust. The last words she ever spoke were, "My lord." She never got to finish until she disappeared, just like that, dead. Lord Voldemort could barely process how quickly things went when his followers started attacking the mystery wizard. He dodged a killing curse from Lucius, and beheaded Rookwood with a flick of his wand, only for the man's head to turn into an explosion, blowing up the captains of Greyback's pack. Nott was impaled by a spear of black ice and banished into Robustan Lestrange's cell, where both men were swallowed by a dark sphere. All of this happened in less than 2 seconds and Voldemort decided he would not waste more followers' lives. That man knew more than he let on and would die by his hand. He gathered his magic and conjured a giant beam of darkness that swallowed the man's entire body. He kept powering the spell more than he probably should have. The upper half of the fortress was destroyed by the attack, which was a feat that had never been done before. He was so sure, only for the dust to settle with a man standing behind a white shield that pulsed and banished the darkness away, including the dementors that accompanied him to the cells. The man looked at him unbothered and wiped some non-existent dirt from his silver cloak. At this moment, a small part of him resurged, one that he had tried to hide for decades, the last remnants of Tom Riddle as he stood alone and afraid in Muggle London as bombs flew down from the sky. Who are you? Oh, Tom. I'm disappointed. Don't you recognize me? The man removed his hood and revealed a familiar face with a very familiar scar. Potter. Yab. Now, Lord Voldemort, what did you say about beating death again? So, it's finally snake hunting time. I'm excited to write this part of the arc. I hope you like it, and if you know, I'm open to rewrite the chapter if it doesn't come out right. It's kinda an important chapter, so I wanted to do it properly. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 339, The Deadly Foe. October 31st, 1995, Azkaban, Earth 2. Oh, Tom. I'm disappointed. Don't you recognize me? The man removed his hood and revealed a familiar face with a very familiar scar. Potter. In the flesh. Now, Lord Voldemort, what did you say about beating death again? Lord Voldemort wouldn't admit it, but the casual way that Potter was holding himself, the magical prowess he exhibited, made him anxious. He was different to how he acted in the graveyard just months prior, a boy who was traumatized at the death of his schoolmate, trembling with his life, and still cast a disarming charm of all things at him. And yet, the boy in front of him had killed half a dozen people in less than a minute and was looking at him with an amused expression on his face. Still, as big of a progress Potter would have made, he was still only a boy. If anything, it emboldened him and made Voldemort think that he was foolish at being nervous. You're a foolish boy, Harry Potter, to come all this way to challenge me. Brave, perhaps, but foolish, nonetheless. There is no Dumbledore to save you now, no mother is willing to sacrifice herself for you. You're all alone. His followers understood his unspoken command and stood down, wanting to watch their lord kill the boy who had been the cause of his defeat over a decade prior. He had trained them so well. Do I look like I need anyone to protect me? The boy answered with a snort. Unfortunately, none of you will survive this night. It's nothing personal, really. Well, that was a lie, it is a bit personal. We have a score to settle, don't we, Tom? Tom Riddle is dead, Voldemort snarled. I am what remains. Yes, Tom Riddle could have been a man that I could respect. You, on the other hand, are a madman, a powerful one, perhaps, but your mind is as fractured as your soul. Did you truly think there were no consequences to what you have done? The Dark Lord stiffened and sent a killing curse at the boy, who just dodged it by tilting to the side and conjured a giant blade of wind that Voldemort was able to shield against, but that bisected McNair and a few of Greyback's men before he could stop it. Are we done playing yet? Voldemort did not answer and decided to send a rotting curse this time, which the boy batted away carelessly. He conjured a beam of fire, that the boy just turned into smoke with a flick of his wand, before disappearing into the smoke. He felt his breath hitch as he was banished back a few feet. He hadn't even seen the spell coming. With a snarl, he pushed his magic to push the smoke away, knocking down his followers as well. He expected Potter to have been taken by surprise as well, only for him to reappear in the same spot he was in with a smug grin on his face. Is that all you can do? Are you the man who was said to be Dumbledore's equal, who terrorized an entire country and brought it to its knees? I have to say, you're not living up to the legend. Voldemort conjured a bolt of black lightning and sent it at Potter as the boy progressively walked closer to him. The spell fizzled out in mid-flight and his opponent chuckled. Slow. He conjured a green glowing serpent that snarled at his opponent, which also promptly faded away. Sloppy. The boy just kept walking forward and Voldemort cast a ball of darkness at him, which his opponent predictably avoided by slicing it into two halves. However, that allowed Nagini to attack him from the rear, only for her to be sent away with a casual flick of the boy's wand, ignoring the protections that the Dark Lord had personally cast on his familiar. Sad. Voldemort tried to take him by surprise by casting his earlier beam of darkness. The boy wouldn't have the time to conjure any shield while being that close, only for him to be hit with an invisible wind cutter on his wand arm, making him stop casting by the sheer surprise. Thankfully, his ritual-enhanced body resisted the spell and healed the damage in seconds, but that gave the boy a chance to conjure some kind of shadow scythe from the end of his wand. He was only able to shield against it partially, the tip of the scythe scratching his chest, cutting up his cloak and a bit of his skin. Voldemort was frozen when the wound just didn't close up and kept bleeding. The boy followed up by conjuring a giant hand of light to press down on him, and Voldemort was able to top it in time with a quick shield, but he was still sent flying back by an oncoming spell that took him by surprise. The Dark Lord hadn't been outmatched like this for almost half a century. His heartbeat became stronger and faster at the realization that in front of him was a foe he never battled before. The boy's smile widened at the realization, "Is that fear I can see in your eyes, Lord Voldemort? You're not Potter," he stated, and he was right. Harry Potter had never exhibited a single sign of this type of prowess. His followers had observed the boy ever since he stepped foot in Hogwarts. He was a mediocre student who was moderately more powerful than the average wizard. He wasn't a prodigy, he wasn't a powerhouse like Dumbledore or himself. And yet he kept escaping, kept surviving. He had thought that the prophecy was the reason he still lived, for only the hands of fate could have saved that boy so many times. Perhaps I am not. Why does that matter to a dead man? His followers thankfully understood the unspoken command and started casting at the impostor before him. If anything, the boy's grin widened, and he slowly walked forward towards them. He redirected a blood boiler from the Rodolphus Lestrange towards Lucius Malfoy, only to dodge a dark cutting curse that he somehow caught with a golden rope and use it to cut Avery in half and decapitate the last Lestrange. Just like that, a magical line over 1,000 years old was gone, ending at the hand of the monster before him. To make things worse, he cast a spell onto the man's head that made it explode in shards of ice that cut through dozens of men. Fenrir Greyback seemed to try to run and kill the boy physically, only for him to burst into hundreds of ravens, and the werewolf to be impaled by hidden stone spears. The ravens reformed into the boy once more, and with a flick of his wand, the infamous werewolf had turned to dust. With their pack leader dead, the werewolves stood there, frozen in shock, and that gave the boy more than enough time to get the roof to drop down dozens of spears that impaled most of them. The rest had died with a giant wind cutter. Slowly, the boy walked forward, ducking under a purple spell from Dolohov, which he hit with a cutting curse on the wrist, cutting his hand off entirely. The fake Potter casually made the hand merge with the stone, which appeared behind Yaxley and broke his neck. Dolohov was then finished with a quick piercing curse to the heart, having barely enjoyed a few minutes of freedom. Meanwhile, Voldemort stood there, frozen by the carnage of the death of his followers. Most of his followers had died in less than 20 seconds. Deciding to cut his losses, he conjured fiend fire. If his followers would have died anyway, then what was the point of trying to save them? He had enough followers at his back, and Nagini had sneakily slithered to safety behind him. A giant serpent of hellish flames surged into the wing and incinerated it completely, including Potter. For full measure, he waited a good minute before recalling the fiend fire. He expected the boy to have finally died, only for him to freeze as dozens of ravens made of darkness appeared from thin air and entered his followers' chests, ignoring any shields. For a few seconds nothing happened, and he thought that it might have been a trick. That was until black smoke came out of their mouths and they fell to the floor, dead. Voldemort found himself being thrown away, his wand leaving his palm into the air and falling down. Right where the wand landed, a swarm of ravens appeared once more and merged back into his opponent, who palmed his wand silently. The Dark Lord's fears were confirmed when the wand burst into ash in his hands. He couldn't help but mourn his oldest companion, the wand he had used in his rise to power, that comforted him in those cold dark times in his first years in Slytherin. It was proof that he was special, and just like that, it was gone. The downed Dark Lord looked around and saw a prison wing filled with corpses. He was the only survivor, bar Nagini. His protections must have held up against the ravens somehow. The boy spoke up casually, "It hurts, doesn't it? To see something precious to you being destroyed. It's a special kind of pain, one that people do not forget easily. How many lives have you taken? How many children have you orphaned? How many husbands and wives became widowers through your hand? And all for what? For obsession over power and fear of death." These words, if anything, made Voldemort even more furious. "Spare me your sanctimony. You just killed hundreds of my men. You've just ended family lines. How are you better than me? The fake Potter tilted his head slightly, his eyes cold and unwavering. I don't need to lecture you, Tom. Your legacy does it for you. Voldemort's body trembled, not from fear he told himself but from rage. His gaze flickered to the ruins of his wand, the ashes slipping through his fingers. Power. Legacy. Immortality. They were supposed to be his. Yet here he stood, cornered, wandless, watching as everything he had built began to crumble around him. He tried to apparate away, to activate the hidden portkaya that he kept in case of emergency, only for them not to work. He wasn't being blocked, not with a ward that he could overpower, at least. No, the spell itself refused to be cast. Space refused to be warped to let him out, all because of the being in front of him. What are you? He couldn't help but ask. The boy ignored his question. What was it you like to say again? Oh, right. You have beaten death, right? You haven't even come close, really. Do you think your little trinkets will protect you against the natural order of things? I am the consequence of your fear. The shadow of your sins. You tore yourself apart to live forever, but all you've done is carve out the path to your own undoing. Then his opponent did the unthinkable. He threw a wand at Voldemort. He recognized it, it was Harry Potter's wand. It was strangely familiar, but he still remembered what it looked like from the graveyard. The fake Potter gave him a dry look. Pick it up. You're too pathetic to kill like this. Voldemort didn't need to be told twice. He palmed the wand, ignoring the small burn he felt as he did so, and overwhelmed it with his magic, and yelled out, Avada Kedavra. A jet of green light raced towards his enemy, only to freeze in the air. Voldemort stared at the killing curse which was still cackling in energy and saw the fake Potter having done nothing but raise his hand. He couldn't help himself and muttered, This is impossible. The boy snickered, Oh, honey. You have no idea what's possible. Suddenly, the killing curse started to fizzle slightly, its energy slowly being sapped out and swallowed by a dark sphere of some sort. The moment the killing curse was swallowed up, Voldemort felt a burning pain all over his body and everything went black. This chapter was kinda hard to write. I tried to make Harry as terrifying as possible from Voldemort's perspective. I hope I pulled it off, but I don't mind rewriting it if I didn't. It would be a pleasure to rewrite it and incorporate new ideas. I'm already looking forward to writing the next one. Anyway, as usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 340, No Place Like Home. October 31st, 1995, Azkaban, Earth 2. Suddenly, the killing curse started to fizzle slightly, its energy slowly being sapped out and swallowed by a dark sphere of some sort. The moment the killing curse was swallowed up, Voldemort felt a burning pain all over his body and everything went black. He watched as the Dark Lord fell unconscious, meaning that the killing curse had struck Harry's counterpart. It was a very tricky thing to achieve, to get Voldemort to cast with a wand unsuited to him, one bonded not just to any wizard but one that saw him as his mortal enemy. It was a wand that was asked to kill its owner and that alone made the killing curse weaker both in terms of energy and conceptually. Harry had also weakened the spell even further by warping space and time around it. When he froze that spell in mid-air, it was still going forward into very stretched space, and for entire hours. It was almost the best he could do without severely straining himself. This was, of course, due to one of the fundamental laws of magic. Spells got weaker the longer they stayed in the air and the further they traveled. It continuously lost fragments of its energy the longer it remained unattached to any source of power, like a person. By the time the killing curse had gone through the portal to hit Harry's counterpart, it could barely be counted as one. From the few diagnostic charms he could use, there was a discharge of magic from the scar and the boy was still alive. Well, wasn't it nice when plans worked out? He'd been very invested in making sure the other boy was still alive after the Horcrux was destroyed, and it worked. That was a strange sense of accomplishment. He had literally orchestrated someone surviving the killing curse with just his magic and did it in a relatively reliable way. That alone would have made him a very well-known figure in the magical world if he published that knowledge. It was all just built on a few theories created from small snippets of what happened in the stories from his previous life. Voldemort sent a killing curse at Harry using a wand that belonged to him, and in his foolishness, he also used himself as an anchor to his enemy by using his blood in his resurrection. If Harry had chosen to move on, to die, Voldemort would have lost his body once more. He would have survived because of his last Horcrux, but his body, which he had crafted using Harry's blood, would have been destroyed. Harry smirked as he noticed that Voldemort was still breathing, if very weakly. The man had technically been hit with his own killing curse, conceptually at least. He summoned his counterpart's wand from the Dark Lord's hands and sent it through a portal to Sirius. He prepared for the second part of the plan, only to feel Nagini leaping at his back. Harry used his cloak to phase through it and the snake continued forward towards its master, who he was expecting would wake up soon. His suspicions were proven to be correct. Voldemort rolled into one of his servants' corpses and grabbed one of his wands. He sent volleys of exploding curses at Harry, which he redirected or just phased through. When Nagini reached the Dark Lord, he turned into smoke and jumped out of the window. Unassisted flight was something that was pretty useful theoretically, but it was insanely hard to maintain. Harry never really thought about replicating it. He didn't really see the point other than showing off. You couldn't exactly control your movement and cast spells at the same time, and portals were far more useful as an escape strategy. To prove his point, Harry warped space in front of the flying Voldemort, making him land on the fortress roof. He quickly created a portal and moved through, still whistling faintly. He noticed Voldemort was rolling over the ground, with scratches all over his body. Nagini was in a similar state, hissing around him. He stiffened when he heard the whistling and shakingly got up. "I've enjoyed the chase, Tom. But I think we've reached the end now, you and I." He tried to apparate again, but Harry stopped the space from warping around him. Now, we both know that running from me will achieve nothing." The man looked around frantically and saw nothing. Harry knew exactly what he was looking for. "You came out here, hoping the Dementors would come to your aid. Tough luck, they're a bit indisposed." Harry never really wanted to deal with the Dementors. He never took the time to study them properly since he hated being around the creatures. However, he knew enough to know that they weren't exactly alive and killing Amyrtal creatures was pretty hard. Instead, he settled for the best great thing. There was a cavern underneath the fortress, a small place without any entrances or exits. He created a portal around every single Dementor and brought them here. They'd probably escape eventually, but it wouldn't be any time soon and Harry would be there to really care. The Dark Lord looked at him in anger. "Do you think this will achieve anything? I have beaten death before and will do so again. Next time, I will be ready." Harry chuckled at that proclamation. The man had the audacity to brag after being so outmatched. There was no reason to say anything, it was just his pride. At least Harry would have some fun ripping all that bravado out. "You're talking about your little trinkets. What were those things again?" "Oh, right, a diary, a locket, a ring, a cup, a diadem, and this charming little thing here too, right?" The Dark Lord visibly froze, and Harry snapped his finger and activated the curse he put on Nagini days prior. Immediately the snake started to thrash, before slumping, dead. The monster watched in horror as his familiar died and with it a portion of his very soul. The displaced wizard just raised an eyebrow. "Did you really think that those trinkets would protect you from me?" The man cast a spell at him, only for his entire hand to freeze and his wand to turn to ash. The Dark Lord then glared at him, his red eyes glowing in anger. "You're not Potter. I know you're not. Why are you doing this? I haven't done anything to you." "You're right. You haven't. Dabbling in soul magic isn't exactly something that affects me. You're not nearly that important. There's already a punishment in place for people who screw the natural order the way you did. But you couldn't help yourself." "What did you say again?" "Oh, right, you have defeated death. You can't blame me for taking that personally. You're..." The Dark Lord stiffened. "See, now you're getting it. I arranged for you to come here, on Samhain. It wasn't really that hard, just a few whispers here and there, pushing you to free your followers today." There were a few lies in that statement, or at least, some misdirection. Voldemort had used Samhain to break out his followers because of the increase of ambient magic during that day. Azkaban was cut off from all ley lines because of a ritual by Acristes. Ambient magic is often generated by ley lines which were absorbed by wizards to cast magic. It was what made it an attractive place for a prison since the inmates couldn't use any magic wandlessly. Certain days of the year like Samhain and Beltane had an increase in magic on a global scale, enough to make it possible to cast magic in Azkaban. Voldemort was never going to meet the Dementors from a position of weakness, hence the fact that he chose Samhain to break out his followers. All Harry had to do was just push him to do it sooner and not put it off, by making his heist a public affair and framing a high-profile woman for the crime, even if he didn't think it would stick. Why do all of this, then? If you are who I think you are, why not just kill me and be done with it? Voldemort asked. I deserve to have my entertainment as well, Tom. You were a good distraction, I'll admit to that. I haven't seen an abomination like you in a good while. There's barely any of Tom Riddle left in that thing you call a soul. Voldemort rolled forward, trying to take Harry by surprise, and without even a wand, he sent his strongest telekinetic blast towards his enemy, who just casually conjured a shield that stopped it with a loud bang and sent the Dark Lord flying back slightly. That was actually kind of impressive, at least the power of it. He had been slightly disappointed with his fight with Voldemort. The man's counterpart in Harry's dimension was far more impressive. To be fair, he was also fighting a version of Dumbledore that was far stronger than this world's version of the man. They might be close in terms of raw power, but there was a big difference in terms of technique and cunning. The difference in power had made Voldemort fight smartly, and use every trick in the book to surpass Dumbledore, even if he had failed. In this world, Voldemort could match Dumbledore through brute force and so, didn't really use anything other than that. There was no subtlety to technical fights, just sending killing curses and large-scale spells. That difference meant that the fight was shorter than Harry expected, and he had to buy some time until the ritual was ready. He chose to use that time by scaring the life out of Voldemort. Still, Harry summoned the man to the center of the ceiling. The humbled Dark Lord knelt up, and Harry gave him a dry look. Did you really think that I didn't see any of this coming, that I didn't know you would try to escape through the window and land on the roof of this cursed place? All of this happened because you didn't even bother to learn one simple lesson. And what's that? The Dark Lord rasped. You can't cheat death, Tom. Voldemort just burst into hysterical laughter but didn't reply. Harry didn't bother saying anything else. It was time. Harry took out the Elder Wand and used it to conjure some unbreakable chains to bind Voldemort completely. He then channeled every drop of power that was stored within the wand and sent it towards the clogged ley lines. Thousands of years of stored magic being channeled made the wand heat up, and Harry gritted his teeth but just kept pushing it further and further, until finally, like a dam opening up, magic rushed out of the ley lines, sending backlogged magic throughout Azkaban. Normally, it would have destroyed the entire fortress, but Harry had spent weeks carving out small runes that directed the magic towards the roof, specifically, towards the exact same spot the Dark Lord stood. The magic made the chains glow. The bindings became powerful enough to overrule fate itself. It was just for a couple of seconds, but it was more than enough for Harry to conjure an ice spear enhanced by his resurrection stone and impale the Dark Lord through the heart. The prophecy was broken. Voldemort had died, but it wasn't at the hand of the child he marked. The energy released started to power the actual ritual. The world itself screamed at the blasphemy that had just been committed. Breaking prophecies wasn't a normal occurrence and could only happen in very specific circumstances, ones that were definitely not common. Thousands of runes were lit up, starting from the prison roof, moving down the walls and towards the island itself. This had been the culmination of months of calculations, weeks of actual carvings in the night under his invisibility cloak, making sure to get everything just right. The glowing calmed down and retreated back towards the roof, specifically towards Harry himself. The searing energy coursed through Harry, hotter and more intense than anything he had ever endured. Clutching the Elder Wand tightly, he willed it to act as a conduit, its ancient magic meant to hold and direct untold power. The agony grew unbearable, but Harry pushed through, releasing everything in one desperate burst. The fabric of reality itself tore open before him, a dazzling array of shifting, swirling lights filling the void. In that moment, space, time, and entire worlds collapsed into each other. With a final surge, Harry was pulled through the shimmering rift, vanishing into the swirling storm of colors beyond, leaving behind a prison devoid of Dementors, the chained corpse of a Dark Lord impaled in the heart with a black spear, and corpses all over the maximum security wing. And so, that's Harry finally getting home. I hope I did it justice, and again, I don't mind rewriting it if it didn't land. I had a lot of fun writing this arc. There's still 1 or 2 chapters, where I would write the aftermath in this universe to give it a proper conclusion. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 341, A New Dawn. November 1, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Sirius Black paced in his dog form, right next to Harry's bed. To say that the previous day was nerve-wracking would be an understatement and a half. Seeing his godson being hit by that familiar sickly green light was horrifying, even if it was under controlled conditions. It was weaker than Voldemort's usual spell. Hell, it was weaker than any killing curse he had ever seen. It glowed just a bit less and it just felt lesser, for lack of a better word. Sirius could hardly guess how Harold achieved this. He had accepted the fact that the boy understood magic better than he ever did, despite the age difference, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that it actually worked. Harry was hit with the spell, and his scar bled some kind of weird black goo, but he was still alive, nonetheless. His godson had survived the killing curse for the second time. Now, if only he would wake up. Sirius had panicked a bit and just grabbed his unconscious godson and snuck him back into his dormitory in Hogwarts. He let the boy sleep in his bed and kept vigil over him in his dog form. It was late enough in the night that all of his housemates were asleep, so no one noticed anything amiss. He didn't even know what happened to Harold, if his plan worked or not, if Voldemort had died or not. He was mainly concerned with his godson at the moment to really pay attention to anything else. The whole thing was a bit anticlimactic. He expected to see some kind of change or something. All that happened was some weird portal opening up and a killing curse came through it to hit Harry, before closing. That was it. There were no celebrations in the streets, there were no loud noises of explosions and death, just his godson's faint breathing. Breathing whose rhythm changed slightly. Sirius perked up and saw Harry slowly sitting up. He jumped at the bed and licked his godson's nose. Harry giggled before stiffening, probably remembering what happened the night prior. It was almost dawn and Padfoot walked out of the dormitory, Harry groaning as he followed the dog Animagus around. They walked down, mostly in silence, until they found themselves near the Black Lake. It was early enough that no one would notice, so Sirius shifted back into his human form and enveloped his godson with a hug. "I'm so glad you're all right." The younger wizard yelped in pain, "I'm happy too, but everything hurts." "Is there something wrong?" the dog Animagus asked, panicked. "No, it's fine, Padfoot. I just feel sore all over. It was like I just had an intense Quidditch workout, only 10 times worse. I guess being sore isn't a bad thing after being hit with a killing curse." "How was it, being hit with the curse?" Harry shrugged, "Not that bad, to be honest. The Cruciatus was far worse." "Did it work, by the way? Is the soul shard gone?" Sirius nodded, "Yes. There was some stuff that came out of your scar, and I cast a dozen dark magic detectors. The wound is still cursed, but it doesn't have anything close to the magic that was there before. It'll probably start properly scarring, but I don't think it will ever go away." The boy's shoulders visibly relaxed at his statement, at least that part of the plan worked. "If anything, I don't have to die anymore. And I'll stop screaming whenever Voldemort is around. I do feel better, lighter for the lack of a better term. I'm not as angry as I was yesterday. I don't feel like I'm about to blow up at any time. I guess that's already an improvement." "Do you think he did it? Do you think Voldemort is really dead?" "I don't know. But we'll find out eventually. As for now, let's just celebrate the fact that you're free from that scar. That's already a massive thing. And Voldemort's Horcruxes are all gone, except for maybe his snake. That alone makes a massive difference, even if Harold's plan failed. It'll be odd not seeing him every morning. I've only known him for 2 months, but it feels more than that. I know that we had some disagreements, but I hope he's still alive somewhere." Sirius hummed, "I hope so too, kid." They stayed in silence, watching the surface of the Black Lake for what must have been hours. They didn't speak until the familiar form of Hedwig flew down at them with a copy of the Daily Prophet. "I didn't know you were subscribed to the Prophet, especially after how they treated you." "I'm not," Harry simply replied, before gasping as he saw the cover image, and Sirius followed him as he saw it as well. It was of Voldemort being impaled by some kind of spear, to the heart, whilst chained, on top of the familiar form of Azkaban. Dark Lord dead? Mysterious death at Azkaban leaves Wizarding World stunned. By Rita Skeeter. In a shocking turn of events, the body of a figure resembling he who must not be named was discovered late last night on the roof of Azkaban Fortress, chained and impaled by a spear. The discovery comes after what authorities are calling one of the most violent and mysterious attacks ever seen in Wizarding history, leaving the public reeling with questions about the fate of the Dark Lord, the Ministry's denials, and the security of Azkaban itself. All inmates housed in the maximum security wing of the prison were found dead, or are presumed to have perished in what investigators believe was an out-of-control fiend fire. The Aurors on the scene described the wing as completely ravaged by the magical fire, making identification of some of the deceased difficult. The exact cause of the fiend fire's release remains unknown. However, Even more unsettling than the mass deaths of the inmates is the discovery of bodies that do not belong to Azkaban's current prisoner roster. Lucius Malfoy, once accused of supporting you-know-who during the First Wizarding War, but never convicted, was found among the dead, despite not being an inmate at the time of the attack. His presence at the prison has raised serious questions. Aurors also identified Fenrir Greyback, the notorious werewolf and one of the Dark Lord's most feared followers, among the corpses. Greyback was also not an inmate at Azkaban, leading many to wonder what brought him and Malfoy to the fortress. Several other individuals not listed as prisoners were found at the scene as well, further deepening the mystery. "We are investigating how and why these individuals were at Azkaban," said a senior Auror close to the case. "None of them were incarcerated, and their presence raises serious concerns. We're looking into every possibility." The discovery of the figure bearing a striking resemblance to you-know-who, chained and dead atop Azkaban, has sparked a whirlwind of rumors and fear across the wizarding world. Despite the Ministry's long-standing denial of the Dark Lord's return, this gruesome scene has called into question the Ministry's official stance. "We are exploring all possibilities," said a Ministry spokesperson. "While the body found may look like he who must not be named, it's important to note that this could be the work of an impostor seeking to exploit his fearsome reputation. We are treating this as one possibility, though we must not discount any other avenues of investigation." This aligns with statements previously made by Albus Dumbledore, who warned of such tactics following young Harry Potter's account of the events during the third task of the Triwizard Tournament. Minister Cornelius Fudge, who has been under increasing pressure since last year to acknowledge the Dark Lord's possible return, declined to make any specific comment, stating only that the investigation is ongoing. However, with several of Fudge's political allies including Malfoy now dead, speculation is rife about the deeper implications of this attack. Among the many questions raised by this horrific event, the fate of the Dementors remains one of the most troubling. The creatures, once loyal guards of the wizarding prison, have vanished entirely, leaving no trace behind. Their sudden disappearance, paired with the unprecedented attack, has led to widespread speculation that Azkaban may no longer be the secure fortress it once was. "It's not just about the bodies we found," said an Auror involved in the investigation. "It's about what we didn't find. The Dementors are gone, and whatever took them has left nothing but death in its wake." As the wizarding world reels from this catastrophe, many are left wondering whether this marks the end of an era or the dawn of an even darker chapter. Sirius stared at the cover of the newspaper with awe in his eyes and murmured, "He actually pulled it off." Harry seemed to be in a daze as well. "Voldemort is gone. I'm free. He'll never go after me again. He'll never hurt anyone else again." Sirius couldn't help but burst into laughter. "The fucker is dead, finally. And didn't you see? His Death Eaters are dead too. Holy shit. I knew that Harold was good, but this is absolutely mental." For some reason, Harry wasn't smiling with him and his godfather grabbed him by the shoulder and comforted him. "What is it, kid? Is it wrong that I feel cheated somehow? I've always thought it was going to be me, that I would be the one to kill him. I didn't like it, but it was who I am. I'm glad he's dead, I really am, but I fought him so many times. Without that, I don't know if I'm special anymore." Sirius gave him a sad smile. "Of course, you're special, Harry. You're one of the bravest, most ingenious men I've ever met. You're not defined by Voldemort. You never were, and this is your chance to prove that. Thrive without having to fight him. Become someone that's amazing in his own rights." Harry smiled slightly at that before suddenly bursting into laughter. "I still can't believe that they have Voldemort's body on their hands and they're still not saying that he was back." The dog Animagus could see the humor in that. Fudge is grasping at straws here. The event was public enough that everyone would have known about it eventually. There were just too many deaths and most of them were backers of his. He's never going to say that he was wrong. That's an easy way to be kicked out of office after the shit he pulled. At least, the way he's been slandering you is gone. Imposter or not, no one would blame you for freaking out, especially after seeing the Diggory boy die in front of you. You saw Voldemort kill him and warned people. Whether that was an imposter or not, isn't important. What's important is that no one will think you were lying." The younger wizard looked hesitant for a moment. "I don't know. It feels sort of cheap, to just pretend like Voldemort never came back, that Cedric died at the hands of some copycat. Harry, Cedric is gone, and it wasn't your fault. The monster who killed him, who also killed your parents and countless other people, is dead. That's the main point. His biggest supporters are dead. Hell, even Greyback is dead, and I know that Moony will be over the moon because of that. You're free now. There is nothing that is forcing you to do anything for anyone. You are no longer responsible for saving everyone. Your life is just as valuable, if not more valuable, than other people's, and you need to accept that. It's time for you to finally think for yourself, decide on the man you want to become, find a dream and pursue it. I don't know how to do that. Ever since I stepped foot in the wizarding world, my entire life revolved around Voldemort. That's pretty sad, now that I say it out loud. Sirius grinned. Tell you what, the first thing would be to find a new place we could live in. I hate Grimmauld Place, and I know you hate the Dursleys. With Voldemort gone, Dumbledore will have no justification to leave you with them. Harry smiled widely at that. That alone makes being hit with a killing curse worth the trouble. Come on, we've been here for hours, and I don't want to miss breakfast, I'm starving. Sirius nodded, sure. Don't let me keep you. I'm just glad you're all right now. We'll talk later. I'm expecting another order meeting about what happened last night anyway. The younger wizard agreed and walked back to the castle. Sirius was prepared to turn back into a dog and sneak out of the school, only for a small letter to materialize before him. Dear Sirius, I enchanted this letter to appear when you're alone after reading the newspaper I arranged to be sent to Harry, so don't panic. It was supposed to reassure him. I hope it did. It would be very embarrassing if something went wrong. I hope nothing did, at least on your end. I don't really like teary goodbyes, so this would have to do. My time in your universe was brief, but I enjoyed it. It was a nice break from the craziness of my universe. It was a privilege to get to know you properly, and I am glad that you have trusted me, even when my plan was for your godson to be hit with a killing curse, and I want to repay that trust. I'm leaving you with a trunk filled with everything I stole from the Lestrange vault. I have no idea how goblins mint their galleons, and I have more than enough gold for myself in my own dimension. Anyway, I also trapped the Dementors in a cave that I enchanted to experience time very slowly. It wouldn't have worked normally, but an energy surge like the one I planned ought to keep the enchantments up for a few centuries or millennia. So, unless some idiot breaks them for some reason, you shouldn't see Dementors in a while. I hope that gives you a measure of closure in the fact that you won't see one anytime soon. Anyway, a few parting words. Never be cruel or cowardly. Never give up on your dreams, and never give in to serving others. Smile widely, laugh hard, and never ever stop being kind, even if you need to temper it a bit with some self-preservation. Now, I didn't just send you the letter to say goodbye. There's a small piece of information that I wanted to share, which you can act on however you want. Albus Dumbledore is dying. He tracked down one of the Horcruxes and accidentally got himself cursed. Thankfully, he contained it well enough, but he won't live past a year. I know this because I hunted down that particular Horcrux before him and had to reapply the curse in case Voldemort came back to check on it. Thankfully, when I did so, I decided to make a small change, a way out. I have attached instructions on how to remove it. It's not exactly a cure, it would just stop the curse from spreading permanently. Now, with me gone, I'm leaving you a choice. You can either save Dumbledore or not. I agree that my experiences with my own Dumbledore are making me biased, so, I'm letting you make the decision instead. I pray that you can live with whatever choice you will make. Goodbye and good luck. Harry. Sirius stuffed the letter into his pocket, heart pounding with a strange mix of emotions. He had barely noticed the passage of time by the time he arrived back home. The house was quiet, Creaker nowhere to be seen, and the faint creaks of Grimmauld Place echoed through the halls like ghosts. He didn't have time to process the magnitude of Harold's message, not fully. Save Dumbledore or not? The more logical choice was to save the man, and yet something niggled in his head. Of course, that was when Dumbledore sent a patroness to everyone to gather for an order meeting. And, I couldn't help myself and write this. It was supposed to be a small part of a chapter, but it sort of dragged out. I decided to let Sirius decide Dumbledore's fate because it's fitting, I guess. Canon Harry would have just saved him without even thinking about it, and Sirius would be able to make a more objective choice without relying too much on the man's reputation. Anyway, the next chapter should be a more general epilogue and the final resolution with Dumbledore. I'm getting ready to get back to the full story soon. This arc has been one of the most fun I've had whilst writing, and I hope you enjoyed it so far. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 342, The Morning That Follows. November 1, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. He didn't have time to process the magnitude of Harold's message, not fully. Save Dumbledore or not? The more logical choice was to save the man, and yet something niggled in his head. Of course, that was when Dumbledore sent a patroness to everyone to gather for an order meeting. Sirius spent a bit more time than he expected in the order meeting room, waiting for the other members to arrive. He barely noticed the passage of time, as he pondered on his choice. The difficult part was over. Voldemort was dead and Harold had left. He was strangely sad about the latter. He had grown to love the young man, his godson's counterpart. There was a cleverness to him, a sense of assuredness that reminded him strangely of his own grandfather Arcturus. Merlin's beard, he hadn't thought about the man for years. He had died a few months after Sirius ran away from home, right after his wife perished after years of fighting dragonpox. He wasn't even allowed to come to the funeral, even if he wasn't particularly close to the man. His mother feared him and tried to limit their contact. But from the few days he got to experience with the man, he was scary and pretty expectant of his descendants. He was probably the only Black he knew who had a proper sense of humor. Harold reminded Sirius of the man. He was terrifyingly intelligent, had everything planned to every minute detail, and had a dry sense of humor that he only showed Sirius after they got comfortable with each other. Harold played everyone like a fiddle, including bloody Voldemort himself, and that alone made him worth the friendship they built. He kept his promise. Harry was safe now. Voldemort and all his most powerful Death Eaters were dead. It was a massacre on a scale that Sirius had never seen before, an entire faction wiped out on a single night. And yet, something still niggled in his mind. Why didn't Harold just heal Dumbledore? If this really was an innocent mistake, then he would have just removed the curse himself. And if Dumbledore happened to be some hidden monster, then he wouldn't have given him the option to even save him. In the months since they met, Sirius had gotten a good picture of Harry. The young man would have killed Dumbledore if he was a threat, without even caring about anyone's opinion. That was how Harold was. So, why give him the option? Sure, Harold might have been biased when it came to Dumbledore, but there had to be another way. At least, he didn't let Harry choose. That would have made Sirius mad. The boy had just gone through enough, especially sitting there and waiting for a killing curse to hit him. He was so caught up in his thoughts, that he didn't notice Moony shake him slightly. "Oh, hey, Moony." Sirius turned and saw that almost everyone was there and had taken a seat. They were only waiting for Dumbledore to arrive. The werewolf tilted his head with a worried expression on his face. "Are you all right, Sirius? I don't think I've ever seen you so focused. Ever. Very funny. It's been a while, mate. I have some butterbeer in the fridge if you want to hang out later. It's the good stuff. With the kids in Hogwarts, Molly finally stopped yelling at me whenever I put some alcohol in there." Remus snorted at that. "You did have it coming. Seriously, what were you thinking?" "I was thinking that it was my fridge and that maybe the kids deserved a couple of nights of fun." "Well, you certainly made an impression. I didn't know Molly could turn that red without some kind of magic. So, why do you think Dumbledore called us here?" Sirius shrugged. "If I had to guess, it would be the fact that Voldemort and most of his Death Eaters were found dead in Azkaban." Lupin choked. "What? I know. I had the same reaction this morning," Sirius replied while tossing him an issue of the Daily Prophet. He watched, suppressing the urge to burst into laughter, as Remus' eyes got wider and wider the more he read the article, until he mumbled, "Greyback's dead. Yeah, so are most of his captains and Voldemort's entire inner circle. And well, Voldemort too." That seemed to be the exact time Dumbledore showed up. He entered the room with an intense look on his face, and sat down. "Good morning, everyone." The murmurs in the room died down instantly as Dumbledore raised a hand. "Thank you all for coming," he began, his voice carrying a weight that drew everyone's attention. "We are here to discuss the article in today's Daily Prophet. As many of you have read, last night, there was a disturbance in Azkaban. Is it true, then?" Kingsley asked, his deep voice cutting through the silence. "Did Voldemort really die?" Dumbledore sighed and folded his hands on the table. "Let me explain. Late last night, a surge of magic from Azkaban alerted both the Department of Mysteries and the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. When they arrived, they found the prison in chaos. The Dementors had vanished without a trace, leaving the place eerily empty." Gasps rippled through the room, but Dumbledore pressed on. "More concerning, the maximum security wing, the one housing the highest-ranking Death Eaters, was destroyed, almost as if by fiend fire. They found the remains of many Death Eaters, some were inmates, but many were people who were found innocent under the Imperious defense after the First War. They wanted to break out the rest of his inner circle. Moody growled, his magical eye spinning wildly. It would make sense, Dumbledore replied gravely. However, this entire situation makes me feel nervous. The DMLE is still working on identifying every victim and will continue investigating the scene. Even the Department of Mysteries have agreed to lend their hands, but they're having trouble using their time turners to get past the magical surge. However, this did confirm that whatever that magical surge was, it happened after the massacre occurred. And Voldemort? Tonks asked, her voice quieter than usual. Dumbledore nodded. The body of a man bearing a striking resemblance to Lord Voldemort was found impaled and chained on top of the fortress. The DMLE is running every test they can, and so far, the bodies, including his, appear real, at least as far as their scans can tell. Is he really dead? Bill Weasley asked, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Could it be over? Dumbledore's expression darkened. I fear it is not, he said slowly. Though this appears to be Voldemort's body, we must remember that the prophecy foretold that only Harry could defeat him. That has not yet happened, and until it does, we cannot assume that Voldemort is truly gone. Sirius, leaning forward, snapped, so you're saying he might still be out there? Do you have any proof beyond a prophecy, Dumbledore? Dumbledore met his gaze. The prophecy is not to be taken lightly, Sirius. It has guided us through these dark times. Until Harry has fulfilled his role, fate will not be so easily thwarted. Then he's not dead, Remus said quietly. No matter what the prophet says. Indeed, Dumbledore replied, his eyes sweeping across the room. It is impossible to stop fate, especially when prophecies are involved. We must prepare for what comes next. Sirius couldn't believe it. Was Dumbledore really not going to address this? You're joking, right? Voldemort's body was found dead by everyone and you're not even considering the fact that he might be dead. I hope he is dead, my boy, Dumbledore replied, but I don't find it likely that luck was so much on our side. We already got extremely lucky 14 years ago, when his curse rebounded on him. I do not think we can afford to rely on luck once more. Everyone agreed and Sirius was getting frustrated. It might be because he knew for a fact that Voldemort was dead, that they were free of the monster forever. It might be because he knew how the Dark Lord cheated death and knew that his Horcruxes were destroyed. But this entire meeting was rubbing him the wrong way. He was going to blow up at him, only for the unexpected to happen. However, of all the people who spoke up for him, Snivellus wouldn't have made the list in 1,000 years. However, the potion master of all people spoke up, the dark mark is gone. It was burned off yesterday, in the middle of the night. I knew that there was a raid last night and I was told that I was to be called in afterwards with dozens of healing and nutrition potions ready, yet I was not summoned. The Dark Lord might have perished. Even after Godric's Hollows, the mark had simply faded but was not fully gone. Not, like it is now. As much as I hate to admit it, Black might have a point. The Dark Lord might be dead. Dumbledore gave the man a dirty look. I have had the misfortune of assuming that Lord Voldemort made mistakes in the past and I have paid heavy prices for those assumptions. This could very easily be a trap, a way for Voldemort to get us to lower our guard, making us think that he is dead, that his followers are gone, only to take us all out at once. This might be a trap, not for the Ministry, but for us, for the Order of the Phoenix. Another proof of this is the disappearance of Harold Smith. Wait, what? Almost all Order members were looking around in confusion, but a few had incredulous looks on their faces. Harry's friend in school. Yes, a new student. He also happened to be a very powerful seer. He was hoping to run away from the conflict that he predicted would start in June, by moving to France. He was an extremely hesitant young man, but I was able to get him to open up about a few of his prophecies, which greatly aided me when it came to anticipating Voldemort's movements. However, yesterday was the last time the boy was seen by his classmates and my attempts to find him were very unsuccessful. This brings us to two possibilities: either the boy ran away, knowing that something bad was coming, or he was taken by someone who knew of his abilities and was powerful enough and knowledgeable enough to kidnap him from Hogwarts itself. There is no reason for him to give up on his owls, which he needed to be accepted as a citizen in magical France. It was a very nicely constructed argument. It was completely wrong but pretty logical. Harold was a seer, but getting his owls was just his pretense to be in Hogwarts to make sure that everything went according to plan. He had no plans on actually staying until the end of the year, and that alone brought down Dumbledore's arguments in seconds. He could see everyone slowly starting to be convinced. Unfortunately for Dumbledore, Sirius wasn't having it. You're telling us that because some teenager disappeared, that Voldemort is still alive? We're talking about a teenager. They're not exactly the most stable bunch. I ran away from home when I was around his age and Voldemort attacked Diagon Alley right after. That doesn't mean I was some kind of seer. You need to accept that we might just be that lucky, Albus. Someone might have killed Voldemort, or he got himself killed in some kind of ritual. Voldemort is still alive, Dumbledore retorted loudly, his magic slowly suffocating the room. He's still out there and I will refuse to even entertain the possibility of him dying until I have personally seen Harry Potter slay him himself. You're serious about that, aren't you? Sirius asked, feeling his breath leave him at the realization. The prophecy is very clear. My main purpose is to prepare young Harry for that confrontation and perhaps even weaken Voldemort beforehand. Harry Potter must strike the final blow. Fate has mandated so. Sirius nodded and the magical pressure lessened, and the rest of the meeting was barely more than a haze. He understood now why Harold left it up to him. Harry's safety was his responsibility. Sirius had promised James and Lily that he would protect him. He would have fought Voldemort to save him and sacrificed his life for him. But that was easy, that was what he expected. He never thought that he would ever need to betray the trust of a man he genuinely respected to make sure that his godson was safe. He couldn't let Dumbledore keep pushing Harry to become the martyr he was building him up to be. He couldn't let the man influence him, making his life revolve around Voldemort once more, especially since the Dark Lord was dead. As long as Dumbledore lived, he would meddle in Harry's life, and push him to become the savior he wanted him to be. After the meeting was over, Sirius took out the piece of parchment that held the counter curse to the one Dumbledore was suffering from and burned it with a flick of his wand. He would protect Harry from everyone, light and dark alike. It was his duty as his godfather. And, I know that some of you are excited to get back to Harry, and I was planning to next chapter. However, this one kinda got away from me a bit. I promise the next chapter will be the final epilogue for this arc, which will be after a time skip, and we'll go back to the Harry. Anyway, I sort of wanted to portray Dumbledore as obsessive over the prophecy and Sirius realizing that he'll never leave his godson alone. I hope I pulled it off and that the chapter came out like I wanted it to. I was really tempted to have Sirius just try to tell Dumbledore about Harry, to put it in his face, but I thought that this was more satisfying, a bit of a sign that Sirius grew a bit and isn't as reckless as he used to be. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 343, An Interesting Life. May 5, 1997, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Harry watched as the sun set before his eyes. He was at the exact place where he and Sirius hung out the morning after Voldemort died. He liked to sit there and remember that for as much as life could suck sometimes, it could have easily been worse. If Harry hadn't trusted a boy he had just met, then Voldemort could have been out there, alive, threatening people, killing innocents, and going after Harry again and again, until one of them was dead. It was funny how even almost 2 years afterwards, no one believed that the man who perished on top of Azkaban was actually Lord Voldemort, other than the Order of the Phoenix and a few people who were well connected to Death Eaters, that is. But with most of the high-ranking Death Eaters dying in the Azkaban massacre, the remaining Death Eaters didn't have anyone to bail them out. Funnily enough, Harold's disappearance was relatively unnoticed in the entire thing. The only ones who seemed to care were Hogwarts staff and Dumbledore. They kept investigating the boy's disappearance for months and Sirius even told him that he had Order members hunting down any leads that could help them find him. Harry didn't know why they cared more about his counterpart than Voldemort and his Death Eaters dying, but he stopped really listening to the Order after the Azkaban massacre. Still, there was something freeing about Voldemort finally being dead. It was hard to put it into words, but it felt like a weight had come off his shoulders. Ever since his first year, when he realized that the man who had made him an orphan was still alive and would still hunt him down, he knew deep down that he would be in danger until either of them died. It was something that he knew in his bones, and when he woke up and saw Voldemort's corpse on top of Azkaban, it was at this moment that he knew he was free, that no one would hunt him down. It was strange to be grateful to another version of himself. He wished he knew properly from the beginning so that they could compare their lives. For example, Harry wanted to know why the other boy didn't have a scar on his forehead, or how he was so good at magic. He might be a bit envious about that. The boy had killed a Dark Lord, a man that fought Dumbledore to a standstill, at his age. That sort of power was just inconceivable. Not that people accepted the fact that Voldemort was back in the first place. But Harry didn't care. After all, nothing could ever compare to the feeling of freedom he felt whenever he thought about his enemy's demise. Even though everyone agreed that the body didn't belong to Lord Voldemort, Fudge was still removed from office. It was very simple. Even if Voldemort hadn't come back, Cedric Diggory had died and they should have investigated Harry's claim, if only to be thorough. The death of Hogwarts champion was attributed to the fake Voldemort, and Fudge, in his paranoia, had allowed the boy's murderer to go unchecked and cause the death of dozens of upstanding citizens. Apparently, the Death Eaters who died were considered victims of the Voldemort copycat, and they were under the Imperious Curse and were ordered to attack Azkaban. They broke free of the man's control and tried to rebel. They fought valiantly and were able to kill him, but they all perished. The man was also responsible for banishing the Dementors using some supposed dark magic. That was the story, anyway. Harry still burst into laughter whenever he thought about it. The sheer incredulity he felt at the thought of any of those cowards, who kneeled before Voldemort, kissing his robes, actively defying him, was just so outlandish. Either way, there was a lot of political tension since many of the traditionalist families were ended, or significantly culled in the aftermath of the attack. He still felt bad when he remembered seeing Draco Malfoy breaking down when he got a letter from his mother telling him about his father's fate. The pawns stopped bothering him afterwards, thankfully. Harry never considered how killing Death Eaters would impact their families. Anyway, Amelia Bones ended up being voted in as minister, and she quickly rounded up whatever remnants of Death Eaters, the ones that were too low ranked to participate in Azkaban's raid yet still held on to the rhetoric and tried attacking people. It seemed like a golden age in Britain was upon them, with a competent minister. Dumbledore's death, however, shocked the world. It was a few months after the Azkaban massacre, and it came out of nowhere. The cause of death was attributed to a very old and dark Egyptian curse, one that couldn't be countered. It seemed like Dumbledore was able to resist it, but eventually succumbed to it. Harry did remember seeing the man's hand turn to barely more than bones with blackened skin on it. He had asked the headmaster about it, only for him to touch this ugly ring with a weird black stone and say something about him foolishly letting his guard down, changing the subject right after. To be honest, the headmaster kept avoiding Harry until around a month before his death, when he saw him around once a week, asking if his scar hurt and if he had dreams of Voldemort. Harry had confusingly told him that Voldemort was dead, but the man remained resolute in his convictions and told Harry to always keep his guard up. Anyway, the man's funeral was an international affair. Everyone from all over Europe came to see the man off, having made more than a few acquaintances over time. People spoke of him, of his bravery against Voldemort and power against Grindelwald. No one spoke of the sad, regretful old man that Harry could see beneath the eccentric grandfather facade. No one really cared about the headmaster's death, not him as a person, but as the second coming of Merlin. Still, why the man left him a golden snitch of all things in his will, Harry had no idea. He still played with it sometimes whenever he was bored. The headmaster had also asked him to pick up a prophecy in the Department of Mysteries, but when he went there, he was told that the prophecy orb had mysteriously disappeared. He didn't really give it any thought after that. He never really liked divination all that much. The only good thing was that Snape disappeared after the funeral, and Professor Slughorn returned to teaching out of respect. The man was a bit too interested in Harry's fame, but he was a good teacher and that was more than enough for him. A few weeks after, Sirius surprised the world by revealing Peter Pettigrew's survival, and after months of expensive court proceedings, he was a free man, and he immediately adopted Harry. The decision was met with some resistance from both the Ministry and the Order, who wished to follow Dumbledore's wish of leaving him in Privet Drive, but Sirius was an adult, and he was Harry's godfather. That was the start of a split within the Order. Most had given up after months of inactivity and became convinced that Voldemort was either dead or had given up. There was no reason to upend their lives if there wasn't going to be a threat, after all. A few decided to follow Moody and kept running useless missions, hoping to find a trace they could follow. In 2 years, they found nothing. It was also when Harry started distancing himself from the Order. There was no reason to stay with his hateful relatives if there was nothing to protect himself from. And Harry did remember Harold saying that he reduced its duration for a year, so it wouldn't have been working anyway. That decision alone was the reason for many of the fights he had with Ron and Hermione, who wanted him to follow Dumbledore's orders, even when the man was dead, and that also ended up with a lot of visits beneath the shade of the tree by the Black Lake. He tended to come here whenever he got frustrated because as he imagined the future that could have been, he couldn't help but feel grateful for what he had. Which brought him to the subject of his current ire, Ron Weasley. It had to do with Quidditch of all things. Harry had been the captain of the team since Angelina retired, but he decided to step down from the team entirely for his last year to focus on becoming an Auror. Bones' new requirements were pretty strict, and he would need to dedicate a lot of time to get the scores he needed. Ron hadn't liked that, but what drove him absolutely mental was the fact that he recommended Ginny as captain over him. The redhead had his sights on becoming a professional Quidditch player, but honestly, while Ron was good for a school game, he wasn't exactly professional material. Ginny was good, scarily good, and it would bring more attention to her when the scouts came during the school matches. It was just more practical, but Ron saw it as a betrayal. Hermione didn't want to get between them and just avoided the matter entirely. It was just so stupid. Ron could apply himself a bit and get a proper career. Quidditch was a short-term career, and it only paid off if you joined the bigger teams, something that was unlikely to happen. A soft voice interrupted his thoughts. "Something on your mind, Potter?" Harry instinctively raised his wand before relaxing at the familiar voice. "Nothing much, Greengrass. Ron's just being a prat." "So, business as usual, then," Daphne snorted. He hadn't paid much attention to Daphne Greengrass before. One of his biggest regrets was how closed off he'd been during his years at Hogwarts, especially toward the Slytherins. Malfoy was a bit of a prat when they were younger, though he'd mellowed after his father's death, but the others? They were just regular witches and wizards, albeit from wealthier families. The only notable thing he remembered about the girl standing before him was the gossip about Malfoy asking her out and getting rejected. There were rumors of her brawling with Parkinson afterwards, but he wasn't sure how true they were. Still, Harry could see why Draco had been interested. Daphne was striking, with her smooth skin, wavy blonde hair, and piercing blue eyes. Feeling awkward around pretty girls, as usual, Harry stammered, "So, what brings you here?" "Not much. I come here to think." "Looks like we both had the same idea. Care to share what's on your mind?" Harry asked, trying to shift the focus away from his awkwardness. "Only if you go first," she replied with a teasing smile. Harry sighed. "Nothing too dramatic. Ron's trying to go pro in Quidditch, and I gave up my spot as captain to focus on Auror training. I recommended Ginny for the job instead of him." Daphne raised an eyebrow. "Ah, so you're discouraging him from the Quidditch dream. Makes sense. Even if he gets picked, he'd probably end up with a short career on a low-ranking team, while Ginny's got real potential. That's actually quite cunning of you. I'm impressed." Harry smirked. "Hey, don't sound so surprised. The Sorting Hat wanted to put me in Slytherin, you know. I can be cunning when I need to be." That seemed to catch her off guard. "Seriously? You?" "Yeah," Harry admitted. "Back then, I didn't know much about the houses, except that no one seemed to like Slytherin and Malfoy was in it. So I asked the hat to put me anywhere but there." Now that he thought about it, he hadn't really told anyone about that before. It wasn't a secret, but it wasn't something he went out of his way to share either. It felt strange, how easily he could talk to Daphne, someone he barely knew. "Your turn," he said, turning the conversation back to her. Daphne hesitated for a moment before speaking. "My parents want me to join the family business. We're in trading, and my father expects me to take over one of the branches in France. But I want to be a healer. I can't do both, they're both too demanding." "That's rough," Harry said sympathetically. "How badly do you want to be a healer?" She met his gaze with determination. "More than anything." "Then go for it," Harry said firmly. "If you follow your parents' path, you'll always wonder what could have been. What you could have become. The family business will still be there if you ever want to come back to it. But being a healer, that's something you'll regret not chasing." Daphne gave him a soft smile. "Thanks, Potter. I needed to hear that. You're not half bad, you know." Harry grinned. "Neither are you, Greengrass." They sat in comfortable silence for a few moments before Daphne broke it with a question. "I have to ask, was the Dark Lord really back, like you said?" Harry felt a lump form in his throat. "Yeah," he answered quietly. "He was. And he's dead now? For good?" Harry nodded. He was the body they found chained up after the Azkaban massacre. No imposters. He's dead. And he's not coming back. Daphne looked thoughtful for a moment. What really happened? In the last task of the Triwizard Tournament, I mean. Harry exhaled slowly. You know, after I told Dumbledore that night, I never really talked about it. Not properly. Only Ron and Hermione know the full story. Daphne's smile turned playful. Are you going to tell me, then? Maybe, over dinner, Harry said, surprising even himself. There's a Hogsmeade weekend coming up, after all. For a split second, Daphne looked taken aback, but then she smiled widely. Are you asking me out, Potter? Why yes, I am, Miss Greengrass. A story and dinner, she mused, her tone light. That sounds like a good deal. I'll see you on Sunday, Potter. With that, she stood up and walked away, leaving Harry sitting there with a dumbfounded grin. He murmured to himself, I can't believe I just did that. As he sat there, the crisp breeze tugging at his hair, Harry felt a strange sense of relief. The weight he usually carried of past burdens, of responsibilities, of losses felt a little lighter. For the first time in a long while, he wasn't just the chosen one or the boy who lived. He was just Harry, a boy who had just asked out a pretty girl. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough. I put in this scene because I saw it recommended in your comments and I thought it would be hilarious. Saul Croaker had been the head of the Department of Mysteries for nearly a decade, and it often felt like he was trying to herd a flock of magical chickens, except these chickens had the potential to accidentally unravel reality and cause untold chaos. That was the price of gathering the most inquisitive witches and wizards in Britain and keeping them from rocking the proverbial boat too much. Surprisingly, it worked. Ever since the department's founding, there had been fewer Dark Lord uprisings, and even when one did crop up, it didn't come with a horde of researchers dabbling in forbidden magic. The Azkaban massacre, however, had been one of the department's most infamous unsolved mysteries. Nearly half the department had transferred to the time room in the aftermath, obsessively working to create something that could bypass the space-time anomaly that had occurred there. Croaker had his doubts. To him, it seemed like a lost cause, but it kept them busy and most importantly, kept them from accidentally destroying the world. It had been over 2 years since the massacre, and they were no closer to answers. Until today. One of the unspeakables assigned to the time room entered Croaker's office, his face pale but excited. Sir, we've found something. Croaker suppressed a groan. What is it this time? We found a way to bypass the anomaly by observing a mirror plane we anchored with time sand. It's still hazy, and there's some residual interference from the anomaly, but we can finally project what happened during the Azkaban massacre. Croaker raised an eyebrow, doing his best to mask his surprise. He never expected they'd get anywhere, not with this mess, much like the hopeless mystery of the Veil Room. But curiosity gnawed at him. You've watched it? The unspeakable shook his head. Not yet. We're waiting for your go-ahead. Croaker stood, heart beating a little faster. Right. Let's see this. An hour later, half the department gathered in the ritual chamber, a room made entirely of time sand. The sand was consumed within seconds, swirling in the air like mist, before coalescing into a hazy projection of Azkaban. Croaker watched, feeling the tension thicken in the room as the image sharpened. There he was, Lord Voldemort, striding through the prison with his followers, freeing Bellatrix Lestrange. Then it happened. A figure appeared, stepping into the scene with a casual, terrifying grace. Death itself. Croaker's stomach twisted as he watched the figure methodically slaughter every person in its path with a detached efficiency that made his skin crawl. The carnage was too smooth, too effortless until only Voldemort remained. What came next defied everything Croaker thought he knew. Voldemort cast a killing curse only for the spell to stop mid-air, as though frozen in time, and it was somehow absorbed, which also knocked Voldemort unconscious. And then, with almost disturbing ease, the figure chained the Dark Lord on the roof of Azkaban like a puppet. What followed was a ritual so foreign, so eldritch, that Croaker's mind struggled to grasp its intricacies. A spear of energy materialized, piercing through Voldemort, and snuffing out his life in a single, final blow. The moment the projection ended, every unspeakable in the room was violently thrown back, the magic radiating from the scene too much for even the most seasoned of them to bear. Croaker staggered to his feet, his mind spinning. He had never seen magic like that, something beyond comprehension, beyond reality itself. And then the realization hit him like a sledgehammer, the figure's face. It was Harry Potter's face. One of his subordinates, pale and trembling but at least not vomiting, approached him shakily. What do we do now, sir? Croaker's voice felt heavy in his throat as he responded, we have no choice. We make it our mission to ensure that this creature is never awakened again. Harry Potter must be protected at all costs. We must ensure he lives a long and peaceful life. The unspeakables nodded, though their expressions were filled with dread. They understood the gravity of the situation. But Croaker wasn't fooled. He knew his team. In a few weeks, they'd be back to creating abominations, poking at the very edges of existence, forgetting the lesson they'd just witnessed. He sighed inwardly. Really, being the head of the Department of Mysteries was a curse in itself. No wonder the last director had gone mad. And so, this is it. The end of the arc. I've enjoyed writing it immensely, to be honest, and it ended up being a bit longer than I expected. I hope you liked this ending and I'm really looking forward to getting back to the main storyline now. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 344, The Land Between. Unknown place, unknown time. With a final surge, Harry was pulled through the shimmering rift, vanishing into the swirling storm of colors beyond, leaving behind a prison devoid of dementors, the chained corpse of a Dark Lord impaled in the heart with a black spear, and corpses all over the maximum security wing. It was impossible to describe his journey home. Reality itself was unraveling around Harry, slipping through his grasp as he struggled to make sense of the chaos. He had a plan, though calling it a plan was a stretch. Really, it was a gamble. He was using his own magical signature as an anchor, trying to trace it back to its origin. But it was guesswork at best. If he was being honest, he didn't fully understand the bizarre magical event that had hurled him into another universe in the first place, not after just a few months of work. Oh, he was going to study it mercilessly when he got home if he got home. As for now, he was doing his best to replicate the event to guide him back. It was reckless, insane even. But if the only other choice is a slow and painful death in another universe, then it was the best he could do. The universe twisted around him, bending in ways that defied logic, like the very fabric of space was being torn apart. Blinding colors, some too intense to look at, others muted and dull, streaked past him in a disorienting blur. Shapes morphed into otherworldly forms that seemed wrong, as if they shouldn't exist. It wasn't just strange, it was disturbing, like his mind was rejecting everything it tried to process. He closed his eyes, deciding to let his arcane hearing fully guide him. It was oddly comforting that even as the laws of space and time were rendered useless in the void between worlds, his single most valuable skill, the ability to analyze the workings of magic, of the universe itself, as songs, made sense. He followed his soul's song, trying to see anywhere it could resonate. He was using it as a magnet, as it tried to return to its source, to its home. He didn't know if he was moving. Space and time were meaningless in this cursed place, and yet he felt the pull get closer and closer. He heard his very soul sing in a way that it hadn't had ever since he found himself in another universe. His presence in the void was an anomaly, and it showed as his protections were slowly eroded by the chaos around them. Harry gripped the Elder Wand tighter, the ancient wood scorching his palm as he used it to power through them, enhancing his own magical circuits, which burned with agony. The pain was unbearable, like every nerve in his body was set ablaze. He felt like he was being torn apart from the inside, but he couldn't stop. He had to focus. Home. He clung to the thought of Daphne, of everything that had brought him this far. That was his anchor, the only thing holding him to any semblance of reality. Then, just as he thought he would lose himself to the madness, the chaos around him began to fade. The storm of colors dulled, the lights dimming into softer, muted shades. The wild motion slowed, becoming a drifting haze, like a dream fading on the edge of waking. The strain on his body lifted, the searing pain fading into a dull numbness. The furious buzzing of the wand diminished until it was just a faint hum. Everything quieted. Harry finally opened his eyes and noticed that the kaleidoscope of color had disappeared, giving way to an expanse of cold, lifeless gray. Not the comforting gray of a foggy morning, but an empty, oppressive void that stretched out endlessly in every direction. No sound, no shapes, just a bleak sea of mist and ash. It felt like the universe had simply stopped. Even time itself seemed frozen. Harry floated there, suspended in this strange nothingness, the weight of his journey pressing down on him. As the silence dragged on, an unsettling thought crept into his mind. This wasn't home. This wasn't anywhere. No warmth, no life, no sky, no ground, just endless grey. For the first time in his life, Harry opened up his arcane hearing and found utter and complete silence. He sighed, the sound oddly echoing in the stillness. Brilliant, he muttered, glancing down at the wand in his hand. Absolutely brilliant. Suddenly, the ground beneath him solidified. He was no longer floating but standing on something unnaturally flat and cold. A voice echoed from the void, soft but ancient, as though worn down by centuries of time. That you are, Peveril, that you are. Harry whipped around, eyes darting in every direction. Who's there? Where am I? He demanded, trying to keep his voice steady. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, a low chuckle trailing behind it. You are everywhere, and nowhere. You are at the beginning, the end, and the middle, all at once. Harry rolled his eyes, frustration bubbling up. Vague riddles? Really? Could you just not? There was a pause, and then the voice chuckled again, this time sounding amused. I suppose you're right. It's been an eternity since I've spoken to anyone. Sometimes I forget mortals prefer things more straightforward. Very well. You are in the borders of your material plane, the shield that protects your realm, and I am its protector. Did you truly think that you could just come through when the light and the dark failed to do so for eons? A figure materialized from the mist. It wore a black hood, that seemed to swallow the very little light that was in this place. It was thin, almost bony, really. The air grew colder, just a bit, and Harry felt this intuitive sixth sense, one that warned him of danger against his person. Even to his arcane hearing, he only heard hundreds of small whispers and a coldness that he knew no fire could ever stave. There was only one thing he could think of that could make him feel like this: are you Death? The figure tilted its head in amusement more than anything. Death? Did you seriously think that Death would ever come to meet with you? You're just a single soul, that belongs on a single planet, that's in a single realm of existence, that's in a single universe. You've seen a fragment of the multiverse, just a cup of water to the eternal ocean of existence and possibilities. Sure, you navigated it quite well, even if you bumbled around like a child. Still, you're pretty young to have achieved that. Not bad for the Lord of Space and Time, I suppose. Nevertheless, Death is a primordial being, the very concept of the end given form. You're still some uppity mortal. It'll be like you trying to see a bacteria. To be fair, there were legends about the first one having actually met the entity, but that doesn't matter, not anymore. So, who are you then? He asked. The black cloak morphed away and revealed a face that made Harry's blood turn cold. He stared at a familiar face, black hair, and striking green eyes that glowed with power. The resemblance was unsettling. They looked alike, almost too alike, except this man was older, his face sharper, a bit more angular, in a way. Harry tensed. It's not polite to wear someone else's face. The figure raised an eyebrow, a faint smile tugging at his lips. I'm not. This is what I looked like before I ascended to this place. I might have had a bit more muscle on me, but brute strength means nothing in this place anyway. Still, you should be more respectful, considering I'm your ancestor. Ancestor? Harry frowned. You called me Peveril, but Ignotus had grey eyes, not green. The man looked thoughtful for a moment. Ignotus? Now, that's a name that I haven't heard in a while. I was around your age when I first met him, just as you are meeting me. Back then, I still thought I could escape my fate. Harry's mind raced. Who are you, then? The man's expression shifted, becoming more serious. I was once known as Mordred Pendragon, though that name holds little meaning now. I'm simply this realm's guardian. Harry blinked, caught off guard. Mordred? As in Arthur's son? The knight who betrayed him at Camlan. Mordred's face darkened. The same. Though the tales don't tell the whole truth. The Battle of Camlan wasn't about a throne or betrayal. It was a war between light and dark, between Merlin and Morgana. And I was caught in the middle. The battle that destroyed Camelot, Harry murmured. Mordred nodded. It was more than that. It was a fight for the fate of the world. My mother tried to break open the prison of the World Serpent, and Merlin refused to stop her, even at Arthur's behest, too busy trying to bind the Fae to his will as he prepared for what he thought was the start of Ragnarok. I worked with the Lady of the Lake to trap them both. She fought for her people's freedom, and I hoped to delay the end of times. In the end, I made a choice. I let Arthur kill me as I killed him. My victory was prophesized, you see, and yet I sacrificed it, sacrificed everything, to power the phase ritual. I wasn't supposed to have died, you know. I was prophesized to rule over Camelot. My mother thought me to be nothing more than a pawn, to be her general in the coming war. She never expected me to defy her, and my sacrifice broke one of the greatest prophecies in history. It was enough for the Fae to seal both champions' connection to the light and dark. They Fae killed them in their weakened form, empowered by my sacrifice, but not before they were banished from this material plane. We sacrificed much to kill the champions of light and dark, to wipe the slate clean and stave off Ragnarok. I paid the price with my very life. That should have been it, but fate had other plans. And now you're here, Harry said, understanding dawning on him. Mordred's gaze softened. Now I'm here. And so are you. We share the same curse, Harry, the curse of heroes bound to Ragnarok. Harry's grip on his wand tightened. I'm no hero. Mordred smiled knowingly. I said the exact same thing. But destiny doesn't care for what we think we are. The path you're on, it's the same as mine. You're following in my footsteps, whether you like it or not. Harry protested, and how is that? You're fighting the champions of light and dark as I did. You hold the Peveril crest as I did, you gathered most of the Deathly Hallows, as I did, as Ignotus Peveril did, as his predecessor did. We were all given a choice. We were to bow to fate's wishes, to let Ragnarok occur, purging most of humanity. We all refused, and we all ended up here, in this place, protecting the barrier the gods created against the light and dark, waiting for the next hero of Ragnarok to take our place, or the cycle to end. I refuse, Harry replied with a dry tone. Oh, my dear. Fate doesn't take no for an answer, especially since you killed the world serpent. Ragnarok will happen. The prophecy is now in effect. My predecessors, as I just circumvented it, made sure it didn't begin. For you to escape it, you'll need to break it, and I don't think there's anything in the material world that can do that. I don't think your planet will survive from the backlash alone either. Harry prepared to say anything, only for a raspy voice to speak up from all around him. When the serpent falls and silence reigns, a war of shadows and light shall start again. The sky to fire, the world to rend. A legacy reborn as the gods descend. From death's embrace and broken vow, a child shall rise, marked by the raven's brow. Master of ruins, of ashes and dust. In their hands, a future we fear to trust. Death and fate, now intertwined. A tapestry of existence, misaligned. Only ash will remain, the final scene. A silent world, cold and unforgivingly serene. This prophecy, in whispers cold. Of Ragnarok, cruel and bold. Not an end, but a cleansing blow. For from the ashes, a truer world may grow. A necessary purge, the past swept clean. So the new may rise, untainted by what has been. The last Potter couldn't help but shiver as he heard it. What the fuck was that? The full prophecy is Ragnarok. The fates wish to cleanse the world, to start over. We all refused. And now it's your turn. You'll be faced with the same choice. I have to say I'm not envying your position. Harry shook his head, his voice low but firm. No. I'm not going to play along with some prophecy, and I won't let myself be dragged into a war that promises nothing but ruin. Dumbledore and Grindelwald can go fuck themselves. It's not my problem. Mordred's smile was sympathetic but weary, as though he had heard it all before. I said the same. We all did. But this isn't just a war, Harry. It's a cycle, a curse that binds us all. You think you can refuse, that you can walk away. But the moment you activated your crest, your fate had already been predetermined. The fact that you killed the world serpent doesn't really help. Harry's fingers tightened around the Elder Wand, his mind racing. There has to be another way. I won't let the world burn because of some ancient script written by gods that don't care what happens to us. Mordred stepped closer, his presence imposing yet almost comforting in its familiarity. There's always a choice, Harry, but none of them are easy. You either break the cycle or let it consume you. Refuse, and you'll end up here, like me, watching the world teeter on the edge, powerless to stop it. Or you'll let Ragnarok happen, and the world will burn. My song is ending, Peveril, whether the story continues or not will be up to you. Harry felt the weight pressing down on him again. He wanted to scream out his frustration at the world, but he restrained himself. I'm not like you, Harry muttered, half to himself. I don't have to follow your path. Mordred's eyes softened with a deep sadness. No, you don't. But every path you take will always lead to this place. There's no running from it. You'll always have to make that choice eventually. I personally don't really care all that much, to be honest. Either way, my watch will end, and I'll be at peace in death's hands. Harry stood there in the grey void, the oppressive silence around him somehow louder than the prophecy that had just been recited. The world seemed smaller and darker, as the weight of inevitability pressed harder. He wanted to fight it, to scream against the injustice of it all. But for the first time in a long time, he felt truly powerless. And yet, in that powerlessness, something stirred. Wasn't he also powerless when he stood up to Dumbledore as a first year? Wasn't he also powerless when he was imprisoned in the Gardens of Avalon? He would figure a way out like he always did. He must. A spark of defiance burned deep within him. Do you think I'll just bow to the whims of fate? Mordred simply shrugged. I don't care. I did my job. I told you your destiny, as Ignotus told me mine. Do with it what you will, and eventually, you'll learn, as I did, about the futility of circumventing fate. Go forth, O Lord of Space and Time. I am curious as to how you'll fare against it. At least this promises to be entertaining. Harry barely had any time to think about those worlds until he fell down some weird hole, and everything went white. In a blink of an eye, he found himself in a familiar series of mountains, surrounded by snow. He was in Durmstrang. He could feel it, the sense of belonging, the familiarity of the world. He was back home. And, I'll be honest here, I'm not sure about this chapter. It's kinda hard to get back to the original story after the previous arc. I thought about making Mordred speak in Old English, a bit like in Elden Ring, but I decided against it. Still, since this is the beginning of a new arc, I'd rather it lands well, so I don't mind rewriting it if you don't like it. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 345, Finding Home. March 28, 1995, Durmstrang. In a blink of an eye, he found himself in a familiar series of mountains, surrounded by snow. He was in Durmstrang. He could feel it, the sense of belonging, the familiarity of the world. He was back home. Harry lied there in the snow for what felt like hours, just relishing how it soothed his burning magical circuits. The journey alone was grueling, but it had been worth it. The slow deterioration of his magic because of the sheer wrongness of living in another universe was finally gone. It had been an experience and a half, one that he didn't wish to repeat anytime soon. Perhaps after a few decades, he would try again and find a way to bypass this side effect, to finally explore what's out there, to see a glimpse of the infinity of the multiverse. For now, he simply relished just not being under some kind of slow death sentence. After all, there was a reason why he took such a high risk as his method of travel. It could have so easily gone wrong. Replicating a complex magical incident, an accident really, from what he could remember from the magic, was definitely a gamble. Oh, it took months of work and experimentation to make things stick, and a lot of planning just to simulate the similar forces that were at play. Still, now that he had no death sentence on his head, he could finally appreciate the small vacation he had in another universe. It was hard to see his counterpart being this painfully naive, but it was expected from a boy essentially raised as a pig for slaughter by Dumbledore. It was nice to actually get to know Sirius though. The man was a bit childish and more than a little damaged from his stay in Azkaban, but he was very loyal and generally just nice to be around. It was a shame that his version of Sirius had been an insane serial killer. The dog Animagus had a point. If he compared both universes, then Harry's was definitely on the crazier side. Anyway, his stay in another universe, while thankfully brief, was a breath of fresh air. And he liked to think he left the country better than it would have been if he hadn't appeared. He stopped a war, killed Voldemort's supporters who had killed dozens of people each, and ensured that his counterpart would live a long and happy life. It was exactly what he hoped someone would do for him. And wasn't it ironic that he had just freed his counterpart from a prophecy, only to find out that he was saddled with one of his own? He sincerely hoped that meeting Mordred was some kind of hallucination that he experienced from the sheer chaos in the void between worlds. He refused the idea that he was destined to chain himself as some protector for refusing to let the end of the world happen. No, he had enough of prophecies intact or broken. His mere presence in the world was an aberration. He knew that ever since he found out he could remember his previous life. His mere existence was a crack in the wall, an unforeseen variable in the tapestry of existence, and that gave him options. But now was not the time to think about useless prophecies and the end of times. It wasn't the time to think of Dumbledore or Grindelwald. No, he wanted something far more important, far more primal. He wanted to go home. He wanted to see Daphne. He didn't know where she was. He didn't even know how long he was gone. The rules of space and time mean very little in the void between worlds. Deciding to bite the bullet, he grabbed the Elder Wand and flicked it while muttering, "Tempus." Hey, he had been gone around 4 months, which was around the same duration he stayed in the other universe. There had to have been some kind of magical implication to that, but he was too drained to really make them. Instead, he focused on Daphne and decided to go to the best place he could find her, Hogwarts. With a flick of his wand, a portal opened to Hogwarts. It had been far easier than it had been during the Gringotts heist. He had to set up an entire space-time anchor in both schools to cut down the cost of making a portal, especially between 2 points of space that were so far apart. But now, he wasn't even thinking as he cast the spell. He instinctively knew that he could do it, and it worked. His growth in understanding of space and time had reduced the cost of opening the portal, and of course, there's the fact that his magic just felt denser, more potent for the lack of a better word, since he came back. He would get enough time to analyze the effects properly, once he saw Daphne again. He missed her terribly. Her counterpart in the other universe looked so much like her, but there was also so much that was just different. She wasn't as hardened, for the lack of a better term. Her sister was still cursed, and she wished to become a healer, but she wasn't willing to sink to the depth of magic and experiment with things she did not fully understand, not like his Daphne. It was probably because she didn't have access to any kind of really dangerous magic, and to be honest, he didn't know if that was a good thing or not. Would Daphne have been the same if Harry hadn't met her? Would she have become as jaded, as obsessed with saving her sister, if he hadn't given her hope that she could do just that in the first place? He didn't know, and to be honest, there was nothing he could really do to affect any of this. His Daphne was still her own person. She made her own decisions, even if she was influenced by his presence. There was nothing he could do to undo whatever harm that might have caused. He wasn't sure he even wanted to. There were many things he admired about Daphne, and her willingness to dedicate herself fully to a singular goal was admirable, to say the least. Harry wondered how she fared without him. He had disappeared after entering in a fight, severely outnumbered. He didn't know what conclusions she could have jumped to, and how she might have felt. He would have been devastated if he was on the other side. Still, there was nothing more he could do but try to find her as quickly as he could. He jumped into the portal, arriving in Hogwarts, relishing returning to the castle. Oh, he had missed it very much. There were small differences between it and the one he stayed in the other universe. It didn't feel as alive, as filled with magic as this one did. There was a distinct lack of history there, not so much magical, but the sheer conceptual idea that this was a place of protection, a place of education, a true safe haven for all magical children. That was the message imprinted in every stone of the castle, one that was probably enhanced by both Gryffindor and Slytherin, who were champions of the light and dark at the time. And yet, there was something muted as he arrived. The students ignored him, of course. He didn't think most of them could see past his privacy charms, but there was a lack of joy that was spread around the castle, a lack of wonder and amazement. Students just walked around with their books, silently, with the very few faintly speaking to one another discreetly. What the hell had happened there? The incident in Durmstrang, if it could be called that, should have happened in another school. It shouldn't have affected them at all, and yet it somehow did. No, something else happened, something that made people wary of speaking with one another, made people afraid of standing out, something that sucked the happiness out of Britain's magical children. He felt it in the air, a tension that clung to every corner of the castle like a fog. The warmth of the Great Hall, the usual hum of excitement over Quidditch matches or upcoming exams, was absent, replaced by an eerie silence. Even the portraits seemed subdued, whispering to one another in hushed tones as if they too were afraid to be overheard. Whatever had cast this shadow, it wasn't just the usual fears of a dark spell or a cursed artifact, it was something deeper, something that had struck at the very heart of their world. Harry walked around to his common room, seeking to speak with either Blaise or Tracy. They would know where Daphne would be. He was so preoccupied that he didn't realize that someone had noticed him, someone who he definitely didn't expect. As he entered one of the deserted corridors, he heard a yell, "Harry? Is that you?" He turned and saw who spoke up to him, Longbottom. "I can't believe you're alive. Everyone thought you were dead. You just vanished during the task." And Greengrass looked inconsolable for some reason. "What happened?" "It's a long story, pretty complicated, but to be brief, I was involved in a magical accident and was trapped someplace. I was just able to get back." "Speaking of Daphne, where is she?" "I'm guessing she's with the tournament delegation, but shouldn't you have been there too?" Neville looked uncomfortable for some reason before speaking up. "It's a bit of a long story too. Gran decided that she wanted me back home, and since I already did the task in Dumstrang, my contractual obligation is technically gone. Well, I had to pay a hefty fine, but people didn't really mind me leaving anyway, especially because of the ruckus I caused." "What did you do now, Longbottom?" Harry spoke up, feeling slightly exasperated by the other boy's consistent antics. "Well, that wasn't really fair." Longbottom seemed to have become Fate's stress ball, especially when he compared him to Harry's counterpart, who also happened to be the boy who lived. He would be a hypocrite if he said that Harry didn't have a hand in what happened to the boy, especially after the mess that was the Chamber of Secrets. Now, he realized how much of a fuck-up that was. He shouldn't have killed the World Serpent. He could have probably managed something. Well, not really. He didn't really know about its existence in the chamber in the first place and dealt with it the only way he could at the time. If he could go back in time, he would have done things differently, but unfortunately, actual time travel was far beyond his reach and was most likely impossible. The boy who lived gave Harry an incredulous look. "You really don't know? I thought you might be messing with me or something. You're probably the first person I spoke to since I came back, and the castle just feels wrong, depressing, even. Everything is quiet, there aren't any students messing around. People don't laugh anymore, not really. And the pranks, the duels in the courtyards, they've all stopped. It's like everyone's waiting for something bad to happen." "Well, you're scarily right. Ever since the war picked up, things haven't been the same here. A lot of people lost their parents in the war." Harry gave the boy a confused look. "War? What war? I was only gone for a few months. How was this enough time for a war to start here?" "Well, the night you disappeared, Voldemort came back. Dumbledore refused to come back to Britain, even after the Ministry cleared him of all charges that were pending against him. But then Voldemort found himself being opposed by an army of weird werewolves that called themselves the Lycans. They could turn to wolves at any time and are stronger, though they don't infect people. They're led by this woman they call the Red Witch. Ever since she came out of thin air, this entire country has been in an all-out war." The last Potter froze at that. Seriously? What the fuck had happened in the last few months? And, again, I'm not really sure about this chapter. It's weird to say it, but I feel kinda rusty when I write the original storyline. The Earth 2 arc felt more like a vacation than anything. Anyway, I hope you like it, and if you don't, then I don't mind rewriting it. For those asking about Daphne, I have something special in mind with their reunion, and I thought that having her explain what happened would have made it less impactful. Don't worry, you'll get to see it soon. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 346, The Hero's Bane. March 28, 1995, Hogwarts. The last few months of Neville Longbottom's life had been pretty horrible. Ever since Voldemort came back, everything changed. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it before, he just never really accepted it. Ever since that fateful day in his first year when he learned that his parents' murderer was still alive, he knew this day would eventually come. His mother's protection had killed Quirrell, after all. But somehow, he always imagined Voldemort's return would be a distant threat, something far off that didn't feel real. Then came the third task of the European tournament, and everything went sideways. Voldemort kidnapped him right in the middle of the competition, tearing him from the safety of the best protections the International Confederation of Wizards could offer. Using Neville's own blood, his mother's protection, Voldemort made his terrifying comeback. The pain and confusion of that moment flooded back to Neville. He barely managed to escape, poisoned and exhausted, his body screaming in protest. It was all thanks to Hermione, really. He would have died, if it wasn't for her. She held back fucking Voldemort on her own to distract them. For some reason, the Dark Lord kept comparing her to Lily Evans. It took a couple of minutes to remember who that was, Harry Potter's dead mother. Was she really such a fearsome witch? He could somewhat understand why the Lestranges had to burn down an entire town to take her out if she was. It would explain a bit why Harry was such a freak of nature when it came to magic. He must have inherited it from her or something. The thought lingered in Neville's mind, mixing with his admiration for Harry and his lingering feelings of inadequacy. Anyway, when he regained consciousness, he was asked what happened and admitted that Voldemort was back. Even with Hermione backing him up, there was still some backlash from the British Ministry, which lost a lot of face as one of its troublemakers interfered in one of the tasks. Fudge had started raving about how he was an attention-seeking liar, which would have hurt if Neville could even care about any of that. To be completely honest, now that his mortal enemy was back, Neville knew that he was going to be hunted down for the rest of his days. Everything else just felt smaller. He had joined the tournament hoping to bring some measure of honor back into his name. Even if he wasn't a Longbottom anymore, not that anyone knew about him being disowned, he was still a wizard. Even without a 1,000-year-old legacy behind him, he held traces of their magic within him. His blood did not change, only his crest did. He was the product of a family line of talented and powerful mages that spanned thousands of years. He had his potential, he had just lost his crest. And already, the knowledge he assimilated from his scar before it was sealed, was more than enough of a head start to mark his name in the annals of history and leave a new legacy behind him. The tournament was a good step at that, and he had even won his task. But as his reputation was being tarnished once more, he stopped caring. Voldemort was back and public opinion meant nothing in front of pure brute strength. Not that the slander lasted for long. His grandmother didn't even get to rip into Fudge properly because a few weeks later, Voldemort revealed himself in response to a large, coordinated attack against him. Neville wasn't sure of the specifics, but hundreds of enhanced werewolves which called themselves Lycans attacked the homes of known Voldemort supporters from the First War and massacred them to the last man. Apparently, there was this bombing in a town called Little Hangleton that really messed the monster up. There were rumors that most of his inner circle were dead. Corbon Yaxley, Crabbe Sr. and Goyle Sr. were found dead in their homes, with bite marks and deep scratches all over their bodies. Electo Carroll was attacked and killed in Nocturne Alley in broad daylight. It didn't help that the attacks were brazen. The Lycans did not even bother to hide as they killed wizards whose family lines were probably older than the English language. There was also not who hadn't been seen since the attacks started. A few people thought that he'd been assassinated, but there hadn't been any confirmation. Karkaroff, who Voldemort said had helped him come back, remained with the tournament, probably scared shitless to join his master, especially as his followers dropped like flies. When Voldemort returned to Britain, he found almost no wizarding support. The few who remained loyal to him were systematically taken out in a way that eerily mirrored his own style of dealing with enemies. Eventually, he was baited into revealing himself in a dramatic attack where he fought the infamous Red Witch who, to Neville's surprise, he hadn't even heard of. She teamed up with a dozen Lycans for an assault on some village called Little Hangleton. Very few of the Lycans survived as Voldemort himself was there, but the witch fought him long enough that half a village ended up burning to the ground, the flames illuminating the night sky like a funeral pyre. At the end of the day, there was no way Voldemort could hide his return to build up his forces, and he found himself in a difficult position. It was strange. There weren't even any wizards in the fighting, though many got caught in the crossfire. Nobody wanted to pick a side, fearing torture and death from either the terrifying Dark Lord or being ripped apart by the endless waves of Lycans. The fear hung thick in the air, suffocating and unyielding, and that atmosphere was mirrored in Hogwarts. In the end, Voldemort simply brokered an agreement with the Dementors to serve as his army. They quickly left Tartarus, Dumbledore's prison, without question, since it wasn't as steeped in suffering as Azkaban before it was destroyed, of course. The sheer desperation and agony that occurred within the fortress was sucked into the castle's very stones, and it made it a very nice place for Dementors. Tartarus didn't have any of this, and the Dementors obviously hungered. They were put in place by Dumbledore, but without the former headmaster, there was very little they could do to make them stay there. Thankfully, Hogwarts was safe. Well, as safe as it could be. Apparently, McGonagall had activated some very powerful wards that were made in case the castle was attacked. It had taken around 2 weeks to power them fully, but it literally did not allow anyone to enter or leave the castle. Neville's grandmother had insisted that he come to the castle and not stay with the delegation, since that made him a lot safer, and he already performed a task, as it was required by the tournament rules. She bent the rules a bit to make it so that he could leave, and he remained in the castle ever since. Anyway, Britain had gone to shit in the last few months, and even Harry Potter wouldn't have been able to fix it, not that he was there. He disappeared somewhere in Durmstrang during the third task. It was widely believed that Voldemort killed him, but no one knew for sure. Greengrass looked inconsolable but didn't say anything about what happened. So, wasn't it a fucking surprise to see him in Hogwarts of all places? During a fucking lockdown, even. That meant that he had been in the castle for months without saying anything, which was even weirder since he said that he was trapped somewhere. The fact that he didn't even know the basics like Voldemort's return did give some credence to the matter, but Harry tended to be very tricky. He was dozens of moves ahead of any opponent he faced. Neville stopped trying to understand him a very long time ago. And so, as Neville explained to him what little he knew of the situation, he couldn't help but wonder what the hell actually happened to Potter. What sort of magical accident could have ever taken someone like Harry Potter off guard? He always seemed so invincible, untouchable, even when he was just a first year. Harry stayed completely silent as Neville finished, the weight of the moment pressing down on them. Finally, he asked, "So, what are you going to do? Are you going to help me fight Voldemort?" Harry hesitated for a moment, then said, "Tell me again about the Red Witch." Neville rolled his eyes. "Why are you so concerned about her? She's obviously on our side. She's literally fighting Voldemort. Just humor me. What did she look like?" "I don't know. Other than her red hair, no one knows what she looks like. That could just be a charm to make her hair pop or something." Harry frowned, his brow furrowing in thought. What about her motivations? Did she attack anyone other than Voldemort and his forces? Oddly enough, yet. There were a few Ministry officials who died too, and a few Wisengamot members from across all sides. But she wasn't there, it was just the Lycans, and no one really knows what they can do. I remember hearing that Dolores Umbridge, the Minister's own undersecretary, was a casualty, which isn't really that surprising considering how much she hurt werewolves with her proposed bills. The extra measures that business owners had to go through to legally hire a werewolf, as well as the expenses necessary, made it impossible for one to get a job anywhere. Fudge's administration has been going to shit with every attack, not that anyone really cares about politics right now. People just want to be safe. Harry looked thoughtful. So she's using this chaos to clean house and remove her main opposition. I hoped I could have stopped her, at least. Yet, a lot of people have been caught in the crossfire between her forces and Voldemort's. All the Ministry can do is try to contain it while hiding everything from Muggles. Fudge refuses to deploy the Aurors, insisting they protect wizarding settlements instead. It's a total stalemate. Voldemort doesn't have enough support to wage war beyond his own magical might, and the Red Witch obviously can't beat him or else she would have already done it during the attack. He's literally never been so vulnerable. Sending more forces always ends up with Voldemort killing them. She just targets anyone that even thinks about joining him. Neville noticed that Harry looked quickly at his scar. It was barely for a fraction of a second, but it made him flinch. His scar was proof that as long as he lived, as long as it existed, then Voldemort couldn't die. It was a horrible prospect, one that he hoped would have been solved by the time Voldemort returned. But it hadn't, and now he was faced with a choice. Every day, Neville woke up and saw other students crying over dead family members. Every day, he watched the castle grow darker, hope fading away because of him. Sure, there was no guarantee that the war would end if he were dead, but it sure would make things simpler, it would make the end of the war even closer. Deciding to change the subject, he spoke up, "Yeah, it's been a rough few months. At least I killed Voldemort's snake though." Well, Hermione did, but the look on his face was priceless. Apparently, the unspeakable strained her a bit while she was being healed in the Department of Mysteries. You should have seen her. It was amazing. Harry immediately stiffened. She killed his snake. Are you sure? Yes. She dragged the thing into fiend fire. I don't know anything that could survive that. I suppose it was only right. Things have changed a lot. But enough of that. Tell me about Daphne. What happened to her? Well, that made a lot more sense. Greengrass and Potter were close, honestly, they were a bit closer than most of the students who were in a relationship. There would have probably been a pool on when they'd get together, if everyone wasn't scared shitless of Potter getting offended. Greengrass? She's not in the castle. She was inconsolable back in Durmstrang. No one could get through to her. She cried all the time, and her parents got permission from McGonagall to stay home. It was a whole thing since she hadn't been in any task in the tournament. I think they agreed about her joining a task later or something, but I really don't know. Her sister was visiting her when the war started, and the wards closed with them outside. I don't think I heard news about them being attacked, and I overheard Davis and Zabanai talk about her sometimes. I think they're in contact, but I'm not really sure since I don't think either of them could really bypass Hogwarts wards. There were a few that bragged about it, but they've mostly been full of bullshit. I don't know what to tell you. I haven't been spying on the girl. So, she should be at home. As far as I know. I could be wrong. Like I said, we're all locked here, and we don't have any contact with the outside world. And it's not like you'll be able to see her either, not until the wards are lifted. I'm sorry, man. I really am. The other boy actually snorted at that, before saying, yeah, I'll take my chances. Anyway, I'm off to see Daphne. I need to tell her that I'm all right. By the way, thanks for the help, Neville. Oh, and I'd appreciate it if people don't know I'm back yet. I have a few things to take care of first. Off to see Daphne? Things to take care of? Neville responded, feeling incredulous at the thought. Did you not hear a word I said? We're all trapped here. Take care of yourself, Neville. Voldemort will come for you. Be ready for him. Before Neville could process Harry's words, dozens of ravens appeared out of nowhere, swirling around him like a dark storm. He reached out, desperate to stop him, but his hands went right through Harry, who vanished along with most of the ravens. Neville looked around, bewildered, but saw no trace of him, only the echo of his words hanging in the air. Did he seriously know a way past the wards? How? This little act reminded Neville why he sometimes really hated Harry Potter. But something about the encounter niggled at him slightly. Harry Potter knew about the Red Witch before she ever revealed herself. He knew her enough to be worried about her, to consider her a threat. No, he seemed to dislike her, more than anything. Had she been the one responsible for his disappearance, or were they working together? He always considered Voldemort to be his greatest enemy. But what if the Red Witch was just as bad? He'd been sympathetic to werewolves before, especially how much they were ostracized. It reminded him of how people turned on him so easily, but what if they weren't looking for justice? What if they weren't fighting Voldemort to protect their reign of terror or for some kind of equality? Shaking his head to clear it, Neville realized he couldn't shake the feeling that the worst was yet to come. If he was right, then his country was being seized by two hostile forces, and people were dying, not for some grand purpose like saving magical Britain, but for conquest, pure and simple. For some reason, that was even worse than a fight between good and bad, between a monster and the people. He sincerely hoped that he was wrong. And, I'll be completely honest. I wrote that while I was in a hurry. There's been a bit of a crisis at work and I had to squeeze in every opportunity to write it. You'll probably find the pacing to be a bit rushed. To be honest, I didn't want to focus too much on Neville and span this into multiple chapters. The next chapter will be the reunion with Daphne, so you won't have to wait for that for long. Anyway, about this chapter, please tell me what you think is wrong, so that I'll be able to fix it, either tonight or tomorrow depending on how work goes. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 347, Fated Reunion. March 28, 1995, Hogwarts. Harry Potter disappeared from Hogwarts feeling conflicted. For some reason, the entire country had gone to shit in the few months he wasn't around. Voldemort returning wasn't something he expected, but he had prepared himself for it. The option was always there, especially as the Horcrux in Neville's scar was still intact. The good news was that Voldemort's return wasn't without some severe losses on his side, mainly his serpent Nagini. Bar Longbottom's scar, that was the Horcrux's gone. Nagini would have been pretty tricky to track down, and to be honest, Harry didn't even know if the snake was even a Horcrux in this universe. Still, as far as he could tell, Longbottom was the only reason Voldemort was immortal, and that alone was a problem. When Neville channeled the scar, he directly made a connection between himself and the soul shard, which wormed its way into his very soul, bypassing his mother's protection, through the boy's family crest. This deepened the bond between Neville's soul and the Horcrux, making it more robust, less flimsy than the one he just destroyed in his counterpart's scar. It was still theoretically possible, but the killing curse would have to be a lot more powerful for it to work properly. It would have to be a perfect spell, with just enough power to spread the curse between the two of them, without killing either, but with the connection between the soul shard and Neville's soul being severed. The sheer precision required alone was beyond insane. No, it was literally impossible. The margin of error was so small that any small variation, even something as benign as some extra gases in the air, might change the spell enough and make it too weak to remove the Horcrux, and the lack of any planned air would simply kill them both. Only an act of God, or more appropriately, fate, would save Longbottom. The prophecy wasn't destroyed, it still held power, so it was possible. It just wasn't even close to being probable. It was the true power of fate, to make a slim idea of chance work. It was humbling in a way, but also terrifying. No, he would not think of Ragnarok. He had more important things to focus on. Daphne. What had she been up to? Longbottom had told him that she was in her family home and hadn't been seen since the task. He sincerely hoped that she wasn't involved in the war in any way. Voldemort really couldn't have picked a worse time to come back, and publicly at that. Voldemort was a terrifying wizard, extremely talented, and able to fight Dumbledore to a standstill many times. He had literally gone through enough rituals to empower an army but connected them brilliantly to be able to carve himself a body that could channel enough magic to blow up a village. It was some of the homunculi of old, which were rumored to have been created by an extinct family in Germany. He didn't really remember the name, but he remembered being impressed by them. They were created by a mixture of alchemy, fleshcraft, and blood magic. In a way, they were essentially a new breed of magical creatures that were enslaved and used as weapons by creators. They could channel magic in a way that was far superior to any wizard, who was limited by the efficiency of their magical circuits and had to be careful not to strain them. Like most oppressed races, they inevitably rebelled and massacred their entire family, but barely got to enjoy their victory as they perished a few years later at the hands of the light champion of the time, Charlemagne, who saw them as a threat to his conquest of the German lands. Apparently, the battle was a fierce one and the champion came very close to dying, even ending up severely wounded. But nevertheless, the homunculi were dead. The few survivors, if there were any that probably perished from natural causes. They weren't designed to live for long and were purposefully sterile. Anyway, from the tales, he could infer that Voldemort found rituals to mimic their physiology somehow, and coupled with his genius, was able to somehow stand up to Dumbledore for years. He was a terrifying foe, and Lily obviously played him like a fiddle. She probably wouldn't be able to match his spell for spell, but Voldemort's power waned significantly without any followers. With Lily essentially being in control of half the country, she was probably already observing every single potential threat and used her lichens, which he assumed was an army of werewolves that were as strong as Remus Lupin, to massacre them. Harry didn't know where she was planning on going with this. It was safe to assume that she knew about the Horcruxes since she probably had a report about what happened to Hermione. However, she probably had no idea how many there were, or what happened to them. It was obvious that there was more than the diary, considering that it was used as a weapon, not as an anchor for Voldemort to revive himself, but Lily was running into this blindly. She was probably hunting down his Horcruxes and hoped the attacks would delay him enough to kill him. She was probably taken by surprise by Voldemort's return. The only good news is that Lily was obviously not powerful enough to just defeat Voldemort. He hadn't really been sure about the effects of whatever he had done back in Durmstrang, but it must have done something. Harry remembered how that dimension felt, like a mixture of heat and ash, a world of suffering, decay, and rot, something that his mother wanted to master, to channel into the material plane, even at the cost of killing her own son. If she had that kind of power, she would have easily destroyed Voldemort. At least, she should have. He wouldn't have died, of course, but he would have lost his body. This was a power that Lily Evans had planned on using against Dumbledore. It was her net of safety, and yet she wasn't using it, and the simplest reason would be because she couldn't. Harry couldn't help but feel a small thrill of vindication at the thought. Lily Evans had betrayed everyone and everything for this power, had fought him, her own blood, and sacrificed him for it, only to lose it in the process, while he was still safe and sound. He had hoped that the backlash would have hurt her as well, but something seemed to have worked. What he had done was a blind strike at best, a hope for survival, and it worked. Durmstrang still stood, there wasn't a massacre, only Voldemort's return, and most importantly, he was still alive. He didn't know for sure how the backlash affected Lily's dimension. He had no idea what could have happened, but he only wanted it to hurt her. If he had any doubts about Lily before, they had disappeared after the events of the third task. He knew that the reveal of her working with Dumbledore was bad, but that Hermione had purposefully presented it to break their alliance. They had both overreacted to the news, but the situation was still technically salvageable. But what happened in Durmstrang sealed the deal. Lily Evans was an enemy and would remain an enemy. However, now was not the time to think of Lily and Voldemort. No, he had a much more important goal. Daphne. He needed to see her. He needed to show her that he was all right. He also needed to know she was all right, especially considering what Neville said about her. She hadn't been seen since the third task, and the rumor was that she was in her family home, grieving. Harry quickly turned back from his avian form as he arrived at the green grass family home. To be honest, it was probably rude to just arrive while bypassing the heavy wards so easily, especially since they probably cost a lot of gold to power properly. They were pretty old. It seemed like Hogwarts wasn't the only one with strict wards that could be activated in dire times. Thinking back, he had been in the mansion exactly once, during dinner back in summer. Her father was such an asshole. And her mother kept embarrassing Daphne at every chance. It would have been a surprisingly fun dinner if only the green grass patriarch hadn't been there. God, that felt like an eternity ago. It was before the bullshit with the European tournament and the broken prophecies. It was even before Lily had even revealed herself. Any thoughts were completely interrupted as he heard a very familiar song with his arcane hearing. His heart stopped and his breath completely caught in his throat. The soft, haunting melody floated through the air, a mixture of frost and nature, like a small forest in winter. It was far less fast-paced than it was before he left. A small tear appeared in Harry's eye. He could feel the sadness that it evoked, the sheer magnitude of the heartbreak. It was Daphne's song, in the garden. She was using her magic, her family crest specifically, to grow a small garden of flowers around her. Harry walked, entranced, towards the garden, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. He had missed her, in the last few months. He had done his best to stifle the feeling while he was away. It would have been impossible to concentrate on a way back if he kept thinking about her. Her song immediately soothed his own, letting the tension that he didn't even know existed, fade away into nothingness. As he stepped closer, the vibrant colors of the blossoms seemed to sway in time with her gentle melody, almost like they were dancing just for her. It was a slow dance, as mournful as the blonde's song, but there was so much beauty to it. Seeing her there, focused and serene, warmed his heart in a way he hadn't felt in a while. He noticed the hint of sadness in her eyes, a slight crease in her brow as she concentrated on her magic. It was clear she was trying to find comfort in her work, but Harry just found himself just staring at her, watching her work. She obviously noticed that someone else was there. I thought I told you to leave me alone while I'm practicing. Daphne, he simply said, his voice barely above a whisper, not wanting to break the spell of the moment. However, that was enough for whatever magic she was maintaining to unravel. She turned with pure shock in her eyes, which quickly morphed into happiness and disbelief. Harry. He just stared at her as the emotions on her face kept changing. Is this real? Harry nodded, and funnily enough, the whirl of emotions settled on anger. Where were you? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. I thought you were dead. The ground shook for a bit, but that was it. And then Lily came out, saying that you died. I looked for you. I spent weeks looking for any sign of you until I had to leave Durmstrang because my parents were worried about me. This is beyond cruel, Harry. Why would you make me go through this? She was slowly tearing up as her voice cracked under the weight of her emotions, and Harry could see the pain etched on her face. Each word felt like a dagger, but it paled in comparison to what he could hear with his arcane hearing. He could feel her very emotion in a way that was truly raw, and she was definitely underplaying the agony she felt when he was gone. He wanted to reassure her, to show her that it was an accident, that he missed her every day, but words failed him. It had never really happened before. He always had something to say, a clever little retort for every criticism, valid or not. But he very rarely found himself truly speechless. Harry didn't know where the urge came from. It was probably because he couldn't quite find the words, but he found himself closing the distance between them, reaching out to cup her face gently in his hands. With a sudden surge of determination, he leaned in and pressed his lips against hers, pouring everything he felt into that single moment. When he would look back at it later, he would undoubtedly say that it was the best decision he ever took in his life. And so, finally, I decided to officially start the romance between Harry and Daphne. I'll be entirely honest, I don't think I'm good at writing romance scenes. I'm more experienced in writing lore and fighting scenes. It was why I kept putting off the start of the romance in this story. I hope I did an alright job and I'm sort of counting on you guys for help on that front. As usual, I don't mind rewriting this chapter, so please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 348, The Emerald Pond. March 28, 1995, Greengrass Manor. It took Daphne embarrassingly long to realize that she wasn't dreaming. It was a pretty recurrent one, where she imagined that Harry was still there, that he would just appear from thin air, twirl her around, and kiss her. It was too good to be true, but she always felt mournful when she woke up and faced reality once more. However, there were a few imperfections that didn't occur in her dream. For one, Harry looked exhausted, definitely not his usual pristine self. He was slouching slightly and was practically covered in sweat, the usual sharpness in his movements being strangely absent. He didn't look like one of those conquering heroes. Instead of a conquering hero, he reminded her of Tracy after an intense Quidditch match, disheveled and worn out. It was all too real. The way her heart raced, the heat of his breath against her skin. What she was feeling was too real. As he leaned in, everything around her faded into the background, like one of those cheesy novels she'd read embarrassingly too many times. His breath was warm, and it sent butterflies fluttering in her stomach. When their lips finally met, it was soft at first, awkward and clumsy, just like she'd imagined it would be, but also thrilling in a way that made her heart race. This was real. Harry Potter was kissing her, and all it took was almost 4 years of pining. If she was being honest with herself, she had her doubts over the years. She had been in love with Harry ever since she was 11, and it definitely was a rocky road. There were countless dangers. She was petrified by a basilisk, saved Hogsmeade from an attack from the Azkaban escapees, escaped a small army of vampires during the Quidditch World Cup, and that's not to mention what happened in the European school tournament. He was probably more comfortable with her than anyone else, but he never showed any romantic interest towards her. He never showed any romantic interest in anyone, really. She waited for years, hoping he would return her feelings. Everyone knew that she fancied him, even students in other houses, and if Harry wasn't a bit of a social moron, he would have known as well. But she knew exactly what she was signing up for. It took 4 long years, but it was worth the wait. It was even worth his disappearance for a few months, which she was definitely going to yell at him for. He better have a good explanation, because if he didn't, she would make him pay for the grief he caused her. Hell, she might even do it even if he had a good explanation. She hadn't known if he was even alive. Hell, Lily had told her that he had died, that he had sacrificed himself to buy them time to escape, and just operate them into the middle of the wilderness, before slumping down, shaking and shivering, and falling unconscious. It was weird because they weren't exactly on speaking terms with the woman because of her alliance with Dumbledore. Nevertheless, Daphne knew that the redhead looked visibly troubled and miserable, and she, herself, was in complete shock about Harry dying to really do anything. Daphne Greengrass found herself alone in the wilderness, while just being told that her best friend, the person she was the closest to in her life, was dead, just like that. He died for her, to give her time to escape. What she was escaping, she had no idea, but by the time Lily woke up, hours later, she looked surprised to see Durmstrang still standing for some reason. Longbottom proclaiming that Lord Voldemort was back, didn't help matters. Daphne spent weeks trying to find any traces of Harry, any sliver of hope. The only thing she found in Grindelwald's secret room was rubble since the ceiling collapsed. There was no sign of what happened to Harry, and Lily wouldn't tell her anything, having disappeared the day after Harry's presumed death, probably to prepare for her fight with Voldemort. And yet, Harry was still alive. She had lost hope after months, but she wasn't the same. The world felt grayer, and her magic mirrored her feelings. The sheer realization that she was holding him, in her arms, so very real, returned the color back to the world. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted and both were gasping in exhilaration. Daphne found herself getting lost in his green eyes. She always liked them. They reminded her of the trees outside her home, where she used to play with Astoria, before she got sick, of course. Harry's lips turned into a roguish smile. I don't suppose that makes up for the date we never got to have. Daphne hugged him tighter. For the date, yes. For making me think you were dead for months, not so much. Where the hell were you? And don't you dare say something as ridiculous as you were doing it to keep me safe? A letter would have been all I needed. Instead, I mourned you. Do you have any idea what that was like? As she spoke, everything she had been holding back, the misery, the pain, the suffering, came spilling out. It was no secret that she was angry. No, she was furious. If he had done something as asinine as keep her away for her own protection, like some self-sacrificing idiot, then he wouldn't get off lightly. She still clung to the possibility that it hadn't been his decision, as unlikely as it was. Because if he abandoned her, left her to grieve for months by choice, she didn't know if she could forgive him. Harry shook his head. No. But to be fair, I wasn't exactly in a position to send anything. Believe me, I would have if I could. Oh, really? You, the great Harry Potter, the magical prodigy, couldn't find a way to let me know you were still alive? Daphne asked, incredulity dripping from her voice, though a flicker of hope sparked within her. Do you know what happened that day? Daphne shook her head. Not really. Lily just grabbed me from the corridor and brought me to the middle of the mountains, saying something about you sacrificing yourself for us. Then she started trembling and passed out. She wouldn't say anything afterwards. I suppose I would be ashamed as well if I were in her place. She's the reason I had to do it in the first place, and she wouldn't even own up to it. She destroyed the sword, and the magical release from the broken prophecy was contaminated with one of my spells. It would have killed everyone in Durmstrang. I managed to ask Lily to get you to safety. I ended up doing something reckless, but it was the best I could do given the situation. It caused a breach, and I found myself somewhere else. I didn't even know if Durmstrang still stood until I was able to come back. Where were you? Daphne asked, curiosity creeping in, making it hard to stay angry. He grinned mischievously. Believe it or not, an entirely alternate universe. She released a disbelieving snort. You seriously expect me to believe that? Hey, it wasn't exactly the same. For once, my counterpart was the boy who lived, not Longbottom. He had a bit of a martyr complex too. There weren't any light or dark champions. It was calmer, in a way. I spent months trying to recreate the event that brought me there. I couldn't exactly contact you. Hell, I just came back today. You're probably the second person I've talked to. Who was the first? Harry looked sheepish. Neville Longbottom. Daphne couldn't help but giggle. The boy who lived himself? Oh, should I be jealous? Come on, I just went to Hogwarts to speak to Tracy and Blaise since I assumed they would be there. The first person who noticed me was Neville. I'm surprised he broke my privacy charms so easily. I guess I wasn't really trying very hard, and he must have gotten better somehow. He told me he heard rumors you were in your family home, and here I am. I have to say, I was surprised by the state of affairs in Britain. I never expected a war to break out because I was just gone for a few months. Daphne huffed. I'm still not convinced you're not bullshitting me about the whole other universe thing. Harry puffed up, handing her an old wand. Hey, I even got a souvenir. This was the wand that their version of Dumbledore was using. It's pretty old, a nifty artifact. I kind of understand why so many people were killed for it. And if you're not convinced, I don't mind projecting a few of my memories. The blonde rolled her eyes. Fine, maybe later. You'd have probably come up with a better lie than confirming the theory of the multiverse. It honestly sounds like one of those weird novels you like to read. Hey, don't diss my books, he protested. Now that I think about it, I must have had a counterpart there too. What was she like? Different. Very different. I didn't talk to her, not really. But she wasn't as open as you, a bit cold to everyone, and didn't really socialize much, at least as far as I could tell. She wanted to be a healer, though. That much I know for sure. Daphne's face became thoughtful. Hey, what about her Astoria? I'm guessing she's cursed too, but I'm not sure. It felt weird to pry into your counterpart's affairs, to be honest. How has Astoria been, by the way? Better. Lily came a few times every week to continue teaching me blood magic. She said it's what you would have wanted. I didn't know about what happened in Durmstrang, and she was my last connection to you. Harry's jaw tightened, but he took a deep breath. Did it help Astoria? A smile spread across Daphne's face. She had been worried about him being angry over her lessons with Lily. Now she understood Lily must have felt guilty, thinking she had killed Harry. I found a way to halt the progress of her curse slightly. It's a temporary measure, but it should last a few years, enough for me to study the curse properly. I've gotten a lot better at it. I'm glad, he smiled. And if you want to continue your lessons with Lily, I won't be opposed. Daphne interrupted him. Continue my lessons? She almost got you killed. Do you think so little of me that I'd accept being taught by someone who did that? Who caused you so much pain? No, I have the foundations and can figure the rest out myself. What about Astoria? I bought myself enough time for some proper research, and I can work on extending it as well. I don't need her around. My parents were already hesitant about her coming here, especially with the war going on. It would have made me a target. Harry glanced at the sky for a second. Wouldn't it be nice to just leave this mess? We could go to a deserted island somewhere, build a small home, just the two of us. Isn't that moving a little too fast? She answered with a sly grin. I think we've moved slowly for too long. Well, unfortunately for us, we can't run from our problems. I still have Astoria to heal, and I still have to compete in one of the tournament's tasks by contract. Harry furrowed his brow. Seriously? Yet. It's part of being a delegate. There are 2 tasks left, one happening in a few weeks in Greece, and another here at Hogwarts, although I have no idea if that will remain the case with the war going on. What about after the tournament? You'd compete in just one task, hopefully, the next one. I have a feeling the last one will be the one where Dumbledore's plans come to fruition, and I'd rather we be as far away as possible from this mess. What, you're not planning on stopping him? Daphne asked, shocked. There's more to life than worrying about Albus Dumbledore and his plans. When I was away, I realized it wasn't my responsibility to stop him. Lily or Voldemort can deal with him if they want to, but I'm done chasing after him. No more heroics, at least not for me. Daphne smiled softly. I'm glad to hear that, but trouble seems to find you anyway. Still, it's a nice dream us alone somewhere far away from these messes. I don't know about building a home, but I wouldn't say no to a vacation somewhere warm. She barely finished her sentence before a blonde missile zoomed toward him. Harry. Harry gave Astoria a tight hug and turned to Daphne. You weren't kidding about her getting better. Whatever she was going to say next caught in her throat as she saw a familiar redhead standing at the garden's entrance. Harry. Harry's face blanked completely, and he spoke in a neutral tone. Hello, Lily. It's been a while. I don't know if this is good or not, but I'm really sick. Have been since last night. I pushed myself to write this, but I'll be honest, I'm mostly tired out of my mind. I hope the reunion between the two came out as I imagined it. For some reason, I didn't think that their getting angry at each other for things beyond their control was fitting with their personalities. Anyway, I'll probably reread the whole thing and do a few rewrites when I get better, hopefully tomorrow. So, as usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 349, Red and Green. March 28, 1995, Greengrass Manor. To say that Harry was tense would have been an understatement. The moment he heard her voice, everything just came back. He was back in Durmstrang, holding back a corrosive magical release that would have wiped out the entire school and its surrounding land, while Lily Evans declined to help, choosing her own hide over her son, refusing to sacrifice herself for him. There was nothing wrong with that last part. Both of them had a hand in the creation of the singularity, and if the tables were turned, Harry would have chosen himself too. That alone was proof that they were still acquaintances at best. If Lily saw him as her son, she would have gladly died for him, and if he saw her as a friend, let alone a mother, he would have probably done the same. He definitely would for Daphne, without question, without hesitation. There was some irony to it. Harry's counterpart would have done anything to spend a day with either of his parents. He wondered what that boy would have said if he saw the monster she could have been in another life. Then again, this Lily wouldn't have refused to step aside to save her son. This Lily would have burned down the world to save her own skin. Harry didn't begrudge her from saving herself. What he hated the most was the way she pretended to mourn for him, the way she apologized. She had chosen for them to be enemies for her own selfishness, for her own power, and she pretended like it was a hard choice, as if it was something that she regretted after doing it again and again. No, he had enough of that. He spent months being confused about Lily Evans' motivations, her goals and dreams, and he realized something very important. He didn't care. It all just seemed meaningless, so small, from the outside. She betrayed him and destroyed any potential relationship with her own son, for power. It was all so small in the grand scheme of things. He gave Daphne a reassuring look, showing her that he had no plans of blowing up before speaking up. Hello, Lily. It's been a while. She didn't look as sharp as she used to be. That was probably an effect of the war she was waging against Voldemort. It was funny, she wanted to take over Britain and had probably already done so, but she didn't really count on something like this happening. She probably wished she could have consolidated her power through the pure strength she would have acquired with her ritual. If she had enough time to prepare, if she had time to properly put everything into order, Voldemort wouldn't have been able to do anything. She would have found a way to bind the Dementors to Tartarus, culled any dark creature that would have joined Voldemort, or even light creature that would have joined Dumbledore, manipulated the political scene to her liking, and taken over the country fully in a few years. Voldemort wouldn't have been able to get any foothold in the nation and would only have had his pure strength on his side, compared to a very efficient military force that she would have trained to repel invaders. Things were definitely not going according to the Redhead's plan. She didn't have enough time to prepare for any conflict, and it showed. The Redhead gave him a weirdly vulnerable look. How did you survive? The fact that Durmstrang didn't turn into a crater didn't give you a clue that I might have pulled something out of my ass to survive. It's weird how I always seem to make any breakthroughs when I'm under pressure. I assumed you redirected the blast somehow. But the sheer energy alone should have killed you. I didn't dare to hope. Harry released a mirthless chuckle. Hope for what exactly? What did you expect me to do if I survived? She stayed silent at that, and Harry continued, you know, I almost believed you when we met for the first time. Even though I saw your handiwork firsthand with the monster you turned Sirius Black into, I still believed for some reason that all you wanted was to get close to me. I just didn't see any motivation, any reason for your behavior if you weren't interested. You could have done this while hidden entirely, went through the entirety of your plan without me even knowing you were there, but you specifically tried to hide in plain sight, knowing that I would catch you. I thought it was your way of showing that you cared, somehow, and I was willing to entertain the idea. Do you know why? Hope. I hoped that I wasn't alone, that someone out there could keep up with me. I knew that I didn't need someone to take care of me, not after being alone for so long, but there was more to being a mother than raising a child. I hoped that one day, we'd be close enough that your absence during my childhood would become nothing more than a distant memory. It was a doomed hope, one that I never even admitted to myself, but it was there. I hoped, and it was my biggest mistake. I did want to get to know you, Harry, she protested, it was why I even came to see you. Oh, I don't doubt that you care, in your own twisted way, but not nearly enough. It was curiosity, not affection, that drove you. Because you didn't burn down Godric's Hollows for me, no matter what you say to yourself. You did it because you saw an easy way to get what you want. James would be gone, his bloodline would live through me, and you'd get your power up and kill your attackers. You didn't expect the human aspect. It was always your biggest mistake. You didn't count on the sheer grief that Sirius Black would have felt. Why would you? You could barely feel anything anymore. And that's why I think you never came to see me out of love, but curiosity. And to satisfy that curiosity, you came to me, when I was alone, and you gave me hope. You cannibalized that hope, and abused it utterly, like you did to Remus Lupin and Severus Snape. You gave them hope too, and now they're barely more than your puppets. You literally twisted an entire race to your needs using the exact same thing, giving you an army. It's funny how much people forget just how dangerous hope could be. It works so well because everyone craves it, even if they deny it. I didn't want to accept the fact that I craved that someone would keep up with me, would see the world as I do, and that I wasn't truly alone in the world. You took advantage of that, and I can only blame myself for falling for it. We can start over, Lily spoke up, I can make this right. You and me, against the world. Here you are, doing it again, playing on a desire that I didn't even know existed, pressing a pressure point that I denied for years and years. You want me to help you fight Voldemort? Did you even consider the fact that I don't want anything to do with you, not anymore? Are you really asking me to join you when you ran away after almost causing an international incident where thousands of minors would have probably perished? Are you really asking for help after you left me alone in Durmstrang to deal with the consequences of your actions? You really are a bitch, Lily. The redhead's face froze as if it was made of stone, before she asked in a neutral tone, so, enemies, then? I thought I told you that I wanted nothing to do with you. Hell, I want nothing to do with Britain in general. You and Voldemort can go enjoy each other's company. I'm not this country's babysitter. How do I know you're not planning on taking revenge, that you won't change your mind? She asked with a clinical tone. Harry noticed that Daphne had blanched at that question, but he simply gave the woman a smug smile. Now, why would I do that when I already have taken my revenge? What are you talking about? I like to think I'm a logical guy, but sometimes, I can be very petty. There's a reason why you haven't just beaten Voldemort, didn't you? Something isn't working right, is it? She glared at him. You did this. If you mean your little performance issues, then yes. After all, the singularity had to go somewhere, and you were such a good target. Surprising, isn't it, just how much damage a thing like this could do, even shatter dimensional barriers. I can feel it now, your connection to it, and it feels spottier than you expected, doesn't it? You probably thought it was just a temporary thing, that after a period of adjustment, things would work as they should have. Sorry to burst your bubble, but it's not. What did you do? Harry's grin widened. Nothing really. I didn't even know what the result would have been. I just wanted to remove the singularity. The impact was powered by a prophecy that was thousands of years old being broken. It was more than enough to make a small hole near your connection to the dimension, and energy is leaking out to the void between worlds. It's a slow process, and would probably take years, but here's the thing, the more you use the energy, the wider the hole gets. You can't channel the energy properly, can you? That's because most of what you try to use just gets swallowed away. Oh, you can use a small % of a %, but nowhere near what you could have become, and even then, the more you use it, the more the gap widens, the faster your dimension is drained, and the less energy you'll be able to use afterwards, and we both know what that means. Don't think I didn't see the way you bound yourself to that dimension as well. I'm guessing you were hoping to use it as some elaborate method of immortality. Too bad someone fucked it up for you. Harry was chuckling in the end, and Lily's form was surrounded by a cloud of ash in her anger. He smiled, not seeing her as a threat. Don't be so sensitive, Lily. Fix it. She growled. I can't. That's the beauty of it. It's a singular event that never occurred before and is almost impossible to replicate. This isn't something that can be repaired. I don't even think that Dumbledore or Grindelwald together, enhanced by the light or dark, could do anything about it. Oh, you should see the look on your face. It's funny, isn't it? You worked all your life for this achievement, got married for it, killed your husband for it, massacred an entire town, took over a small country and betrayed your only son, only for it to disappear like breath on a mirror. The redhead moved to cast something, only for the ash around her to dissipate and gasp in exertion. Harry gave her a smirk. Oh, I forgot to mention that I can block your connection to it if I want to. What do you want? She growled at him. With you? Nothing. I told you, I already got my revenge for what you did, for almost killing me, for betraying me. I took away what you treasure the most, corrupted it, made it lesser. I turned your ambition into your greatest punishment and I'm all right with that. I want nothing to do with Britain, your conquest, or Dumbledore's plan. I'm done. However, this is a bit of a reminder, if you try to get back at me by hurting anyone close to me, then I'll take away your connection to your dimension permanently. I will make you feel the void in your heart for every second of every day you stay alive. I will put you in a place so dark, so unknown, that you would never be able to escape, and only after a lifetime of emptiness would I give you permission to die. Do not talk about me, do not think about me, do not concern yourself about my affairs in any way, that is all I want from you. As far as you're concerned, I died back in Durmstrang. Do not test my patience. She turned to Daphne with eyes pleading, only for the blonde to snarl, you almost got Harry killed for no reason. I can't believe I let you stay in my home, near my sister. I want you to leave and never return. She moved to speak only for Harry to sneer at her, get the fuck out my sight, Lily Evans. I hope to never see you again in this lifetime. With a flick of his hand, Lily Evans disappeared into a small portal that Harry made which would take her to Diagon Alley. He hoped she would heed his warning. He wasn't joking when he said that he wouldn't blink twice before just killing her. The only reason he hadn't done so was because it wasn't worth the chaos it would cause since she was in control of half the government. He had already beaten her in every way that mattered, he had already gotten his revenge. Destabilizing a country for some closure wasn't really worth it. If she actually threatened anyone he cared about, then all bets would be off. Daphne gave him a worried look. Do you think she'll come back? Probably, but hopefully it won't be in a very long time. Then a soft voice spoke up. Daph, Harry, what was that about? Oh, yeah, Astoria was there. He forgot about that. That was bound to be very awkward to explain. Well, I still feel like hell, but this chapter wouldn't leave my head. I wasn't planning on releasing anything today, but before I knew it, I was done with it. I didn't even reread it properly, I'm too tired to do it. I barely schemed it, and I honestly have no idea if it came out well or not. So, as usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. I don't mind rewriting it when I'm better. Chapter 350, The Long Way Round. March 28, 1995, Green Grass Manor. Probably, but hopefully it won't be in a very long time. Then a soft voice spoke up, Daff, Harry, what was that about? Oh, yeah, Astoria was there. He forgot about that. That was bound to be very awkward to explain. Harry watched as Daphne gently let Astoria know a few snippets of what they experienced in the last few years. The younger girl's poker face was impressive for a 12-year-old. Then again, he killed the world serpent when he was her age, so that kinda put things into perspective. Still, her neutral expression was obviously making Daphne uncomfortable. To be fair, where Daphne tended to be reserved, Astoria was always outgoing. It probably had to do with her curse. Not the magic itself, of course, but the acceptance of one's mortality, especially for a young child, would put everything in perspective. Everyone handled it differently, but one of the common ones was the idea of not caring about the consequences of their actions. No, it wasn't that exactly, it was more like the lack of care of offending someone. She didn't hesitate to do something that she liked because she stopped caring what other people thought about it. This was probably one of the few times where he saw Astoria looking very serious. It reminded him very much that she was still Daphne's sister, still her father's daughter. In the end, the girl just gave them both a good look. So, let me get this straight. Harry's mum is still alive somehow despite Godric's Hollows being burned to the ground, and she's the Red Witch from the paper. Over the course of last year, she's been sneakily taking over the country in Dumbledore's absence, and now that you know who is back, they've been fighting. For some reason, she pretended to be a fake unspeakable during the tournament to somehow use the power of a broken prophecy, because those are a thing too, to somehow gain power, and almost got everyone in Durmstrang killed. Harry stopped it but was trapped for a bit, while everyone else thought he died, but now he's back and the two of you are dating. Harry nodded, sounds about right. The girl then continued, and also, the woman happened to teach you blood magic, which you agreed to because you wanted to heal me, and the fact that I'm better because of what you learned from her and secretly have been using to heal me. It was Daphne's turn to nod, yes. The younger girl raised her hands in exasperation, you're all fucking insane. What even is your life? Language. Daphne reproached. Are you out of your mind? I'm bloody 12 not 5 and this situation deserves a few cuss words. Do you have any idea just how mad you sound? If I didn't know you any better, I would have asked Mum and Dad to get you to St. Mungo's. Hey, it's not that unbelievable. Harry protested, doing his best to suppress his growing grin. Not unbelievable? Durmstrang, one of the biggest fortresses and schools in Europe, was almost destroyed, and with it, half of the diplomats and academics in the continent. It would have crippled the entirety of Europe and probably caused another great war. The last Potter nodded, that sounds about right. The young girl just raised her hand and growled, you know what, I'm going to my room. Hopefully, this is all a fancy dream or a hallucination. She just walked away without saying anything else. For the first time since the encounter, Harry felt slightly hesitant. He didn't expect her to just run away. Is she going to be all right? Yes, she'll be fine. Astoria is stronger than you think. She just needs a few hours to process everything. She'll probably be madder at me than you, to be honest. Why? Daphne looked away for a bit, because we used to be inseparable when we were younger. Back then, we did everything together and shared everything. It was the only way to have any sort of fun in the house. Mum does her best, but she can be very strict when it comes to our lessons. And Dad was, well, Dad. We used to travel a lot to find any possible cure for Astoria's curse, and they were both stressed, especially when the gold started running a bit dry, when a few of our plants ended up dying without Dad being in Britain to take care of them with his crest. I haven't really had to hide anything from her before Hogwarts, and I didn't want to involve her with our shenanigans afterwards. You know what she's like. She would have jumped at the chance of having an adventure without even caring about the dangers or her health. Harry said nothing because there was nothing he could say to comfort Daphne. What she said was true and he couldn't change the past. Still, he let Daphne hold him tightly as she revealed that and decided to change the subject after a few minutes of silence. So, how were the tasks I missed? I have to say that I'm kinda curious. I didn't go there, Harry. Did you forget? Oh, I remember. I just assumed you read about them in the paper or something. The blonde rolled her eyes. Fine. As I said, I don't know the specifics, but the fourth task was in Nebelheim. It was just a standard dueling tournament, really. Pretty boring, compared to the other tasks at least, but it was almost a month long. It's probably the event that got the most gold, since tickets were relatively cheap until the final round, and they apparently got businesses from all over Europe to rent shops in a marketplace that they built especially for the event. They really organized everything very well and it paid off big time. I can't believe I'm saying this, but the Weasley twins ended up stopping Hogwarts from sinking in these rankings. One of them came in third and the other fifth. I think Diggory was ninth as well. I don't remember which position Johnson held, but she was somewhere in the top 20. McGonagall looked definitely happy about the results. However, there was a curious case of theft during the finals. They're still investigating what happened, and keeping everything quiet to avoid the scandal, but Dad heard that it was actually 2 artifacts that were stolen, specifically, Megingair and Gjallarhorn. Harry froze at that, Thor's Belt of Strength and Heimdall's Horn. I remember reading about them when we researched possible prophecies for each school. The belt was prophesied to be used to kill the last of the giants, and the horn was said to herald the start of Ragnarok. My thoughts exactly. Dumbledore obviously used them for another magical release of some sort, but I don't know any more that you do. The newspapers didn't have any other information on the matter and neither do my father's contacts. What about the 5th task? A chariot race. The champions were tasked to build and enchant their own chariots and race them across the country. They were penalized if the government needed to intervene to preserve the statute of secrecy. The race actually started without them having any chariots, so they had to decide whether to focus on building the chariot, or just wing it to save some time. Delacour actually won that one, France's second victory. And how did Hogwarts do? Harry asked, knowing that there was a reason she omitted the whole thing. We came in last, Daphne answered while looking a bit embarrassed. It was a bit of a scandal. None of the delegation had taken the Enchanting Newt elective, so they essentially used normal charms constantly, which sometimes failed and by the time they were halfway through, everyone was too exhausted by the casting to do anything else. They waited for hours for one of them to recover enough to continue the race. McGonagall was in Hogwarts at the time to make sure the wards were maintained and left the decision-making to a vote. Diggory won, of course, and personally chose the teams without even considering that they needed enchantments. To be fair, the nature of the task was announced to be a race and nothing more than that, so he probably gambled on the fact that it would be a short one and lost. Anyway, it's not that big of a deal, we're now tied in second place with the Greek, a far cry from the projections at the start of the tournament. And the broken prophecy? He asked. I have no idea. We never really researched prophecies in Spain. The only notable thing that I could find was the sudden death of the Duchess of Alba, but that might be a coincidence. Harry hummed. He expected this, a bit. He hadn't known of Nero's prophecy back in Rome. There were so many prophecies, some hundreds if not thousands of years old. There was no reason for Dumbledore to be obvious when breaking them. Still, it wasn't his problem. Not anymore. He was done trying to save Europe from whatever they were planning if no one else was going to care anyway. He was going to get Daphne to fulfill her obligation to the tournament and have her and her family stay as far away from Britain as he could. He wouldn't involve himself with the light or dark once more. He would be far away from their machinations. After all, he couldn't make a decision about Ragnarok if he wasn't there anymore. No matter what Mordred said, he would not be this prophesized hero. He refused. Instead of showing how much the thought unsettled him, he gave the blonde a bright smile. So, I'm guessing we're going to Greece in a few days then. Daphne nodded, I suppose so. So, you're to reveal to the world that you're still alive then. Harry thought about it and had to admit that the blonde did have a point. The only advantage he got from the whole mess in Durmstrang is that everyone thought that he was dead. Daphne's grief was proof that it wasn't some kind of hoax, and both Dumbledore and Grindelwald had no reason to suspect that there was any trick to it. Any use of clairvoyance would return no sign of him for months. That was his way out, to finally escape and leave this place, build his legacy somewhere else far away from Europe. Well, away from the champions of light and dark. More than anything, now that I think about it, it would be better to just remain hidden. So, you're not coming then? Harry shook his head. Of course I am. Do you seriously think I would leave you alone in Greece of all places? Then how are you planning on staying hidden? You haven't exactly been subtle so far. You said that you talked the Longbottom and Lily also knows that you're alive. I can get Astoria to not say anything, but I think the cat is already out of the bag. To be perfectly honest, Harry wasn't exactly worried about Lily or Neville blabbing. The boy who lived was stuck in an impregnable castle and no one would really take him seriously if he said anything, especially with no connection to the outside world. Lily, though, well, he didn't think she would do anything in fear of retaliation more than anything. Harry already showed her that he could easily block whatever remained of her connection to her dimension. Still, he could go and visit Longbottom just to make sure he wouldn't make a mess of things. No, he could hide his survival without too much trouble, as long as there wasn't a giant spotlight there, and the European tournament was definitely that. Ideally, he wouldn't just go to Greece with Daphne, but actually compete alongside her in case something happened. To compete, his name would need to be in the delegation. From the looks of it, anyone who hadn't taken their owls yet had returned to Hogwarts after the war started, apart from a few people at the request of their parents. Harry looked at the Elder Wand in his hand, an idea slowly taking place in his mind. Yes, this could work. A small smile started to grow on his face. He was about to tell Daphne about his plan, only to notice that the blonde looked nervous for some reason. I don't like the look on your face. It always makes me worried. What? He answered with a fake indignant look on his face. There's nothing wrong with my face. You're doing your I have an insane idea that might just work face. Tell me I'm wrong. Harry snorted. Hey, my ideas are perfectly reasonable. So, you do have an idea, then? Fine, he groaned, I have an idea, but I'll need a bit of preparation to pull it off. I guess I'll have to talk to Arcturus sooner than I expected. And, I'll be honest here, I'm not sure about this chapter. It might be the fact that I'm still sick and needed a bit of a breather, or it might be the fact that the last few chapters were pretty eventful, but it felt a bit right to slow things down a bit for a chapter or two. I've been feeling like shit for almost a week now and it's kinda messing with me. It's kinda hard to write an eventful chapter when I can barely focus. Honestly, I'm surprised I was able to finish this one. In case you were curious, the tasks I described in the chapter were ones that I actually planned out to be real tasks for the tournament that I was going to write. Halfway through the Earth 2 arc, I decided to have Harry return a few months after he disappeared since I felt like the tournament whole thing was getting repetitive and that it would have achieved nothing, and chose to return when things would get a bit different. There were a few subplots that I was planning on making, which could have been interesting, but I decided against it. Still, it would have been nice to expand the lore in Nibelheim. I had a pretty nice bit of Norse lore planned and the fight for the Gjallarhorn would have been cool to write, and in Spain, I was hoping to write something of a serial killer killing magical nobility there, which would be intersected into the broken prophecy theme that's rampant around the story. Anyway, I have something pretty special in mind for the next task and as a small hint, it'll be a bit different from the older ones, which is why I chose that Harry would return for it. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. I don't mind rewriting this chapter depending on your feedback, and hopefully, I'll be better by the next chapter.
Thanks for listening.